You just crossed over to become an unlucky villain for 2.5 minutes, only to find that the beautiful female master has been poisoned. The cute system not only does not let you save her, but also gives you a mission with extraordinary choices. Choice 1, stick to being a villain. Successfully protect her, and receive the reward of a fairy-level innate sword-type physique. Choice 2, immediately release Bai Ningbing, then hide and watch the protagonist of destiny help the master detoxify, and receive the reward of a fairy-level treasure, the Emerald Turtle Shell. Faced with an awkward situation, you angrily pat the master and say, "This is my dear master. How can I do such a treacherous thing? I choose option 1. The choice is successful, and the Invincible Concealment Formation is activated. Wish the host a good time. Not bad, they even gave a concealment formation, so now you don't have to worry about being discovered when the protagonist of destiny arrives." You look at the master, your emotions surging, the fiery gaze slightly awakening the bewildered beauty. "Darling, what are you going to do?" Bai Ningbing suddenly became somewhat panicked, instinctively wanting to use her cultivation to push you back, but feeling weak all over, unable to muster any cultivation, and you just chuckled. "Master, you wouldn't want anyone to know about being poisoned, right?" At the same time, the protagonist Lin Bei anxiously headed towards the main hall of the Peak Master. As a direct disciple of Bai Ningbing, he was supposed to return to his own courtyard for cultivation after seeing off the guests. However, he suddenly realized that he hadn't seen you, his fellow apprentice whom he thought was incompetent. During the gathering, and recalling the kind look in that guy's eyes before, he became unsettled and hurried to check on him. He swore that if his master was even touched by that treasure, he would take action directly. Fortunately, there was no sound in the master's room, so he cautiously knocked on the door. "Master, it's Lin Bei. Do you have any orders for today?" After speaking, he quietly listened to the voice inside. The knocking sound instantly woke you up. The concealment formation could hide Lin Bei from view, but if there was no response, this guy would definitely search everywhere, causing trouble for the others. Just when you were worried, a voice sounded from the formation. "Buyer, I'm fine. It's late. You should go back." You immediately looked down at the beauty in your arms, who blushed and remained silent. The voice from earlier suddenly rang in your mind. "Host, don't be surprised. As a system, if you don't even have this ability, wouldn't that be too wasteful?" You became excited. With the simulated voice of the system, could this Lin Bei dare to barge in directly for inspection? After hearing Bai Ningbing's voice, Lin Bei completely relaxed and turned to leave. There was no more disturbance from Lin Bei in the main hall. With a smirk, you began a new round of conquest. 2.5 hours later, you were still full of energy, while the beauty in your arms had fallen asleep. Ding! Mission accomplished. The Immortal-level Physique Innate Sword Seed has been issued. Bonus gift of 1 Supreme Breakthrough Pill. The Immortal-level Physique instantly integrated, and at that moment, you only felt terrifyingly clear-minded. Many scriptures that you couldn't understand before practicing were instantly clear, almost more terrifying than enlightenment. Satisfied, you slowly got up and glanced at Bai Ningbing on the bed. The seductive hearts effect is indeed terrifying, but it can only last for one night. Once your cultivation is restored in the morning, you will be in danger. However, the Supreme Breakthrough Pill might be an opportunity to stabilize Bai Ningbing, but you decided to lay low. You left a note on the bed and placed the jade box containing the Supreme Breakthrough Pill before leaving. Passing by the table in the living room, you quietly took the leaving image stone placed under the table. If the Supreme Breakthrough Pill and the note are compensation for Bai Ningbing, then the leaving image stone is your final security guarantee. What you don't know is that as soon as you left, Bai Ningbing opened her eyes filled with a very complex expression. The words on the note were written very hastily. "Sister Bai Ningbing, the moment you brought me back, I fell for you, but my strength is low and I dare not express it. I do not acknowledge you as my master now. I have not formally paid my respects as a disciple. I still have the right to like you. The Supreme Breaking Realm Pill is a family heirloom of my ancestors, which Sister Bai Ningbing can use, so I am giving it to you as a betrothal gift." Bai Ningbing slowly destroyed the note, opened the pill box, and a strong medicinal fragrance wafted out. The 9th grade Supreme Breaking Realm Pill, a rare pill with a 100% success rate in breaking through realms. Surprisingly, without any hesitation, she placed the treasure directly beside her, which made her feel very conflicted, with resentment and confusion, as well as some unknown emotions. Since becoming the Peak Master of the PU Peak, she had only cared about the development of the Holy Land and her own strength. Before this, she had no understanding of love, but now, seeing the contents of the note, she felt inexplicably moved. With a long sigh, she put away the jade box, unsure of how to handle this situation. A mortal giving away all his family's belongings, especially something of great value to her. Who else in this profit-driven cultivation world could do such a thing? Her heart was in turmoil, touching the warmth still lingering on her lips. the rare beautiful face showing a hint of pink. By Ningbing, you are a strong person in the sealed king realm. Your state of mind cannot be disturbed. She immediately began to console herself, but once certain seeds sprout in the heart, they will quickly grow strong. Lin Bei had also gotten up early, and suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to check your courtyard last night. Although the master was fine, the way that kid looked at the master with restless eyes made him very angry. Next month will be his 18th birthday, the day his martial soul awakens. As long as the bloodline of the blue-silver grass awakens, he will be able to soar directly and catch up with all the geniuses of the Holy Land in a very short time. At that time, the master will definitely look at him differently. After all, there is a view that he and you are the same. The master is still single. Who wouldn't like a beautiful master? So he was very unhappy with your eyes. So at this moment, he did not hesitate, and directly rushed towards your courtyard at high speed. TSK. I just saw master by from a distance. She seems even more beautiful than yesterday. She is simply a fairy in the mortal world. That's right. Master is famous for being the unparalleled beauty of our Li Juzong. But indeed, she seems even more charming than yesterday. Stop. This word is not allowed to be said. Are you looking to die? Lin Bei, who was walking halfway, suddenly heard these strange discussions, which made him very unhappy. Charm is used to describe a woman. How can you say that about the pure and innocent master? He wanted to stop these gossipy people, but suddenly a figure appeared in front of him, making him give up that thought. Lin Bei, where are you going? Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Bei smiled bitterly at the words. The person in front of him was Song Changjing, a direct disciple of the saintess of the beachy Holy Land. Ever since she accidentally took away a 4th grade spiritual fruit from her 3 months ago, she would occasionally come to find trouble with him at the Pigu Peak. With his current strength and status, he could only endure it. Maybe this time she was also here to cause trouble for him. Lin Bei directly asked, is there something? Senior sister Song? Song Changjing immediately laughed coquettishly at the words. Lin Bei, even little brother knows to care for his sister. I'm here to find White Fairy. I won't tell you. Oh, next time sister will come play with you again. When she said that, she flew straight up and disappeared into the sky. Song Sheng-young? Qin Hao heard that familiar voice from a long distance away. During this period of time, this woman hadn't run this way often just to find trouble with Lin Bei, but he had read over 6,000 hours of tomato novels in his previous life. Familiarize yourself with the various set plots. This Song Changjing, which was looking for trouble with Lin Bei, but had already been affected by the aura of the Heaven's Destiny protagonist. If things went on like this, sooner or later, she would be Lin Bei's woman, and it would become one of the backers of his rise in the Hongmeng Holy Land. At the age of 20-something at the Little Havoc realm, his talent was simply staggering. This Lin Bei fellow deserves to be the Heaven's Destiny protagonist. Even this kind of peach blossom luck would come to his door on its own accord. He shook his head helplessly and sighed inwardly. However, this fellow's greatest chance in the early stages should have been Master Mu Yao, but it was snatched by him. Moreover, it seemed that the master hadn't come over to trouble him. He had been waiting for Mu Yao's pronouncement early in the morning, but until dawn, she still didn't show up. We must know that the effect of charming heartscatter has long passed, and the other party has not yet appeared, which means that this matter has a temporary turnaround. Although it was not certain that the other party had completely forgiven him, it was at least certain that his little life had been saved. Just take your time trying next. If one little love story doesn't work, then two, there will always be a day when it will be completely conquered. No more life-threatening situations, so he stepped out for a spin. After all, having just crossed over, it's still very important to know your own territory. While the memories in my head are there, they don't compare to my own personal experience. And just in time to see the conversation between Song Changjing and Lin Bei just now. Qin Hao, stop. I'm asking you, where did you go last night? Did you go out? Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Lin Bei's voice that made him sick suddenly came from behind him. Chapter 4, Some people's hearts are messed up. As a villain who had been handpicked by the system, he was disgusted by such a self-satisfied voice as this heavenly destined protagonist. He frowned slightly and turned to look at Lin Bei, who was walking towards him. What? Not convinced? Seeing Qin Hao frowning, Lin Bei immediately displayed a displeased look. I'm your senior brother and also have a higher cultivation level than you, so it's only right to ask you a few words. So just answer. He spoke eloquently, and the reasons he gave made perfect sense. Regardless of his status or cultivation, all of them were a bit higher than Qin Hao, and he had the qualifications to do so. Senior brother? Lin Bei, you don't take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror to see what kind of bird you are, and you still dare to call yourself a senior brother? He was not at all accustomed to Lin Bei's sudden approach and directly disliked him. You? Have I ever performed a formal rite of worship for your grandfather? Calling yourself a senior brother without even worshipping the master. Where's your face? And, since we're not master and brother, what do you care what I did last night? Lin Bei wanted to say something else, but was again interrupted by Qin Hao's cannonball of words. He was instantly infuriated. His eyes red and his fists clenched as if he was going to beat Qin Hao up the next moment. Looks were his only shortcoming. Although he couldn't be called ugly, he could only be described as average in the cultivation world. He was even more furious when Qin Hao, who had been called a little white boy, said it. Also, the previous Qin Hao wasn't like this. Although the two of them didn't deal with each other, the fact that he was a senior brother was something that the other party had never denied. What was wrong with him today? Surprisingly, he disliked him with this. Qin Hao, you're finished. I'll go and tell my master about this later. When Qin Hao's words fell, he bellowed out in annoyance. Blatantly disowning his master is a great disrespect, and in the Holy Land this is a big deal. Master, Mu Yao. When Qin Hao heard this, he was first slightly stunned. It was followed by a snort of laughter. Sure, feel free. I'd like to see if you're that capable. Wanting Mu Yao to be in charge of this matter, this guy was afraid that he was overthinking it. You might even touch the other person's sadness and just beat them up. He was not at all afraid now. If Mu Yao wanted to deal with him, he would have come early this morning. Humph. Qin Hao, just keep your mouth shut. Lin Bei let out a cold snort and gave Qin Hao a hateful look as he turned around and left. Heading towards Mu Yao's chambers hall. Ding. Detected that the Heavenly Destiny protagonist Lin Bei has become hostile towards the host. The Qi Luck function is on. Rewarding Immortal-level Qi looking technique. Detected that the host has taken down his master Mu Yao and intercepted Lin Bei's chance. Plus 30,000 cultivation points. Oh, the Qi function. Cultivation points. What are these things? After Lin Bei left, a reminder voice suddenly came from Qin Hao's mind. He curiously flipped through the message prompts that came out. System, what can this Qi-looking technique do? And what are the cultivation points for? Ask if you can't read. There was only information and no introduction, which made him a little uncertain. Suggests the host to wipe his eyes. What you asked for is described in the personal panel. Amount. Qin Hao sniffed and actually found the personal panel on the system page. However, this system was surprisingly quite temperamental. It could dislike people, but he didn't pay much attention to them either. They were just small things. He couldn't wait to click on his personal panel to check it out. The Big Bad System. Host, Qin Hao. Cultivation, Mortal. Talent, Physical Wisdom of the Apocalypse, Immortal-level. Mortal Body. Technique, None. Secret Technique, Qi-looking technique, Immortal-level. Not practiced. Cultivation points, 30,000. Battle Strength Assessment, Weak. You're the one who's weak. Your whole family's weak. After reading the personal yet panel, Qin Hao had a face of black lines floating across. Weak is weak. What's the point of adding a chicken? He was powerless to refute this, and could only slander the system in his mind as a real dog. A mortal one, compared to a cultivator, was indeed very weak. Tap Lookout and cultivation points to view them. Qi watching technique. It is possible to observe the Qi level and value of a person's Qi, which may increase or decrease with the development of events. Cultivation points, acquisition method can be obtained by killing or intercepting the original chance of the lucky person. Can also be sacrificed to all things related to spiritual power, used to quickly enhance their own cultivation, to upgrade all items. Seeing the purpose of these two things, Qin Hao's eyes lit up. The matter of Xiang Lin Bei being a Heavenly Destiny protagonist was still prompted by the system when he awakened. He originally didn't know about it. It was hard to see this thing, but with the lookout, that problem is solved. No matter who it is, no one can escape him. As for cultivation points, it's even more anticlimactic. As long as there was this thing, I'm afraid that even mortal bodies would be able to cultivate, and they would also be able to rapidly increase their cultivation level. As for getting items upgraded, it's pretty scary too. Many people's original spirit weapons weren't actually powerful to begin with, and they had to be replaced again when they got stronger. This will waste a lot of time training and the battle power will shrink drastically. The increase of the battle power of the native spirit weapon, besides the level of the grade, was the tacit understanding of the cultivation. Frequent follow-throughs with native spirit weapons can lead to a more constant lack of tacit understanding, and cultivation points take care of that nuisance. And this thing could not only upgrade the intrinsic spirit weapon, it could also bring anything else up a notch, as long as there are enough points. System, that means I only need a good cultivation technique to fire up my cultivation, he inquired excitedly. Becoming a cultivator had always been his dream, and now that he had cultivation points, he was a bit impatient. Didn't even want to wait for the trial a month later. Theoretically, but if the host wants to go farther, it is recommended to participate in the trials to obtain a better physique. The mortal body cannot carry more energy, and when it reaches a certain level, it will stagnate. Okay. The system's explanation was like a pot of cool water poured over his head, making that impulse from earlier instantly disappear. There was no need to risk cultivating now when there were better options. It's only a month or so. After figuring it out, he withdrew his mind to continue loitering above Hidden Sword Peak. Also, he had a plan for the next month, and it wasn't a dry wait. He is now very perceptive and capable of understanding new things. Therefore, he planned to go through a large number of group books in the book collection pavilions of the major peaks that were open to the public during this month, to enhance his insights while learning something else. As the saying goes, there is always a place for skill. Inside the great hall of the Peak Master's bedchamber, Mu Yao was preoccupied. She couldn't even concentrate on her cultivation. She didn't know how to face that rebellious disciple Qin Hao. The note was destroyed, but the words lingered in her mind. There was also that supreme boundary-breaking pill. Should she use it or not? If you use it, is it a disguised acknowledgement of this relationship between the two? Chapter 5, Lin Bei's Failed Scheme. It would be too tempting not to use it, relying on her to advance to the supreme realm on her own. Not to mention whether she could succeed or not. The time alone would still take a decade or even decades. So, she's very torn right now. Humph, it's all because of you, the rebellious disciple, or else there wouldn't be so much trouble. She mentally grunted. Oh, Forest North. Just as she was planning to get up and go out for a walk, she suddenly sensed a familiar figure outside the temple walking quickly. What's he doing here? Last night, although her consciousness was rather blurred, she vaguely knew that this disciple had come, only to be coaxed away by that rebellious disciple by some unknown means. Dum 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 dum. Master, are you there? I have something important to report. Lin Bei knocked on the door of Mu Yao's room with an angry expression on his face. Qin Hao contradicting him was a small matter, but disrespecting his master was a big matter. He vowed to take this opportunity to have his master discipline the other party properly. It would be best to expel him from the division or to drive him out of the Holy Land. That way, no one would miss his master. Come in. Mu Yao frowned slightly, but she still opened the door to let Lin Bei come in and talk. The other party was his own disciple anyways, so it wasn't appropriate to ignore it. Master, Lin Bei walked within the hall and was about to tell Qin Hao's crimes, but froze in mid-sentence. The face was still as beautiful as a fairy in a painting. The skin was as white as snow. The eyes were bright as stars, but there was an extra glow of maturity between the brows. There is an indefinable charm that radiates from his hands and feet. If the master teacher I saw yesterday at the feast ceremony was a budding bud, then today she was a blooming flower in full bloom, delicate and colorful. How is it the same as what the tongue-chewing disciples say? It's as if it adds a touch of sophistication. Lin Bei, what are you looking at? If you dare to be so rude again, beware that master will expel you from the sect. Mu Yao wasn't in a very good mood already, and having a Qin Hao was already enough to annoy her. Now that she was being stared at dead-on by a disciple, it caused her fire to soar straight up. There was an urge to vent the depressed anger in his heart on Lin Bei. At the same time, the impression of this disciple, who had looked very agreeable before, was falling drastically in her mind. She was even skeptical of her own vision. How did she take in disciples who were all so horny one after another? I'm sorry master. I didn't mean it. Lin Bei instantly returned to his senses, a touch of panic in his expression. He also didn't expect that Mu Yao's change was so great that it made him lose his temper so much. Humph. If you have something to say it, and if you don't, get out immediately. Mu Yao let out a cold snort, forcibly suppressing the anger in her heart and said with an icy face, if it wasn't for the annoyance in her mind, she would have said something about disciplining it. Senior, just now I encountered Qin Hao. Lin Bei immediately told the story of how he had just encountered Qin Hao. It only changed the trouble he had sought out from Qin Hao to Qin Hao deliberately blocking his way. Qin Hao, how come it's this rebel again? Mu Yao sniffed, and a wave of exasperation ran through her heart. She didn't know how to face Qin Hao in the first place, and now Lin Bei had found a handle and sued her. It's really not a bit of a relief. However, what was this rebellious disciple doing by repeatedly emphasizing that he was not his disciple? In this moment, the man's dominance last night and the tenderness of the note came back to her mind. This guy should not really want to. At the thought, she hurriedly shook her head to drive the idea away. Well, I already know. So go back. I'll look for him sometime, she said with a bland face. Seeing that retrograde disciple was something she definitely wouldn't see. Who knew what out of the ordinary actions that fellow would do again? Moreover, she didn't believe all of Lin Bei's words, and when she was talking about Qin Hao, she could clearly hear that there was an intention to target him. It caused a very uncomfortable feeling to well up in her heart. So, just deal with it. Master, shut up. Wasn't what I said clear enough? Lin Bei looked at such a painless remark and wanted to say something else, but was directly interrupted by Mu Yao's stern voice. Mu Yao's frosty face, as well as the aura he suddenly exuded, made him feel like falling into an ice cellar. Done. Pissed off the master off. Lin Bei suddenly realized that this was not a place where he could speak freely, unable to help but regret it. Not only did this visit fail to achieve its purpose, but it pissed off the master. However, he couldn't figure out in his mind how or why the master would react in such a way. Those kinds of words from Qin Hao could be said to be the greatest disrespect to the sect, as well as a form of disapproval of the Sifu. Shouldn't they be punished in this case? Stand down. Just as he was racking his brain, Mu Yao's voice came again. Yes, disciple excuses himself. Lin Bei immediately bowed and then retreated. There was nothing he could do if he couldn't figure it out anymore, so he could only leave first. And at that moment, Qin Hao was already immersed in the book collection. With a 10,000 Ax Gnosis bonus, no matter what type of canonical book you read, you'll be able to incorporate it quickly. Regarding Lin Bei's complaint, he didn't pay any attention to it at all. If he was afraid, he wouldn't have said what he said. As long as Mu Yao didn't go to kill him in the first place, then he would be able to have a general deduction of the other party's state of mind at this time. So, he didn't panic at all and started to execute his plan straight away. There is a big difference between the book depository and the technique building. The former did not involve feats and secret arts, but only some intellectual collections and some things that were known as sidetracks. Some things like formations, talismans, and so on. Therefore, the core disciples and personal disciples in here were all free to come in and watch. Inside the technique pavilion, on the other hand, were all sorts of cultivation techniques and secret arts, and even divine abilities, and they are all recorded using jade slips. In order to view the contents, you need contribution points to redeem them, and Qin Hao's purpose was to expound on the books in the bookstores of the peaks. The Hidden Sword Peak majored in the Way of the Sword, and a number of its books were introductions to and understandings of the Way of the Sword. It would be very helpful for his cultivation a month later. The main peak of the Hongmeng Holy Land, within the Holy Lord's Great Hall. At this time, the atmosphere was solemn and silent, and the Holy Lord Jun Mo was sitting on a high position, like an untouchable mountain. His figure was tall and majestic, radiating an invisible domineering aura, as if the entire world was under his control. At the temple, the peak masters as well as the elders of each peak were listed on both sides. Each of them had a very strong aura, with the lowest strength among them having reached the Saint King realm. However, it was somewhat dwarfed by the majesty of the Holy Lord. Sacred Lord, is the Protodisciple examination in January really going to change so drastically? Will this cause a commotion? Your Highness, Li Tanqi, the Sword Heart Peak Master standing at the very front, arched his hand and asked. He frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled by what the Holy Lord had suddenly brought up just now. Chapter 6 Qigong. Such a large-scale summoning of the senior management of the Holy Land to confer was originally thought to be the emergence of some major event, but I didn't expect it to be just the true disciples' examination in January. And what he couldn't figure out the most was that the content of the test hadn't changed, but instead, the test personnel had been changed from true transmission to all Holy Land disciples. Anyone under the age of 20 is included in the test. From the outer door down to the personal transmission, all of them are included. He didn't understand what it was all about. Sacred Lord, Peak Master Li is right. If the full assessment is conducted, the number of people will be no less than 1 million, and at that time, it is highly likely to attract the attention of other Holy Lands. After Li Tianqi's words fell, a veiled woman at his side also spoke out. As the others heard the words, they all shifted their gazes to the Holy Lord on the temple, obviously meaning the same thing. Jun Mo looked around the week, his eyes unchanged, and slowly spoke. This matter is the result of many living fossil ancestors discussing together. The current situation of the Holy Land is clear to all of you. The green and yellow are not enough. In the past 500 years, there have been no outstanding talents amongst each batch of new disciples. This situation is very abnormal. Therefore, the living fossils want to rescreen the new generation of disciples as a whole with the help of this opportunity, and give a chance to those disciples who are bright pearls. At the end of his sentence, he added extra emphasis. At the same time, his eyes narrowed slightly, checking the every move of everyone below, even a small change in expression. These are the instructions of the forbidden ancestors. The entire 500 years had almost caused a break in talent in the Hongmeng Holy Land. In terms of top experts, the Holy Land is not at all weak. However, when it came to the strength of the lower and middle levels, it was very lacking, and was no longer even on the same level as the other Holy Lands. And all those old and living fossils who stayed in the Forbidden Land would have a day when their lifespan would run out. At that time, the status of the Hongmeng Holy Land would be seriously threatened. So, that's what this is all about. They suspected that assholes had appeared within the Holy Land, and that they were not of a low level, or even more than one. Anyone who moves within the month is suspect. Many of the old ancestors wanted to have a long pain and a short pain, to have a big purge. This is the real purpose of this test. As for his last statement, it was a complete obfuscation. If there really were assholes, even if there were disciples with strong qualifications, they would have been abducted or secretly killed. There's no way to stay. 50,000 years ago, the founder of the Hongmeng sacred ground, the Hongmeng emperor, had mixed up and harmed the ancestral tombs of many sacred grounds, and had made many grudges. Each and every one of these jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards were staring at them in the dark, and if they showed the slightest lack of strength, it was likely that they would meet their doom. So, this time the many old ancestors were for real. Even the individual coffin boards in the land of the ancestral mausoleum were lifted, ready to engage in battle. Don't look at it as an internal cleanup, but in the event that it touched off the plans of certain forces, it was highly likely that they would take advantage of this opportunity to start a power war against the Hongmeng Holy Land. What do the ancestors mean? The crowd all looked at each other in disbelief. How could the ancestors intervene in such a trivial matter? It was something they didn't expect at all. However, there were also some people who had a thoughtful look in their eyes. They sensed something in it that didn't smell right. All go down and inform. A moment later, Jun Mo raised his hand in a gesture. He had all the expressions of the people in the arena in his eyes, and already had a rough guess in his heart. That's right. Don't forget to inform the Hidden Sword Blade's Peak Master Mu. As the crowd was about to retire, he added again. The other party was busy with his breakthrough during this period of time, and he did not inform him to come this time. Li Tianqi arched his hand in a gesture of knowledge. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye 20 days passed in a flash. Apart from the fact that Qin Hao had to comprehend the chi-looking technique at night, he almost always wandered through the bookstores of the peaks during the day, especially since there was also the Sword Heart Peaks book depository in the home. Both peaks majored in the way of the sword, but the bias is different. The Hidden Sword Peak favored external enhancement, mainly studying various sword technique skills to reach the level of exaltation in Sword Dao skills. The Sword Heart Peak is mainly involved in the realization of the Sword Dao intent, similar to the Sword Intent, the Sword Power and the Sword Heart. Although both sides forked in the middle of the middle sword path, the ultimate goal was the same, which was to transcend the sword path and advance to the transcendent realm. There hadn't been a strong person who had transcended the sword path in the history of the Endless Continent, and there was no verification of which path would succeed. Therefore, the Hongmeng Holy Land kept both cultivation paths. In Qin Hao's mind, other than the path he dreamed of, the way of the sword was the one he wanted to aid in cultivating the most. So, staying on these two peaks is for a longer period of time. Phew, it's finally done. Qin Hao let out a long breath and said in a low voice, worthy of being an immortal-level chi-looking technique. It still took 20 days for him to completely comprehend it under his 10,000 enlightenment. Of course, he had only utilized the evenings for enlightenment during these 20 days. Still, that speaks volumes about its horror. One should know that the secret records left behind by those Sword Dao seniors would take him at most 1 or 2 hours to read them clearly. Self-imposed chakra is invisible to him, can only see others. Non-chi luckers, that is, normal cultivators, would all start with a grayish color. The chakras, on the other hand, are shown in various colors. P.S. The color of the chi carrier goes from low to high: green, blue, purple, red, gold, red. He kind of couldn't wait to check out what level of Heaven's Mandate protagonist Lin Bei was. How much of a threat to him as a villain? Although he robbed the guy of his biggest chance in the early stages, there was no telling when he would follow up with a blowout. Moreover, in these 20 days, he had done more than just reading books and practicing the chi-looking technique. He also finds time to go and deliver a sweet love letter to his beautiful mentor every night. For the first 10 days or so, he still had to shove it through the window crack, but when I went there the last few days, the window magically opened by itself. It gave him some inkling of what was to come. So, tonight he was going to test a big wave straight away. Touching the shadow retaining stone in his arms, he instantly felt secure. This thing is his last safeguard. Changing into the purple golden robe exclusive to Hidden Sword Peak's personal disciples, he walked out of the courtyard. The plan is to find Lin Bei first. He hadn't seen this guy since the last time he disliked him and didn't know what he was doing. Walking on the road, every time he met someone, he would use the chi-looking technique to look at the other person's chi. But invariably, it's either gray or white. But if you think about it, if chi-luckers were to appear so easily, there would be no such thing as the so-called Heaven's Destiny protagonist. Senior brother Qin Hao, it's rare for you to come out and hang out today. Just as he was rambling, an enchanting voice came. Qin Hao stared back at the words. Chapter 7 Song Changjing. The visitor was dressed in a thin, cicada-like veil that gently brushed the ground, resembling clouds in mist. Her clothes fluttered, vaguely outlining her delicate figure. which was mesmerizing and exuded a charming sensuality. A thin rope was tied around her waist, subtly outlining her slender waist as if she was not holding it. The hem of the skirt fluttered with the wind, revealing her slender legs now and then, revealing a hint of mysterious temptation. The thing that made it most difficult to take your eyes off her was her wintry look, eyes flowing, like a smile, with a kind of charm that seduces the heart. Raising his hands and feet, exudes a flavorful charm. Gulp! Qin Hao gulped furiously. This woman is like the incarnation of the god of seduction. It's killing people. And the dress is also more daring than once. Walking, more enchanting. That invisible power of seduction can give rise to infinite urges. Sister Song, you are tempting people to commit a crime. Younger brother, my fixation is not enough. Be careful, I will eat you up, he said in an unusually exaggerated manner, the infatuated look in his eyes not hidden at all, as if he was going to pounce on the other party the next moment. Song Changjing would still come looking for Lin Bei from time to time during this period of time, but it was as if the other party had disappeared. No one could find him, as he was Lin Bei's nominal senior brother. Song Changjing hadn't looked for him to inquire about Lin Bei's whereabouts. This back and forth, along with Qin Hao's 3-inch tongue's various sayings, the two became very familiar with each other. At the same time, he also knew what kind of character Song Changjing was a person. That's why he dared to make such a joke. Otherwise, he would be looking for death if he mouthed off with someone else who was a powerhouse of the minor calamity realm. Cluck cluck cluck. Brother, you're so bad. Song Changjing sniffed, and immediately laughed and trembled, that pair of rounds shaking in various ways as if an earthquake had occurred. During this time, she had likewise discovered this interesting mentor, barely able to cultivate an immortal body, but extraordinarily cheerful, wandering around the book depository for long periods of time looking through various tomes and enriching himself. She could easily find each other if she came. On the face of it, this is a civilized male, but in truth, she realized after more contact that this senior brother was very interesting and very much to her liking. It started out with all sorts of unsparing compliments about her. To the current mouth flower, it appeared to be taking advantage of her, but she, who was familiar with Qin Hao, did not feel a trace of discomfort, and she noticed that the senior was interested in how cool she was dressed. So subconsciously, I had a lot of similar costumes made. She liked this kind of praise from Qin Hao, unlike that nerd Lin Bei, who doesn't understand a thing. Brother, what are you doing? Not going to the book depository? She smiled like a flower and naturally came in front of Qin Hao and hooked Qin Hao's chin and said, she loved the action, and the fact that this brother was cooperative enough to duck a little made her feel accomplished. However, this time, Qin Hao did not dodge. Instead, they took the opportunity to close the distance between them again. Then, in Song Changjing's wrongly stunned expression, she directly kissed those gorgeous red lips. The four lips parted at the touch of a button. Qin Hao then acted as if nothing had happened and directly turned around and walked forward, leaving a sentence floating in the air. Sister Song's lips smell so good. This will be your punishment every time you tease me, ha. He walked ahead, a glint flashing under his eyes, not at all worried about Song Changjing's sudden outburst of anger. Jokes, seems overly mature, but is like a blank sheet of paper about emotions and likes to tease people by pretending he knows what he's doing. The truth is that he had already been taken by him a long time ago. That kiss just now was something he had done enough to lay down for so many days before he dared to do so. And this one, he concluded, would completely break down her inner guard. At the very least, they would no longer cling to the idea that the kind of curiosity they felt towards Lin Bei was love. The reason why she was so obsessed with Lin Bei, for one thing, was more or less influenced by the heavenly destiny protagonist aura. Secondly, she had never been so ignored by a person before. Those young handsome men who had seen her before either lowered their eyebrows and didn't dare to look directly at her, or looked like hypocrites, so that she couldn't raise the slightest interest. And it was Lin Bei's demeanor that completely disregarded her that was the biggest attraction to her. And Qin Hao went to the other extreme. It can accomplish the same thing, but it's more palatable, and it's a pleasure to be around. He wouldn't mess with a woman for no reason, but as long as it was related to Lin Bei, it was a different story. Who made him the villain? Not sure where that guy went, but whatever. By the time it returns, he will have long since stolen home. He was walking in style. However, Song Changjing behind her froze. She was just playing around. How come this stinky brother? Subconsciously touching his lips, there was still a touch of a different warmth. A layer of pink color was dyed above that pretty face with a swish, full of blush. Hoo, so angry. This guy kissed and left without saying anything else. It really pissed her off. Nope, I think he said his lips smelled good. Dum 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 dum. Her heart was beating uncontrollably and violently in this moment. Looking at Qin Hao, who was walking ahead, an indescribable feeling slowly surfaced in the bottom of his heart. while the other figure in his mind was gradually blurring and even dissipating. She didn't dare to stay any longer, even forgetting the purpose of this visit, and directly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. This stinky brother seemed different, and she didn't dare to tease. When Song Changjing left, Qin Hao turned around and looked at the sky, revealing a faint smile. As he thought, Song Changjing's heart was already in turmoil, and some of the heavenly destiny protagonist Lin Bei's chi was going to be affected once again. Ding, detecting that the good feeling that heavenly fate redhead has towards the host is changed into love. Lin Bei's luck value decreases and the host's cultivation points plus 10,000. Perfect. Hearing the system's beep in his head, Qin Hao smiled even more happily. The only pity was that he didn't know what other opportunities Lin Bei had, or else he could have targeted and messed with them as well. But it doesn't hurt to take your time. There were still 10 days to go before he would have an outburst. His goal wasn't small, it was just one Lin Bei. Just play slowly. Thinking of this, his mind was unusually relaxed, then wandered off very leisurely, continuing to test his lookout technique. It was best if he could find Lin Bei, but it didn't matter if he couldn't meet him. However, what he doesn't know is this. Not far away, a pair of beautiful eyes had seen the entire process of him and Song Changjing getting along in its entirety. Chapter 8, The Master is Coming. Her jade hands were clenched so tightly that even her finger bones were a bit white. There was a very complex look in his eyes. Anger, aggression, entanglement, resentment, etc. come together. She wanted to be angry, but couldn't find the slightest reason to be. Is it because the adversary has found another woman? She doesn't seem to have any qualifications. The adversary had not responded positively to her love letters for 20 consecutive days, and it was normal for her to find another girl under the loss. But, why was it so hard on her heart? Originally, she had gathered enough courage and wanted to take advantage of conveying the assessment information to meet Qin Hao, but seeing that scene just now deflated her again. This forbidden relationship kept her from taking that step forward. With a sense of loss, she turned away. Nima, this bull ***** lookout technique can't be fake. It was getting late, so Qin Hao came back from his turn. Only at that moment he was there with a belly laugh. All day long, hidden sword blade onto the elders down to the handyman him. As long as he saw all measured one time, all are gray and white color. From not one other color appeared. It made him a little nonplussed. He had seen all those same King Realm elders. It was reasonable to think that if one could cultivate to such an extent, how could one not have any luck? Isn't this pure bull *********? Which is why there is skepticism. System, come out and explain. Is this given this thing not a fake? He asked directly. Host, could it be that you have some misconceptions about chiropractors? What do you mean? It's not what he thinks. He didn't say anything, waiting for the system to follow. The minimum requirement to become a Qigong master is to have a certain influence on the whole continent in the future or at present. There is no absolute relationship with the cultivation level of the practitioner. Can the life and death of that elder you met have an effect on the endless continent? Amount. In the face of the system's rhetorical question, he had probably understood. This chi is really what he misinterpreted. If we were to go by the system, those Nirvana Realm and even Transcendence Realm Emperor powerhouses wouldn't necessarily be chi luckers. This puts his speed pass growth plan right out of the womb. There aren't that many airbenders for him to screw around with. Host, you drifted really give you a whole bunch of lucky people in the side just ask you afraid of fear? Nima. The dog system even learned to dislike him. I'm scared less. I'll drag you to hell with me. Oh, little boy. Can't rule you out. Qin Hao gave a contemptuous look in his heart. He then headed towards Mu Yao's bedchamber hall. In the past, this time of day was when he went to deliver his love letters. But today he has other plans. The distance is not very far. Half an hour's journey brought him to the Great Hall. The window is half covered. What's going on here? Qin Hao was a bit confused. It was either closed or wide open before. What does half covered mean today? However, Qin Hao didn't think too much about it and walked towards the window. At most, we'll just go back the way we came. And we can't lose our lives. Going to the window, it was as quiet as ever. And again there was no sign of the familiar figure at the bedstead. Don't you ever come back again? Just when he wanted to implement his plan, suddenly an icy voice came from behind him. There was a hint of anger mixed in with the voice. Qin Hao was so stunned that he almost didn't jump up. It was a big night, and what he was doing was still out of sight. And suddenly being called from behind, his soul almost didn't come out of his head. Still, the familiar voice steadied him. This woman really deserved a beating, not staying in her chambers at night and running behind him to scare people. It set him on fire for a moment. A direct slap was swung out, shining at Mu Yao's. Slapped down. He was deaf to the words spoken by the other. Pa! The crisp sound was loud in the stillness of the night. Mu Yao directly froze in place. Where did she think that Qin Hao would suddenly make such an out-of-the-ordinary move? Even a strong person at the peak of the Seal King realm failed to defend against this ordinary slap. She was a little overwhelmed at this time, because surprisingly, she didn't rise the slightest bit of anger. She just felt a bit ashamed. How dare this reprobate? How dare she be so presumptuous when she said things like that? A look of shame appeared on her pretty face, although Qin Hao felt a bit impulsive as well. He had originally come here to get some material today. Only this opening was a bit unanticipated, and it didn't seem to be angry by the look of it. He simply let go of the courage. A big hand will be close to the body in front of the delicate body directly into the arms, and to the pink-red lips attached up. Adversary, you. Mu Yao's mind instantly went blank, and even her thinking became much slower. No sooner had she uttered a complete sentence than she was blocked from speaking. The petite body instantly turned weak. She tried to resist, but realized that deep down she wasn't giving her feedback. One can only be forced to let the adversary take advantage of the situation. Or maybe she didn't want to fight it herself. Song Changjing's appearance today made her alert, but how could she take the initiative as a master teacher? Now that the adversary had taken the initiative, she obeyed her heart. Qin Hao realized that there was no resistance, and he became even more excited. Straight away, he picked him up in a crossbody hug and leapt through the window. Quickly, he walked toward the bed. Wouldn't it be a shame to not just take it down right now in this situation with the current atmosphere? Baby, you're beautiful. Laying Mu Yao down on the bed, looking at the near-perfect and stunning face, as well as his heart that was beating rapidly due to his nervousness, his eyes were glowing. Such a stunning color, no matter how many times it is also exciting. You're not allowed to. Mu Yao nervously tried to say something, but once again, the adversary blocked his lips. Another big battle continues to rage. Pa! The window was blown right shut by a strong wind. A hidden formation then slowly rose from within the hall, protecting the entire bedchamber hall. It also completely isolated the pair of playful lovebirds inside. 2 hours later, the great battle in the temple came to a halt. Qin Hao leaned on top of the bed with a soothing expression. Mu Yao, on the other hand, somewhat deluded herself by lying on top of Qin Hao's chest and pretending to be asleep. Ha ha! Qin Hao laughed out softly at Mu Yao's adorable gesture, then gently stroked the bare, flawless back. Baby, am I good? He teased Mu Yao without any shame. Humph, shut up, and you have the nerve to say it. Mu Yao couldn't pretend anymore either. This guy was talking while his hands were not honest, teasing her one by one. With this in-depth exchange, she let go a bit. Still, that pink face couldn't help a wave of shyness from welling up. Chapter 9 Arrival of Appraisal. She opened her beautiful eyes to stare at the smelly man in shame. He. By the way, master, didn't you hand over the Supreme Realm Breaking Pill? Why don't you use it? He took it into his arms and asked on a different subject, although it was the second time. But women, shyness is normal. He was still very sensible to change the topic. Breaking through the Supreme Realm can't be that casual. Of course you have to adjust your state. It's easy to fail with a poor state. Mu Yao gave Qin Hao a delicate look and said, this was a fact. For so many days, he had been given a headache by this matter of Qin Hao's. How could he still have any mindset to break through to the Supreme Realm? Especially if it was such an extremely high-quality elixir. In case it failed, she wouldn't even have a place to cry. Besides, she was hesitant to use it before that. Who let this adversary be so annoying? A love letter every day, making her completely out of shape. But there was no need to dwell on it now. When the examination in the Holy Land was over, she would be able to find the time to make a breakthrough. Breaking through the Supreme Realm, that would also be a party of the most powerful on the endless continent. Thinking of the test, she then remembered that the adversary seemed to be among the test's adverse disciple. This examination the Holy Lord has already notified down. The entire Holy Land, all under 20 years old, will participate. She looked at Qin Hao with some concern. She naturally knew that Qin Hao was a mortal body, and even though the test for this examination was not about battle strength, it was difficult to reach the level of a prototype with a poor physique and even higher enlightenment. In this world, isn't it all about qualifications and talent? And Qin Hao, how to say, is also hung with the name of the hidden sword peak prototype. This is going to come to even those core, and even the inner disciple is not as good as the words. Losing face was a small matter, and when the time came, it was likely that one's nemesis would take it to task, forcing Qin Hao directly out of the ranks of the progenitor. After all, a name was a name after all, and Qin Hao's name hadn't been formally entered into the true transmission manual yet. It's useless to say anything without good results. It's still an outside influence. Whether or not he could get past that on his own was also a point of concern for her. Don't worry, master. Qin Hao naturally saw Mu Yao's concern, and he smiled confidently. Is it possible for Master Baby to bring me back because he sees me as pathetic? Isn't it? Mu Yao was stunned at his words. although Qin Hao was a bit more enlightened. When she picked him up at that time, it was indeed because she was just looking at his pity. Even that so-called master and disciple name was just to guarantee that he or she could live out his or her life normally. But, now that I've heard what the adversary has to say, something seems different. Her beautiful eyes lit up as she waited for what was to come. Master, although I don't have a special physique or bloodline, my enlightenment is not as bad as you think. Qin Hao raised his finger and pointed to his head, smiling mysteriously. He also didn't care why the higher echelons of the Holy Land suddenly expanded the scope of the test. As long as they didn't modify the content of the test, there will be his greatest opportunity there. Before, when he didn't have the system's immortal grade talent wisdom of the apocalypse, he wasn't too sure if he could get it. But now with the 10,000 times of enlightenment, if he still couldn't get it, he would just find a block of tofu and crash into it. Really? Mu Yao was overjoyed and spoke out to make sure. It wasn't that mortal bodies couldn't cultivate if they were enlightened enough. It was just more time consuming. But there is something to look forward to in the end. There had also been one or two existences in history where a mortal body had cultivated to the Seal King realm. Would I lie to my most beloved master? If you don't believe me, you can check what I've been doing these past few days. Qin Hao spoke out an affirmation while not forgetting to spend some time with his mouth. You asshole. Is that being an asshole? How about this? You. In the next moment, spring colors once again filled the entire hall. The main peak of the Hongmeng Holy Land. It is about 10,000 feet high, majestic, lofty and imposing. There were countless affiliated peaks around it, surrounding the main peak like stars surrounding the moon, forming a grand and spectacular picture of the mountain range. Moreover, there were countless spirit beasts that freely traveled between the mountains, living in harmony with the disciples in the peak, making this mountain range look even more spiritual. Above the main peak, as far as the eye can see, a variety of pavilions are staggered between the mountains, blending in with the natural landscape. The mountains are surrounded by clouds and mist, and the fairy atmosphere makes you feel as if you are in a fairyland. And halfway up the main peak, there was a huge central square. Even at this point, when as many as 1 million people had already gathered, it didn't seem crowded at all. Today was the day of the examination for all disciples under the age of 20, the first extravaganza since the establishment of the Holy Land. The vast majority of what was seen in the square were some very young faces, and the vast majority of them were outer and inner disciples. This time, they could be given the opportunity to re-examine the test, and each one of them was very excited. Of course, there were more people who had come to see what was going on. After all, this was already considered a grand event. And the one who presided over this examination was still the Sword Heart Peak Master Li Tianqi, a peak continental powerhouse at the 5th level of the Supreme Realm. It is evident that the importance of this examination is evident. Qin Hao piloted a heavenly grade spirit boat slowly coming from the sky dome. Spirit boats could be driven as long as they had yuan stones, and did not require cultivation to pilot them. It was specially given to him by his master, and there were quite a few things given to him. All of them were placed in a storage ring. Only that he couldn't use them now without cultivation. It made him feel pretty good about eating soft food. How could Master said that he was also a peak Seal King realm powerhouse? His family's fortune was still very rich. The distance from Hidden Sword Peak to the main peak was quite far, and it took 3 whole hours to arrive. The landscape along the way took his breath away, especially when it came to the vicinity of the main peak. It was like entering a heavenly realm on earth. The aura alone was more than 5 times denser than the other peaks, and the closer it was to the main peak, the denser it became. There were also some spirit beasts that walked in the depths of the mountains and rivers that were even more powerful and terrifying. The aura it emitted was on the verge of catching up with the master. This made him wonder if the Hongmeng Sacred Land's heritage was not normally strong. Coming over the square and looking at the endless crowd below, he couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch. With so many people participating in the test, how long must this last? He was a little regretful of coming early. Where is the comfort of Master's bed here? But having come, he couldn't go back, so he could only find a wider place to land. However, it's not without its benefits. At the very least, he had enough time to skulk around the square and observe everyone's chi fortune with his chi watching technique. The Hidden Sword Peak was able to have the existence of a Heaven's Destiny protagonist like Lin Bei. There might be some on the other peaks as well, especially since so many people from the assessment were gathered today, and there were a lot of non-tested people visiting the area, allowing him to make a big impact. Chapter 10, Qin Hao. Let go of me. A large swath of observations can come faster than one by one. He then began his plan to line up the chiropractors, close to 2 million people, enough to keep him looking for a while. Aha! However, when he started less than half an hour later, he noticed a faint purple color in his vision. Sure enough, there are chiropractors. Joy appeared in his eyes. immediately dispersing the lookout technique to look at the owner of the purple glow. Nima, Lin Bei, Qin Hao almost screamed. The guy disappeared for a whole month and he said he wasn't coming to the event. I didn't expect it to come out of nowhere. However, at this moment, he was still a bit away from Lin Bei, and the other party hadn't discovered him yet. Only at this moment, the aura emanating from Lin Bei's entire body had undergone a drastic change. It almost made him think he had recognized the wrong person. The appearance was the same as before, but it seemed to have changed into a manly charm with this aura. By now, there were already several female disciples surrounding him, looking for various topics to chat about. Moreover, Lin Bei's cultivation seemed to have gotten stronger at this time, and his aura was much more powerful. I just don't know exactly in what realm. This guy has definitely encountered some kind of strange encounter over the past month, Qin Hao secretly said in his heart. But he wasn't particularly worried. He had already intercepted Mu Yao, and Song Changjing was also 8 or 9. Even if there were still some chances, it wouldn't hurt to suppress them. And there's this one test. Unsurprisingly, this fellow would definitely be a hit, causing countless people to be amazed. And it wasn't impossible to even startle those old ancestors of the ancestral lands. This would be another opportunity for him to rise, to be valued by the Holy Land and focused on cultivation. But, would he let its purpose be accomplished so easily? With the immortal-level talent granted to him by the system, how could he be worse off than this chi-lucky person who was only a lavender color? His eyes slightly condensed as he once again used the chi-looking technique. Only this time, it was only aimed at Lin Bei alone. He knew the rank of the chi-luckers, but the chi-luck value had not yet been looked at. Luck value, 60, 000/100, 000. Good lord, there was only about half the value of chi left. Qin Hao couldn't help but tsk his tongue as he watched. He hadn't expected that Lin Bei's chi would take up about half of the red color in the early stages. But that's good, so it's not so hard to deal with. System, will there be an increase in the upper limit of the chi value of chi fortunate people? Or maybe it's fixed? He asked the question in his mind. If it was fixed, it would still be easy to play through this son of chi. Host, the upper limit of the chi luck value of chi luckers will appear to rise with the occurrence of certain specific events, but will not be lowered. Hearing the system's explanation, Qin Hao's eyes lit up. According to the system, wouldn't he be able to get stuck with a bug then, raising Lin Bei as a pig? When he gets fat and harvests a wave, then wouldn't he have unlimited cultivation points to use? Host, I suggest you don't have this kind of idea. The chi luckers are very unstable. Maybe they will explode at any time. Don't play yourself to death. Never be soft when you can get killed. As if the system knew what was in his mind, it immediately reminded. Almost forgot about the buff aura of the main character of Destiny. These things can explode, and if they could really grasp them, those big villains wouldn't be stepping stones for the protagonist one by one. It's better to get killed. Wait, no, how could this dog system know what was in his mind? Host, those ideas the system does not want to know, as long as you do not seek death on the line. I'm Nima, brother, so you're here. Just when he wanted to theorize with the system in a bit, a lazy voice suddenly came from behind him. Humph, obviously coming to participate in the examination. Why don't you notify me? There was a hint of pout in the tone of this latter statement. Oh, Qin Hao stared back. Her body was exquisite, and her long hair was like a waterfall, casually draped behind her. On the absolute face, a pair of phoenix eyes lazily looked at him, but there was a hint of cunning mixed in his eyes. Today's her, a change from her previous style, wearing a long light green dress unique to the main peak, like a young bud in the early bloom of spring, fresh and light, with a ribbon tied around her waist, making it even more obvious that her waist is slender and not too thin. Used to seeing Song Changjing's bold and seductive attire, today it looks like there is a touch of freshness. However, the winks carried in those bones couldn't be hidden at all. Something else. Sister Song, you really are a natural beauty. You can't take your eyes off anything you wear. Qin Hao didn't reply to the question positively. Instead, he directly complimented the beautiful person in front of him. At the same time, those big hands left no trace of a slap on that arse. This kind of intimacy was something he was used to. You, stinky brother, you're going to die. So many people. Song Changjing's pretty face flushed red as she quietly glanced around. It was a relief to make sure no one noticed. She didn't expect this guy to be so bold as to dare to slight her in front of so many people. You know, she was not a small name above the main peak. If someone with a heart of gold saw her, they would not tear this guy apart. What are you afraid of? Can't it be that Sister Song doesn't like it? He was still blushing and teasing the beautiful woman. It was because his afterimage saw Lin Bei who was walking towards them. The guy looked angry. In front of him, molesting his chi redhead. He really didn't know what kind of anger he would be infuriated with. Like, love it, but you can't mess around. There are a lot of people who know me here. Song Changjing blushed slightly and said in a delicate voice. She has always been more daring, so she has no hesitation in responding to for those she likes. Nevertheless, she spoke up and warned, to prevent the smelly brother from doing something else out of the ordinary. Ever since she was taken advantage of by Qin Hao 10 days ago, the original figure in her mind had slowly turned into Qin Hao's appearance. In the next few trips forward to Hidden Sword Peak, they were also entirely to find Qin Hao. The hazy emotions that he had with Lin Bei before had completely disappeared. Ha ha, okay, I'll listen to Sister Song, Qin Hao said with a smile. However, she grabbed one of the jade hands into her hand and crossed it while holding it. It looked like a couple of lovers. Song Changjing blankly glanced at Qin Hao, but didn't stop it. The maneuver is so stealthy that few will notice, and she loved it. Qin Hao, let go of me. Just then, Lin Bei's angry voice came from behind Song Changjing. His fists were clenched and his eyes were filled with anger, as if he had been robbed of something beloved. A nameless fire burned in his heart. Chapter 11, Song Changjing's heart panicked. He's only been gone for a month. How did this woman change her mind? He had suffered a lot this month before completely awakening the Saint Vein in his body, the Nine Yang Saint Vein. His cultivation had also jumped to the 6th level of the Dao Yuan realm. With the power of his sacred vein, he had a great deal of confidence that he would come out on top in this examination and then hit the ground running. However, the examination hadn't even started yet, and the woman who used to hate being by his side had started eyeballing his nemesis, eventually even holding hands in this great public. This was something he could never stand. It's like being cuckolded in public. So, he stood straight out and snapped. In his opinion, it must have been during his absence that Qin Hao had tricked Song Changjing with flowery words. As soon as he showed himself now, the other would surely rejoin him and continue to lick him. This time, he would generously accept Song Changjing. But for Qin Hao, he was bound to teach the other a lesson. Thinking about his cultivation of Dao Yuan realm, as long as he didn't leave any traces to shade Qin Hao, who was just immortal, Qin Hao would not be able to continue to participate in the examination and also make a public spectacle out of it. Yi Shan. Seeing the person coming, Song Changjing subconsciously had a hint of panic in her eyes, and even her tone of voice stuttered for a split second. Moreover, the hand that was holding with Qin Hao also moved slightly, but immediately afterward, she reacted and hurriedly looked at Qin Hao, and the look of disappointment in Qin Hao's eyes caused her to panic all of a sudden. She was about to explain. However, Qin Hao loosened his hand and said indifferently, Senior Sister Song, if you guys have something to do, you guys chat first, I'll leave first. He slightly arched his hand at Song Changjing, then turned to leave. Brother, humph, Qin Hao, count on your good sense. Song, Lin Bei, shut up and get the hell out of here. As Lin Bei watched Qin Hao very sensibly let go of Song Changjing's hand, he smugly tried to make a few sarcastic remarks again, but was directly stopped by Song Changjing's loud voice. It froze him in place for a moment. While at this moment, Song Changjing was pale. That senior sister Song caused her heart to ache intensely. Stinky brother, but he always called her sister. But now, she was incredibly resentful of what she had just done. It must have broken her brother's heart. At the same time, he completely hated Lin Bei. Therefore, he directly cursed out at Lin Bei. She then didn't care that there was already a circle of people watching. Directly catching up with Qin Hao in front of him, he pulled Qin Hao's arm with both hands and said anxiously, Brother, I didn't mean that. I've already kicked him out. Don't be angry, okay? There was a prayerful tone in his voice. The tension in his face was plain to see. The moment. She didn't care if she would be recognized. Getting her brother's understanding was all that mattered. Qin Hao slowly stopped. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve up. Is he really angry? The answer is no. Song Changjing, that was a completely normal reaction. What was he angry about? He had done so solely because he wanted to cause Lin Bei's self-righteous pride to suffer a blow. Just now, Song Changjing's bellowing curse was enough to leave that guy confused for a long time. Brother. Song Changjing watched as Qin Hao stopped but still didn't have much of a reaction, and she carefully raised her eyes to look at Qin Hao's face. Sister Song, aren't you going to catch up with an old friend? Qin Hao resumed that bland smile and changed back in his address. Aha, he and I are not friends. Not now, not ever. Hearing that familiar address, Song Changjing immediately said, in the past, she had only taken curiosity for liking, and now that her relationship with Qin Hao was almost transparent, she naturally wouldn't still be foolish enough to look for that silly bird. Well, let's find a clean place to save ourselves from being disturbed by certain people. Qin Hao repulled Song Changjing's small hand and dug into the crowd. It was good that the place was spacious enough and the density of the crowd was not high, plus the vast majority of them were Outer Peak disciples, so there was hardly anyone among the people watching who recognized them. After Qin Hao and the two of them left, The crowd all glanced at Lin Bei, who was still in the wind, and they all shook their heads and dispersed in all directions. He's a talented man and a beautiful woman. How can you, an ugly man, have the nerve to steal his girlfriend from him? They all felt quite speechless regarding Lin Bei's words and actions just now. It's obvious that people are a couple, and this person doesn't have the slightest bit of self-awareness and still wants to stick his nose in it, just making a fool of himself. And it was only then that Lin Bei came back to his senses. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Qin Hao, you villain. What exactly did you do to Senior Sister Song? He still couldn't accept the result and couldn't help but growl in his mind. His eyes were crimson and his chest rose and fell, gasping for air. It's a sign of being pissed off. He couldn't figure out how Song Qingjing's attitude towards him could have changed so much between 1 month. That bellowing just now simply made him almost lose his train of thought. Therefore, he could only blame Qin Hao for the outcome of all this. Qin Hao, wait for me. When I'm valued by the Holy Land, I'll make your life worse than death. With resentment in his eyes, he said in a deep voice in his heart. Ding detected that Qi Lucky Lin Bei has been affected by the host. His mind has been confused and his Qi has been lowered. Host's cultivation points plus 5,000. Qin Hao, who had just stopped with Song Qingjing, suddenly received a system prompt in his head. He smiled slightly. As he expected, lowering the Qi value of a Qi master didn't necessarily require intercepting the other party's chances. Destroying the state of mind was also possible. The protagonist is the protagonist for a reason, and is certainly in a good state of mind. But, if it is destroyed by human beings, then the value of Qi will not just whoosh down. Buzz. Just as he was still checking the system information, a fluctuation appeared in the sky dome. With that, a magnificent figure appeared above the square. Dressed in dark black clothes, a thick cultivation shocked the entire audience. He had a straight posture and a calm temperament. Above his resolute face revealed a transcendent wisdom, and his eyes were like deep starry skies, as if they could penetrate the mysteries of all things in the world. In its body, time seemed to have lost its effectiveness, and between its hands and feet, it exuded a kind of harmony that blended with the nature of heaven and earth. Hello everyone, I'm the person in charge of this examination. I'm sure you all know who I am. I hope you can stand out in this examination. The voice was mixed with the greatness of heaven and earth, resounding through the void, and he wore a smile with some expectation in his eyes. Although he knew that this examination was not as simple as it appeared, he still hoped that a few outstanding geniuses would appear. It's been a long time since there's been a stunning demon in the Hongmeng Holy Land. I'm sure everyone already knows the rules of the Holy Land's current examination. It's very simple and pure. Li Tianqi's magnificent voice resounded once again. As long as you can make the Jade Ultimatum of Creation of the Holy Land emit a Dao sound. As the words fell, he lightly lifted his finger and gently pointed it towards the void. Chapter 12 Enlightenment under the Emperor's Divine Soldier. Only to see the void split open like a torn curtain. A dazzling stream of light sped out of the crack like a bright meteor. Then like a huge pearl suspended in the air, it hovered over the square. It was crystal clear and emitted a mysterious glow. It was shaped like a piece of worn jade ultimatum, with strange patterns engraved on the ultimatum surface, which were intricate and complex, as if they contained endless mysteries of heaven and earth. Each stripe was like the trajectory of life, intertwining the power and wisdom of heaven and earth. A faint halo of light flowed around the edges of the jade ultimatum, making it look even more mysterious and solemn. Buzz. A halo of light emanated from the jade disc, spreading out into the void. All of the disciples in the arena waiting for the examination instantly felt their spirits lifted, and a trace of clarity was added to their minds. Is this the Emperor's divine weapon? The Jade Ultimatum of Creation. So amazing that it can make one's enlightenment rise briefly. What a terrifying aura. Worthy of being an Emperor's divine weapon. That's not true. Rumor has it that 100,000 years ago, Emperor Hongmeng shattered the void with the Jade Ultimatum of Creation, killing through all realms and being invincible. Yes, according to my master, the Jade Ultimatum of Creation is the #1 ranked Imperial Divine Soldier nowadays. It's terrifying. The appearance of the Jade Ultimatum of Creation instantly caused the examination disciples in the square to boil over. Those who were able to come here to participate had naturally done their homework and had seen the world. Qin Hao's eyes burned as he looked at the huge jade butterfly in the air. It reminded him of the Jade Ultimatum of Creation of Old Man Hongmeng in the mythology on Earth, and he wondered if it was the same thing. It would be kind of scary if it were true. He was a bit hot for this Emperor Divine Soldier, but that's not something he can control right now. All participants in the examination line up, one by one. Go up to the mat for enlightenment. If you meet the conditions, the Jade Ultimatum of Creation will send down Dao sounds. The more times the Dao sounds, the better, and as long as you're good enough, you'll even be able to draw the favor of the peak masters and the old ancestors. At this time, Li Tianqi spoke out to explain the rules. When the crowd above the square heard this, their eyes showed excitement. It's finally about to start. For the rules everyone already knows. Afterwards, at Li Tianqi's command, the examination began. One by one, the examination disciples also walked towards the enlightenment area. Qin Hao's eyes burned. This examination was testing the power of comprehension. Of course, normally, it's all about the stronger the physique, the stronger the comprehension. But, he was the exception. Although he didn't know to what extent he had to comprehend before he could make it descend into the Dao sound, he had absolute confidence. He watched the changes in the examined disciples from afar at the back, wanting to see something from them. But, there was not the slightest movement. As soon as the time was up, it was sent straight out by a direct ray of light. Subsequently, those disciples who had been teleported out all walked towards the back one by one with sighs. Not even a single Dao sound appeared, destined to change their fate. Time passes slowly. One by one, young boys and girls were sent out by Dawnguard, and these disciples who were sent out were obviously losers, and so on. Instead, the test went much faster. Dang! When the examination was halfway through, the Dao sound finally rang out. The crowd in the arena immediately came to their senses. It was the first time they had ever heard a Dao sound descending, and the disciple who had participated in the enlightenment was not passed out again. He got up in a daze and immediately turned excited when he saw that he was still in the square. With a single Dao sound, one can barely become an inner disciple of the Holy Land. Li Tianqi said expressionlessly, "Report to the inner sect after the examination." That disciple was overjoyed at his words. He was an outer sect before, but he didn't expect to be upgraded. The resources of the inner sect were a big difference from the outer sect. He responded with a joyful nod and bow, all straight away. Some of the other disciples revealed envious looks at the Dao sound that had just descended, while others scoffed at it. The Jade Ultimatum of Creation was a divine weapon of the godless god, which contained ancient scriptures, and the deeper one comprehended it, the more times the Dao sound descended, with 9 being the extreme number. Not loud as for the outer door also or miscellaneous disciples. 1 voice can be an inner disciple, 2 to 3 voices can be a core disciple, 4 voices, elder disciples, 5 voices, you may be a personal disciple of the peak master, 6 or 7 voices can walk the endless continent on behalf of the Holy Land as a holy son. Above the 7 voices, thousands of years have not appeared, such as the emergence of, can be used as the Holy Land of the bottom of the training, enjoy the Holy Land of supreme resources, Zuanjin Sun position. This is a message known to all. Therefore, there was no objection to Peak Master Li's decision just now. Among them, there were quite a few people who had once participated in the Enlightenment. Those who were confident were the ones who had once made the Jade Ultimatum of Creation send down a Dao sound. So the extra Dao sound naturally scoffed. Some of the pro-disciples, however, looked extraordinarily nervous. This was because a large portion of them were collected by the Peak Master when he walked the continent and saw that his physique was good. So I was afraid that this test would not reach the number of Dao-in of a pro-disciple. That would be a big shame. As for the Holy Son, the position of the Son of God, no one else has that idea. That belongs to a legendary status. The ones who wanted to perform the most were still the outer and inner disciples. This is their chance to take off. The assessment still continues. Time also flew by, and in the blink of an eye 2 days and 2 nights had passed. The number of disciples participating in the examination on the square was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the morning of the 3rd day, the number of people who had taken the test had been reduced by 7 to 800,000. However, there were only 20,000 to 30,000 people who could make the Jade Ultimatum of Creation send down Dao sounds, and most of them were just 1 or 2 Dao sounds. The highest recorded was only 3 voices. The first ones to test were basically people from the outer and inner sects. It's within the realm of normal to be able to do this. Is there really no surprise? Li Tianqi let out a long sigh. With such a large-scale examination, one of the most promising places for fish that slipped through the net was the inner sect and the outer sect. However, almost all of these people had finished their examinations, but not a single genius popped out. He was really a little disappointed. When the time came to noon on the 4th day, the examination finally came to Qin Hao's turn. Don't let me down with the 10,000-fold increase in enlightenment. With excitement, Qin Hao walked to the enlightenment area and began to close his eyes. Buzz. A buzzing sound instantly appeared in his mind, followed by countless obscure and difficult to understand scriptures. The large amount of scriptures that appeared in this instant made his head unusually hard. But, it was only a blink of an eye. The next moment, the mind raced. His thoughts sank in almost instantaneously, as if he had entered a realm beyond time and space, his breathing becoming steady and deep. Every word, every scripture, sent ripples through the layers of his mind. Chapter 13, Taoist Sound Descends. Holy Land Trembles. these scriptures in the state of 10,000 times enlightenment. It was like a translator was turned on. He let begin to understand the true meaning of the scriptures. The obscure and difficult to understand words became clear and lucid at this moment. The Divine Mercy Bible Guidance Psalm. After comprehending it, Qin Hao understood the origin of this scripture. As for the subsequent verses, there are none here, only the introductory chapter. This made him a bit regretful, as the text stated that as long as one cultivated the Hongmeng Bible to reach the Nirvana realm, one would be able to refine this imperial divine soldier for use. And while he was still lamenting, the outside world blew up because of him. Dang! In less than 10 breaths of time after he had just participated in the realization, the first sound of the Tao descended. The crowd of disciples in the square were instantly attracted to Qin Hao, all casting envious glances at him. Just by ringing out, one could become an inner disciple, which was the wish of the vast majority of the outer sect. Li Tianqi on the elevated platform just gave a faint glance and shook his head slightly. It's just a mortal body. One ring is the limit. However, just when everyone thought Qin Hao was about to wake up, dang! The second doxology descends. The gazes of the people in the square turned from envy to jealousy. It's not fair how a seemingly ordinary mortal can ring twice. Li Tianqi also revealed a slight look of surprise. The mortal body can make the creation Jade Ultimatum descend 2 voices of the Tao sound. Visible in this disciple in the enlightenment is indeed some talent, but it is just cannot enter his eyes. Dang! The third sound rang out. The appraisal disciples were all abuzz and began to talk about the fact that this had already tied the previous highest record. Makes them too jealous to be jealous. On the high platform, Li Tianqi's eyes changed. The 3 Tao sounds were no longer a matter of enlightenment. No matter how high the enlightenment was, it was impossible for 3 Tao sounds to appear under the mortal body. Could it be that you're looking away and have some kind of hidden physique? He said darkly. Dang! Just as he was still suspecting that he had looked away, a 4th dawning sound followed it. This caused him to instantly sit back and his eyes instantly radiated a golden light. Re-examining Qin Hao's physique. Still mortal. But it didn't matter anymore. There was bound to be something happening that he couldn't see, and it was impossible for the Jade Ultimatum of creation to have problems. With 4 voices of the Tao, one could already be classified as a heavenly pride and become an elder disciple. This time, it was also considered that an okay disciple had been produced, and there was no waste of such a big sound. However, the doxology didn't stop there. Dang! When the 5th sound descended, the examination disciples in the square were already numb. They couldn't even look up at this height. 5 voices of the Taoist sound. You can be a personal disciple of the Sacred Land Peak Master. It's a wonderful wish that all people can hope for. Li Tianqi was even directly suspended in the air, looking at Qin Hao, who was still comprehending in amazement. At this point Qin Hao could already be called a true heavenly pride. This sound likewise attracted the probing of many elders' divine thoughts. Disciples with 5 voices of Tao sound were not rare, and they had to compete for them to be able to do so. Qin Hao hadn't come to the Hongmeng Holy Land for a long time and had no cultivation. And the vast majority of his time before that had been spent in his own acreage at the hidden Sword Peak, so few of even those disciples could recognize him, not to mention the elders and peak masters. That's why they had the idea of competing to be disciples. There's no rush. Hold on. It's only 5 Tao sounds. It just fulfills the requirements of a pro-disciple. He still can't bounce around for many days. In the crowd, Lin Bei's fists were clenched tightly, and he was trying to calm himself down by consoling himself one by one. But the blood in his eyes betrayed how angry he was at that moment. One must know that the previous 700,000 to 800,000 people's participation test had only resulted in a maximum of 3 Tao sounds descending, while at this moment, Qin Hao had actually induced 5. Having become the center of attention of the entire arena, it was very hard for him, and unlike his anger, on the other side of the clearing, Song Changjing's watery, beautiful eyes had narrowed into a slit with laughter. She was one of the few people who knew that Qin Hao's enlightenment was terrifying. Almost a month down the line, God knows how many ancient books the man had read, and each book has its own interpretation. She was of course exceptionally happy to see her little man so powerful. Also in a good mood was Mu Yao, who was secretly observing from the corner of the sky dome. The reverse disciple really didn't lie to her. It was truly heaven-defying for a mortal body to have this kind of enlightenment. Dang! Didn't wait for the crowd to ease their minds. The 6th voice of the Tao descended under, and a burst of golden light emanated from the Jade Ultimatum of creation to surround Qin Hao. This is recognition of the Jade Ultimatum of creation, sending goodwill towards it. Li Tianqi was extremely shocked. The 6th voice could have already represented the Holy Land to walk the endless continent and become a holy sun. And what is even more precious is the goodwill of the imperial soldiers, which represents. However, without waiting for him to come back to his senses, The divine thoughts of many old antiquities in the depths of the Holy Land had already directly covered this place, and among them, there were even two of the most powerful living fossils communicating with their divine thoughts again. Li Tianqi felt the two strong divine thoughts in the void sparring with each other. A smile appeared on his face. This large-scale examination was worth it. To be able to produce a saint son with 6 voices of Daoing was already a rare occurrence in so many years. Dang! Another dawning sound fell. All the examination disciples were confused. This is already the 7th sound. This person is not a monster. Boom! The void was shattered as 2 divine idea shadows instantly descended, and the terrifying pressure caused Li Tianqi in the void to fall to the ground. Ha ha ha, good. This disciple, this honored one, will take it. No one is allowed to grab it. The voice of one of the divine thought shadows came out. He was clearly a living fossil of the Holy Land, the Blade Ancestor. Humph, old undead, what are you capable of educating this brat? I, Yen Ancestor, am the most suitable person. What? Burning fire? Old man's big sword is already hungry and thirsty. Do you want to compete? I'm afraid of you? The divine thoughts of the 2 old ancestors' shadows descended, causing the divine thoughts of many elders as well as other old ancestors to slightly retreat back. With the 2 of them here, the others didn't have any drama at all. It didn't take long, however, for the 2 to lose their collective voices. Dang! The 8th voice of the word descends. The 2 elder ancestors were shocked. This was already qualified to become a divine son. Li Tianqi was even more ecstatic. He didn't expect that a test that was recognized by many executives as just going through the motions would actually result in a super demon. This was a pre-selected divine son. Even if the back in no other heavenly pride appeared, it was already a big profit. A pre-selected divine son topped 10,000 heavenly pride demons. Boom! Underneath the ancestral tomb, there were coffin boards that were bounced off, and a sleeping fossil began to revive, and dry flat hand bones reached out from the coffin, trying to ignite the sleeping soul fire. The entire Holy Land was abuzz. Even the holy sons and daughters that existed in the Holy Land itself were awakened from their cultivation and looked in the direction of the test in shock. Chapter 14, 9 Voices of the Tao. Changes in the Holy Land. Dang! 9 voices ring out. Enjoying the supreme resources of the Holy Land and honoring the position of God's Son. The word pre-selected can be removed immediately. Li Tianqi immediately came to Qin Hao's side, respectfully escorting him. The status of the Divine Son was already on par with the Holy Lord of the Holy Land and higher than the Peak Master, although it was unlikely that Qin Hao's safety would be a problem. After all, this was within the Hongmeng sacred ground, and all those old and undead divine minds could be here, but the courtesy he deserves still needs to be set right. Boom! Deep in the ancestral ground, all the coffin boards instantly exploded at the same time. The soul flames began to ignite, and some skeleton frames had already stood up and were beckoning for battle souls. The 2 old antiquities, the Blade Ancestor and the Yen Ancestor, both stopped quarreling as well, looking at Qin Hao with extremely serious expressions. For how many years? Just their divine son position in the Hongmeng Holy Land had been empty, while the other great religions, the desolate ancient lineages, and the Holy Lands all had their own divine sons. Now the divine son of the Hongmeng Holy Land had also appeared. Ancient teachings had said that when the Son of God came out, the Emperor would be temporary, and the Holy Land would rise. That was an Emperor, an existence in the transcendent realm. If this son really achieves the position of Emperor in the future, that would be 2 emperors in one family. The Holy Land will be on top again. The jade ultimatum of creation glowed with a milky white light, wrapping Qin Hao in what looked like a white cocoon. This is transcendental idea shaping body. Even the divine thoughts of the 2 old ancestors couldn't be tensed at this moment. The divine might of the transcendental intent, that is used a little less. Until it was a matter of life and death for the Holy Land, the Emperor Divine Warrior would never actively consume the transcendent intent. Today, he even performed remodeling of a disciple's physique. This was being fully recognized by the jade ultimatum of creation. Ah, unbelievable. Ah, is my Hongmeng Holy Land going to be revived? Being fully recognized by the Emperor's divine soldier and shaping his body with transcendental intent, like never before. My Holy Land's divine son will look out of the world, step onto the path of invincibility. To fully comprehend the guiding chapter of the Hongmeng Bible with a mortal body is nothing short of a dream. I dare say it's a feat no one has ever accomplished before. The sky above the Holy Land had been covered by all sorts of powerful divine thoughts, in which the sounds of communication were ringing in each other's ears. The gazes of the other appraisers in the square looking at Qin Hao had become worship. At the same time, they were all curious as to what was so extraordinary about Qin Hao that he was able to cause a stir in the entire Holy Land. Ordinary couldn't be more ordinary, without any special physique, without any cultivation. By the looks of it, it was the most ordinary of mortals. Yet it was such a mortal that caused the jade ultimatum of creation to descend the highest specification of the 9 voices of the Tao. Scary as hell. And at this moment, Lin Bei's entire being was bad. That existence that he considered to be a waste had directly induced the 9 voices of the Tao and ascended to the position of Divine Sun. His eyes were wide as if they were about to burst into flames. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his lips were tightly closed and bitten with a cackle. His face turned red with rage, anger and resentment written all over it. However, no one was paying attention to him. Everyone's gazes condensed on Qin Hao. Oh! Just then, the divine thoughts of the Blade Ancestor and the Yen Ancestor suddenly sensed a faint fluctuation in the distant void. No! This sun's appearance has caused those old undead to sit up and take notice. The Blade Ancestor's divine thoughts transmitted, his face turning unusually serious. Inform Jun Mo. Control all of those people in the Holy Land who have turned against the bone, and prevent chaos from occurring within. He gave a quick order. Yen Zhu didn't mix things up this time, and his divine thoughts instantly dissipated. Listen everyone, this examination is over. Dismissed immediately. After Yen Zhu left, he directly floated above the square in his true form. The extreme pressure that far exceeded peak Master Li Tianqi's quickly spread above the sky dome. Its back could even faintly see a giant blade piercing through the sky, emitting an endless sharpness. Under such majesty, all the assessment disciples, including Li Tianqi and the responsible personnel, were all shocked. But the old ancestor himself showed up to give the order, and not a single person dared to disobey. Those disciples who hadn't been assessed yet didn't dare to say half a word even if they were unwilling. There was no need to question the words of the Blade Ancestor. Li Tianqi and the many elders in charge of this examination all immediately began to arrange for the evacuation. After all, here surrounded 2 or 3 million disciples. To quickly clear the field, they must be involved. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, in less than 10 breaths of time after the clearing had just begun, a dozen powerful auras not weaker than the Blade Ancestors rushed out directly from the ancestral ground, suspended in the perimeter of the Blade Ancestor. One by one, all of them were floating in their real bodies. They were surrounded by radiant light and boundless fury, as if they were gods from the depths of hell. Each person's aura was like a vast star, powerful and shocking. Their appearance immediately caused the heavens and earth to change color, and the storm clouds to overturn. In the void, channels of haze light intertwined and flickered, forming a splendid and mysterious web of light. The moment, Li Tianqi and the others were just being foolish. They also knew that something big had happened. The old ancestors in the ancestral ground all came out. Moreover, he vaguely sensed that a breath so powerful that it was suffocating was recovering rapidly in the ancestral tomb. It was those supreme old monsters that had sealed themselves in the coffin boards, lighting their soul flames and reviving. Even this kind of underpinnings are alarmed. Can it be that someone is about to start an unprecedented war between Holy Lands? Li Tianqi said something bad in his heart, and the work of clearing the field became even more rapid. Countless disciples also sensed the gravity of the atmosphere. The entire square above instantly turned quiet, and everyone was desperately evacuating, not daring to linger any longer. Lin Bei looked at Qin Hao, who was still transforming his body in the transcendent god's mind, and had a million feelings of unwillingness in his heart. It would only be a short while before it was his turn to take the test, but it so happened that there was a problem in the Holy Land at this time. He didn't think that he was weaker than Qin Hao, and if it was him, he would definitely be able to make the Jade Ultimatum of Creation descend with 9 Dao sounds as well. But there's no chance of that now. He was angry and unwilling, but to no avail, and in the next moment, he was directly teleported away by an elder using a secret method. Sword Heart Peak. Within an elder's cultivation hall, the elder in the hall looked at the short 4 words within the summoning stone with a sinister expression. Creating unrest. Jia jia jia. You guys can't blame me. The elder smiled grimly, intending to immediately go out and start killing like crazy to create chaos. They, the deadheads, were set in their ways from a young age. This riot will be their last light. However, before he could go out, a dark shadow in the void suddenly appeared from behind him, directly sealing it without him reacting and then instantly disappearing. It all happened in a few moments, as if nothing had happened. At the same time, Jade Clear Peak, Moon Shadow Peak, Spirit Cloud Peak, and even Hidden Sword Peak all had similar situations playing out. At this moment, a dozen or so elders from various peaks who had received the unknown message were controlled. Chapter 15 3 Superpowers Gather. Terror before the Great War. In the sky above the main peak, apart from the dozen or so old ancestors that came out of the ancestral ground, the peak masters of all the peaks had all teleported here in a very short period of time, including Mu Yao, who was originally hidden here. She looked at Qin Hao, who was still wrapped in white light, and a trace of panic appeared in her heart for no reason. There's too much commotion here. She even sensed that there were already battle souls with lit soul fires hiding in the depths of the void. This is something that only happens when there is an extermination war between holy places. It all came so suddenly, so overwhelming. but her instincts told her that it was all directly or indirectly related to the adversary. 10,000 years ago, the Hongmeng sacred ground was so scenic that with its own power, it pressured all the sacred grounds in draconic ancient families to take a breath. But in just 10,000 years' time it had already been reduced to the point where it was necessary to join forces with some small and medium-sized holy lands to maintain the level of not being suppressed. Tens of thousands of years ago, Emperor Hongmeng's practice didn't leave any retreat for his descendants. He picked the ancestral tombs of all the holy places, and all the treasure troves were also rummaged through, and all the valuable ones were taken away by him. This led to a joint agreement between the vast majority of holy places and desolate ancient worlds. There were only two elements to the agreement, and the first was that whenever one of them was oppressed by the Hongmeng Holy Land, the other holy lands would have to unite and resist together. The second one was to do his best to completely annihilate the Hongmeng Holy Land and annihilate it in the river of history. Isn't the Hongmeng sacred ground strong now? Taken alone, the number of its experts is still second to none in existence, but it's already going downhill, with no talent in the door to replenish it, and the decline is showing. Therefore, all these years, all the forces were waiting for those battle souls in the ancestral tomb of the Hongmeng sacred ground to completely die out, and that would be the time for them to overthrow the Hongmeng sacred ground. This was what Mu Yao had learned about her holy land, and it was also a secret known to everyone in the upper echelons of the entire continent. But it takes time. As long as those battle souls of the Hongmeng sacred ground did not die out, even if they exterminated the Hongmeng sacred ground, it would still be a matter of hurting the enemy 1,000 times and damaging themselves 800 times. And this situation today showed her the beginnings of a showdown between the two sides. But by definition this is not the best time. Then there was only one explanation, and that was the intuition she just had. This rebel doesn't make a sound, but when he does, he shakes the world. It's like a fuse. Those sacred grounds and desolate ancient families were so close to surviving the Hongmeng sacred ground, and now a 10,000 ancient demon suddenly appeared. As you can imagine, some people can't wait, or maybe they didn't dare to wait. In case they waited for a few hundred more years and this demon suddenly grew to the level of the Hongmeng Emperor, they would once again have a dark moment. That was her guess. Therefore, regardless of whether it was the Holy Land or the adversary, today was the time to determine life and death, which was why her eyes were filled with worry. In fact, the simplest method was for the Hongmeng Holy Land to simply give up on Qin Hao, so that the Holy Land could still survive for thousands of years. However, judging from the movements of the ancestral tomb, there was no way that the Hongmeng Holy Land would give up on Qin Hao. It's their only hope for the future. And the other party was coming on strong. It was obviously impossible to let Qin Hao live. This was the ultimate contradiction. Unresolvable. Only one side could not support it first. In the void, the Blade Ancestor and the Yen Ancestor were at the head of the group. And one by one, they had already elevated their state to the peak of their condition, and the battle intent in their eyes was blazing. What Mu Yao could see at a glance. These people were even more transparent in their hearts. It was supposed to be just to straighten out those insiders in the Holy Land, but I didn't expect to cut straight to the lifeblood. Qin Hao was the trigger, seemingly immortal, but at this moment, his role was comparable to that of an emperor of the transcendent realm. It swayed a battle of the century, swaying the trend of the future pattern of the entire endless continent. Rumble, Ka-ching, the void shook, emitting a roaring sound, and immediately afterward, the void was instantly torn apart, and a huge crack appeared before his eyes. In the crack, dozens of figures emitting a terrifying aura slowly stepped out. These figures were surrounded by powerful Tao rhythms that were as dazzling as clouds and mist, taking in the hearts of the people. At the same time, the depths of the void were likewise followed by the battle souls of the various Holy Lands, only to add up to just the Hongmeng Holy Lands actually comparable. The only advantage is apparent strength. There were dozens of Nirvana realm powerhouses from the Holy Lands and the desolate ancient family, but on the contrary, there were only a dozen or so from the Hongmeng Holy Land. Mu Yao's heart sank to the bottom when she saw this scenario. This kind of extermination war? Even a powerhouse like her who had just ascended to the Supreme Realm could not intervene. The battle aftermath alone could annihilate her. The gap between 20 and 30 Nirvana realm battle power, even if this was the home ground of the Hongmeng sacred ground, couldn't make up for the difference. In terms of Empyrean divine weapons, the other party also had them, and more than one of them. And even though the Jade Ultimatum of Creation was claimed to be the strongest Empyrean divine weapon ever created in the Endless Continent, it was not enough to withstand it, because none of them could utilize the full power of this weapon. No matter which way you look at it, today's Hongmeng Holy Land is in danger. The adversary must also die. Mu Yao's mood was very heavy, even a little desperate. Her feelings for the Hongmeng sacred ground were deep, and the position of the reverse disciple in her heart was incomparably important. If she loses it all at once today, she, Nightflower, Zhao Taiji, and Tian. Have you guys thought this through? If you want to overthrow my Hongmeng sacred land, you must also be prepared to shed your skins. Just as Mu Yao stood still rambling, the voice of the Blade Ancestor came from the sky dome. The huge blade shadow behind it was like a hungry beast, hanging in the void, ready to devour the other party at any time. By his side, 9 clusters of fiery flames of different colors surrounded Yanzu, burning through the surrounding void and emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. And the 3 people at the head of the other side were not weak at all. The one known as Nightwing was an old crone. Her entire body was deep in darkness, endless dark shadows fluttering around her, making it difficult to see her true face. Zhao Taiji, on the other hand, was a big man with a big body. His body emitted a layer of dazzling light, like a sacred battle armor, wrapping him tightly in it, and between the flashes of light, ancient and mysterious runes were faintly visible, as if they were the source of his power, constantly providing him with powerful energy. Its eyes were like burning stars, blazing and resolute, revealing its control over everything in the world. The only one who looked more ordinary was Tian, and from the surface there wasn't anything peculiar to be seen, but in those eyes the Tao rotated, as if the entire person was the embodiment of the great Tao. Everyone on both sides were at the extreme realm ascension, ready to deliver their strongest strikes. Blade without trace, our intentions are clear to you. It's better to advise you to hand over this brat below to us. It's better for everyone. Tian stepped forward in the void and said indifferently, and even used his afterglow to look at Qin Hao almost below him when he finished speaking. Chapter 16, Hongmeng Destruction Formation. Yanzu goes crazy. By the looks of it, the body transformation is almost complete. They hadn't wanted to come. It really wasn't the right time. All of these battle souls in the Hongmeng Holy Land were still able to emit peak battle power. Those were all peak Nirvana realm, or even half-step Transcendence realm powerhouses sealing themselves to leave behind their battle souls. Knife without trace was right just now. To exterminate the other side, there wouldn't be more than a few people left on their side. It takes tens of thousands of years to recover. But who knows what will happen during these tens of thousands of years. But if he didn't fight, the kid below was really a huge hidden danger. To have the Jade Ultimatum of Creation recognize its owner and actively offer its transcendent intent to shape its body, its demonic degree could be imagined. In a few hundred years, not to mention transcending and advancing to become an emperor powerhouse, it would be enough for them to drink a pot of water when they were in the Nirvana realm, holding the Jade Ultimatum of Creation. So, today they had to come. The only pity is that the spies who had been raised for thousands of years seem to have been discovered and not exploded into their final light. Blade without trace. Our 3 parties can promise you that as long as this brat dies, we will be at peace with each other for 3,000 years. As soon as Empyrean's words fell, a shrill voice came out of the night vista. Old woman Nightwish, you're dreaming. Big deal. I'll drag you to die with me. I'll make sure of this kid. Without waiting for the Blade Ancestor to reply, Yen Ancestor's fiery temper came up, and his words were to die together. He wasn't trying to scare the other side, but he was really prepared for this kind of plan. Those 9 clusters of flames around his body fluttered, threatening to erupt at any moment. You, oomph. In the dark shadows, Nightwish snorted coldly and stopped speaking. She didn't want to die. Coming here belonged to being forced. Who made her ancestors sign the symbiosis agreement? Unless she rebelled against the Dark Moon Sanctuary, she had to come, and her intent was to threaten, not actually go to war. Therefore, she didn't dare to really take on Yanzu's impulsive stance. Those who practiced flames were a bunch of guys who were prone to rage. They couldn't afford to bury their lives because of a few words. It wasn't worth it. Tian, if you guys want to fight, then come and fight. I, Hongmeng Holy Land, have no fear. The Blade Ancestor didn't reply positively, but instead used practical actions to illustrate. Go, enter the starry sky for a battle, and each of us will live or die by heaven's will. With that, he was about to enter the starry sky with the dozen or so people behind him, fighting in the endless continent. This group of them could directly dry out the continent. However, just then, Qin Hao's figure slowly appeared below. Those milky white forces of intent had dissipated and disappeared. So cozy. Qin Hao got up and slowly stretched his body. He felt like he'd been rebuilt. The body is exceptionally comfortable and lightweight. Oh, that's not right. Where is everyone? He looked around. The square was empty. Not a single silhouette. Buzz. At this time, the Jade Ultimatum of Creation moved, actively hovering above Qin Hao's head. A lavender light descended and enveloped him. At the same time it took him up into the heavens above. It itself was even directly emitting hundreds of thousands of purple chains to surround the entire Holy Land, with countless mysterious runes spinning in the middle of each chain. The moment all the disciples in the entire Holy Land had discovered this unusual situation, they all stopped what they were doing and looked to the firmament, with bewilderment in their eyes. The purple chains along with the runes were like an upside-down half of an eggshell, along with the battle spirit in the depths of the void were blocked in it. This is, what's going on in the Holy Land? First the examination suddenly stopped. And now what are these mysterious purple divine chains? Is that what's happening in that fuzzy cloud above the main peak? Why do I feel that the spiritual energy in my body is drawing outward in a single strand? It's the same for me. The entire Holy Land was in an uproar at this moment. They didn't know what was happening, but the spiritual energy in their bodies was being drained away, albeit slowly, but it was a very scary thing. They wanted to look for the Peak Master and Elders to report this matter, but miraculously realized that the Peak Master was absent. The Elders had disappeared, and it seemed that the entire top management of the Peak had disappeared en masse. This caused many people to appear terrified. Some people smelled danger and wanted to leave the Holy Land for a while. However, to their dismay, that purple divine chain blocked the entire Holy Land without any exit. On the other hand, the faces of the Blade Ancestor and Yen Ancestor and the others above the main peak showed a look of ecstasy. Ha ha ha, it's the Hongmeng Extermination Formation. The quotes left behind by the old ancestor were indeed right. Yen Zhu looked up to the sky and let out a deafening sound. When Emperor Hongmeng left, he had left a quotation, and the Jade Ultimatum of Creation contained the World Destruction Formation that he had left behind, which belonged to the formation of the same death. The formation would sacrifice the cultivation and even the lives of all the people of the same origin in the Holy Land to exterminate all the enemies within the formation, and the more sacrifices made, the more powerful it would be. If in the end, it was not enough to exterminate all enemies, the Imperial Divine Warrior Jade Ultimatum of Creation would also be sacrificed of its own accord. At that level of intensity, even a transcendent realm powerhouse would have to be beaten half to death if they came in. And the only condition for triggering this grand formation was that the Jade Ultimatum of Creation had a new owner. The Blade Ancestor didn't have any thoughts of going to the stars either. Since we're going to destroy, let's destroy so thoroughly that no one should live. Although not all of the opposing three superpowers powerhouses had arrived, they had come 90% of the time. After this battle, this will become the first forbidden area in the continent. No one will be able to come in. Both of them also saw Qin Hao, who was protected by the purple light, and understood something almost instantly. The Jade Ultimatum of Creation had already finished recognizing its owner. It is this disciple who is still mortal. This has created this situation. Bastard. Blade without trace. You guys are playing dirty. Quickly make this damn formation stop. After Nightflower saw the divine operation of the Jade Ultimatum of Creation, she subconsciously wanted to escape out. However, it was discovered that the entire void, and even the deeper levels of the void, were blocked by the purple chains, and there was no possibility of escaping at all. It was a moment of utter panic for her. The Hongmeng Holy Land was determined to pull them along with them. Blade without trace. Fire crazy. Are you going to be so heartless as to sacrifice the entire clan? Tion's face was extremely gloomy, as if it could drip water. He could naturally sense the changes that were occurring at this moment in this great formation made of purple chains. When they came, they had thought that the Hongmeng sacred ground would have some kind of backhand, and they had even thought that the Emperor Divine Warrior Jade Ultimatum of Creation would self-destruct. But they were fearless. All three had each brought their own Imperial Divine Warriors to defend against. However, it was never expected that this grand formation would unfold with the Hongmeng Holy Land as its chessboard, sacrificing everything, and preventing all life from leaving. Even the battle spirits hidden deep in the void did the same. Oh, how come you're afraid? Talking about benevolence and morality now? The Yen Ancestor didn't mind at all and directly spoke out in mockery, his eyes carrying the color of madness. Chapter 17, This kid's a ing abomination. I tell you, it's too late to say anything now. All of you die together. After speaking, he actually wanted to take the initiative to sacrifice himself to speed up the formation's molding. The battle souls in the depths of the void that only had their battle consciousness left followed suit, radiating a powerful might and preparing to offer sacrifices together. Stop it, all of you. Nightflower screamed shrilly. Then she turned her eyes to look at Blade Wuwen, the only one on the other side who was still in a normal spirit. I, Nightflower, swear by the heavenly Tao to withdraw from this conquest of the Hongmeng sacred ground on behalf of the Shadow Sanctuary, and as long as the Great Formation will be opened up, I will leave immediately. Go to joint agreement and break it with no hope of transcendence in this life at best. Compared with the life is simply not worth mentioning, and the death is not just her alone. The entire temple 90% of the experts can all be here, all accounted for at once. There's still an ass. It will absolutely be replaced by the later. That's right, Blade Wushong, don't be impulsive. Let's treat this time as a misunderstanding. How about we leave? Tion also cannot pretend anymore. Immediately opened his mouth. In the pretense can be about to go up in smoke. It's not the same thing he wants. When I came here before, The worst thing I could have done was to still have a third of the battle force left, and the Imperial Divine Warrior was undamaged. Now once this grand formation was completely activated, not only would they all be buried, the Emperor Divine soldiers that were brought out would not be able to return. This was equivalent to the entire Endless Continent Superpower Society being buried together in the river of history. It's not what he wants. As long as this large formation was there, it would be impossible for them to strike again on the Hongmeng Holy Land proper. So, it's time to concede the point. That's a loss they can't afford. Zhao Taiji was also burning with rage. His temperament was similar to Yen Zhu's, and his battle intent burned like a blazing fire. He would like to fight at the extreme realm, but he still had his family behind him and couldn't be capricious, so it did not open its mouth, acquiescing to what Nightflower and Empyrean had said. This, Knife Without Trace naturally saw the other party's thoughts. He was also a bit impressed. As long as this grand formation was present, as long as they kept Qin Hao in the sacred ground to cultivate him, it wasn't as if the sacred ground wouldn't rise to prominence one day. But, this big formation is not something that the likes of them can control anymore. Ha ha ha, a bunch of clowns. With this wimpy look, they're still learning to exterminate others. Without waiting for Blade Wuhan to speak, Yen Zhu spoke again. Verbally, he remained absolutely strong. I'll tell you bunch of goons. If you want this big formation to stop you can. Go and talk to my disciple. With mockery in his eyes, he pointed his finger at Qin Hao, who was still dazed in the violet light. Although he was hot-tempered, the situation seemed to have room for maneuver, and he decisively dispersed the urge to make a sacrifice. However, it was true that this big formation was not under their control. The decision was in the hands of the master of the Jade Ultimatum of Creation, which was Qin Hao. Fire crazy, don't be unreasonable. Tion's eyes were gloomy. They had already given in, but they didn't even want to stop. Who would it benefit if they all died? In his opinion, Yen Zhu was just being unreasonable. How could such a large formation be controlled by a disciple? Tion, Old Flame is right. The control of this formation is indeed not with us. The Blade Ancestor also came out at this time and added, Amount. The three of them, Tion, looked at each other in disbelief as they heard the words. The lives and deaths of everyone present were actually controlled by that mortal in a split second. This would be exceptionally ironic. They hit on Hongmeng Master Brother because of this teenager. Now want to beg for peace, but also all depends on the will of this teenager. It was as if the heavens had played a joke on them. The Endless Continent, the four superpowers, almost brought together more than 70% of the continent's experts. It is amazing that one day life and death will be decided by a mortal. It's simply away from the DAP. At this time, Qin Hao was even more confused. He naturally heard all the conversation between the two sides. He didn't expect that a simple examination would rise to a great battle between Holy Lands, and it's still because of him. At this moment, he could very clearly feel the connection between the Jade Ultimatum of Creation and him. That so-called Hongmeng Destruction Formation was indeed as the two old ancestors had said. He was able to control the cessation and even dissipation of the formation. However, after understanding what happened, he was not willing to just let these people go. You can kill if you want to, and leave if you want to. There's no such thing as a cheap thing. Little friend, as you can see, this grand formation is sucking the cultivation of all of you in the Hongmeng Holy Land. So for the sake of everyone's safety, why don't you remove the grand formation? Empyrean had no choice but to shift his gaze to Qin Hao, and spoke out to persuade him. A 20 less than young people only can see what the world. Face them, these people did not scare half dead already good. It's still whatever they say and the other side does. Besides, his verbal attitude was kind of gentle and didn't irritate the other party. No, Yen Ancestor said he would drag you all to die together. So let's die together. However, Qin Hao's sentence directly caused his head to go dry in smoke. Why is this kid out of line? And die together? How old are you? You're going crazy with the fire nuts. Hearing this, the night vulture on the side was even more like a cat being stepped on its tail, and immediately screamed, Kid, don't you want to die? Do you know that you'll die too? And that all the brothers and sisters of the Holy Land will die because of you? Won't you feel guilty for doing this? Thinking that Qin Hao didn't realize the seriousness of the problem, she explained, while also intending to morally kidnap Qin Hao. A little kid, can't they really be hard to beat? Old woman, it's useless for you to talk about this. Yen Zhu said that he would drag you all to die together. So let's die together. Qin Hao remained the same. If you just look at his appearance, he is an impulsive teenager who is overwhelmed by anger. It was like I'm not afraid of anything. Just set to listen to Yen Zhu's words. Ha 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 ha. This kid is very much to my liking. Without waiting for Nightwish to speak, Yen Zhu instantly burst out laughing. He felt that this disciple was too much for his character, and this dislike of people's words didn't even carry a change. Seeing those two old things being disliked with a look that was worse than eating made him feel good, while Mu Yao, who was behind the crowd, was secretly covering her mouth and laughing lightly. Having spent so many days with this adversary, she naturally knew more than anyone else. Underneath the childish appearance, there is a wise and mature heart. Looking at Qin Hao like this, she knew that the adversary must be holding back something bad. It's almost like the offense and defense are interchangeable now. These people from the Hongmeng Holy Land have already put life and death aside. The big deal is that they will die together. But Di Tian and the others didn't want to do that. The adversary must have grasped this point and wanted to pit the three major superpowers once. That's why she couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. As for the adversary's safety, she wasn't worried at all right now. Chapter 18, Losing a Lady and a Soldier. The people here, when it comes to safety, the adversary is the safest one. Who would dare to kill that guy? It's a matter of everyone's safety. If the adversary dies, all of us here, one by one, will not survive. Fire crazy, you're still laughing. This is the disciple you taught? Nightwish can't do anything about Qin Hao, so he can only Zhao Yanzu out of anger. What do you care, old man? Okay, all shut up. The Yen ancestor still wanted to exchange a few curses with Nightflower, but he was stopped by the Blade ancestor. He was looking at the big picture, so naturally he had to see more than Yanzu. This disciple who was protected by the Jade Ultimatum of Creation was much shrewder than he appeared. Again, it was a rejection of Di Tian and the others. And this sentence could be much more effective than a direct rejection. This was utilizing Yanzu's character to shift a large portion of the conflict away, though he didn't know what this disciple's purpose was for. However, with having this kind of heart, it was worthy of being recognized by the Emperor's divine soldier, and he was satisfied. He turned his eyes to Qin Hao and said with kindness, Qin Hao, you were recognized by the Jade Ultimatum of Creation and had it to send 9 voices of the Tao. You are already a divine son of the sacred ground, and your status is on par with that of the sacred lord. Your words now can already represent my holy land. If you want to die with these people, my holy land will naturally accompany you. But if there is any dissatisfaction, naturally you can also say so, and we will do it for you. He was saying these words not only to Qin Hao, but on the other hand, he was also saying them to Di Tian and the others. One was to show Qin Hao's status in the Holy Land at this point, recognizing what he had just said. Secondly, it is a veiled suggestion that the play acting stops here, and that those of us who say what you are up to will support it. At the same time, it also lets Di Tian and the others know that I'm already helping to persuade you, so you should show some attitude yourselves. If you can't pull it off, then we'll all die together. Qin Hao's eyes lit up when he heard this. Worthy of being an old ancestor, he was just smart and directly saw his mind. However, he still had to see what kind of attitude these people on the other side had, so that he could Leoneize them. Oh, no, it's moral damages, that's right. Di Tian's face was green for a while, and he naturally heard the words of the Blade ancestor, but that would be too humiliating. If this is rumored, it will be laughed off by outsiders. But now, there was no way back for them. Hongmeng Holy Land, these people are now really put life and death at risk, especially the fire madman, is completely a touch of the Lord. Little friend, that old thing Blade Wushang is right. If you want to have any requests, just say it directly. While Empyrean was still hesitant, Nightflower directly stepped forward. She valued her life more than her face. Empyrean opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything, considered acquiescing to Nightflower's statement. Ah, really? This sister speaks so beautifully. When Qin Hao heard this, he immediately changed his face and said excitedly, Sister, I was almost scared to death by those two big men just now, so I have to let them stay with me for the excessive shock fee, and after such a long period of time, the loss of cultivation of the disciples of the entire Holy Land adds up to a very large expense. I've done some calculations, so you'll compensate me for 5 sacred grade heaven and earth wonders, 100 million divine yuan stones, and by the way, 1 billion top grade yuan stones. After saying that, he looked at the Nightwish in the black mist with an expectant face. It's totally like I'm picking up on whoever is talking to me. This caused the two of them, Di Tian and Zhao Taiji, to have rather dark faces. You just called someone an old woman. Why are you a sister now? Where's your backbone? Also, how are the two of us the oldest? You're a total tit for a tat. But what made them even more speechless was that this kid was really a lion. Yuan stones were fine. It was only 300 million or so per family, which wasn't a lot. But how did you come up with 100 million divine yuan stones and 5 sacred grade heaven and earth wonders? One must know that divine elemental stones were used for the cultivation of strong people at the Seal King realm and above. That was odd. 100 million complete divine yuan stones could directly spawn around 5 Nirvana realm powerhouses. That is, they are in the realm of these people now. You want 5 Nirvana realms on the exit. How dare you think of that? As for the holy grade heaven and earth wonders, that was even something that was to be used for the Nirvana realm to advance to half-step transcendence. And although 5 pieces wouldn't necessarily be able to create a half-step transcendence, the value of that definitely exceeded 100 million divine yuan stones. Not far away, Yen Ancestor and Blade Ancestor and the others were secretly staggered when they heard the words. This disciple really dared to ask for it, and wasn't afraid that the opposite side would just go ballistic. It's true that those who don't know have no fear. If the two of them, they don't have such a big mouth. Little friend, you're forcing things. We can give top-grade yuan stones, but there are definitely not that many divine yuan stones in saint-grade heaven and earth wonders. Emperor said with a dark face. He really wanted to just punch this kid right now. Really a pity. Then how to listen to the Yen Zhu's meaning? The same too. Boy, are you done? Can't you change your lines? Without waiting for Qin Hao to finish, Zhao Taiji couldn't hold his tongue this time. Although his temper wasn't as irascible as Yen Zhu's, it wasn't very good either. Or else he wouldn't have been dragged by Tian to prohibit him from speaking. But now, this mortal brat in front of him, provoking him again and again, caused his violent temper to explode directly. Zhao Taiji, get out of here. That's the disciple that I have my eye on. How can you say that? If you don't obey, you'll die together. Yen Zhu also didn't give in at all and directly took 2 steps forward. It was almost close enough to stick with Zhao Taiji. The two men's swords were pitted against each other, as if a great battle was about to break out the next moment. Tian also had an immense headache seeing this situation, and he was now getting a headache when he heard the words, die together. Little friend, it's impossible to take out those things you want, even if you die together. He pulled Zhao Taiji back again and looked at Qin Hao. However, it can be converted into top-grade yuan stones, 3 saint-grade heaven and earth wonders, plus 30 million divine yuan stones, and 10 billion upper-grade yuan stones. We can take out a portion of it now if we can, and have the rest sent in subsequently. He didn't want to be here at all now. It was humiliating. I came here and not only did I not get things done, but I also lost a bunch of stuff. Qin Hao's eyes lit up when he heard this. He hadn't intended that the other party could really give that much, but had only left room for bargaining. Now this level is very good. He had fought for so many resources this time. How could the Holy Land need to give him some share? After glancing at the Blade Ancestor and receiving a nod from him, he reluctantly agreed. Chapter 19 The Holy Bible. Subsequently, the 3 of Empyrean and the dozens of powerhouses behind them began to pull out their pockets to raise the compensation. In less than a moment's effort, 30 million divine elemental stones were gathered. There was no problem with one of the 3 heaven and earth wonders. After all, so many powerful people could come up with it. Instead, it was the top-grade yuan stones, which only came up with less than 5 billion. After all, they were all Nirvana realm powerhouses, and there were very few opportunities to use yuan stones. That's all. The rest, I'll have them delivered later, Empyrean said with a frown. After the Blade Ancestor accepted the items, Qin Hao didn't hesitate and directly communicated with the artifact spirit of the Jade Ultimatum of Creation to disperse the formation. This thing was indeed Emperor Hongming's last means of protection and could be opened at any time. He wasn't afraid of these people backtracking. Withdraw. When those hundreds of thousands of purple chains disappeared, the 3 of them, Tian, directly ordered. He then left the Hongmeng Holy Land without looking back. It's a real loss this time. It all seemed long, but less than a quarter of an hour had passed. The disciples from all the peaks of the Holy Land also felt a sudden ease in their bodies, and the feeling of their cultivation being sucked away just now was gone. Cultivation was life for a cultivator, and this quarter of an hour was like a year. The good thing is that the damage isn't that much, and it will only take a month or 2 to make up for it. However, some smart people also realized that the Holy Land should have encountered a big crisis just now, because as the purple chain disappeared, the black cloud also dissipated from the sky above the main peak and disappeared. There's definitely some connection there, and the early end of the examination was definitely related to this matter. Inside the hidden sword peak, Lin Bei, who had already returned, was also distraught. It was so hard for him to break through to the Daoyuan realm, and he almost sucked him back to the Spirit Sea realm again. Although the Nine Yang sacred vein was powerful, cultivating it was very resource intensive. If this fell, there was no telling how many yuan stones it would take to cultivate up. However, he didn't think he should have to worry about the resource piece. Although he didn't participate in the Cheng examination, with the Nine Suns sacred vein, he was also definitely able to obtain the recognition of his master, and his resources could still be secured. Above the main peak, the Jade Ultimatum of Creation had entered the void on its own. Although it had recognized Qin Hao's cultivation level was too low for him to have used the Empyrean Divine Soldier. If one wanted to use it, one would need to be in the Supreme Realm or even the Nirvana Realm at the very least. Qin Hao naturally knew this. and he didn't have this idea right now, so there was no disappointment. The only thing he cared about now was how much resources these old ancestors would give him. It is important to know that all things that contain spirituality can be converted into systematic cultivation points. With so many polystones going down, his cultivation wouldn't just take off. Now that the entire body had also been remodeled by the Jade Ultimatum of Creation, it was already no worse than those sacred veins. The only thing missing right now was resources and a feat. And all of those transcendence level techniques also required the consent of the old ancestors before they could be cultivated. And the Holy Lords didn't even have that power. Ha ha ha, good boy. Qin Hao, right. Do you have a master now? If you don't have one, you can just directly follow my old ancestor to cultivate. After dismissing the many peak masters and elders, Yen Zhu walked directly to Qin Hao's side and slapped his large hand directly on his shoulder. The eyes that looked at Qin Hao were filled with satisfaction. Qin Hao only felt a sharp pain on his shoulder, as if his entire shoulder had been slapped to pieces. A fiery pain. Although the body had been transformed, there was no cultivation at all. This Yen Zhu was really underhanded. Hey, missed it. Sorry, haha. Seeing Qin Hao's grimacing expression, Yen Zhu instantly realized his recklessness. Unable to help, he smiled awkwardly. A cool energy was then injected into its body, mending the damage from earlier in a flash. Don't lead people astray. The Divine Sun was recognized by the Jade Ultimatum of Creation. It must be the most compatible with the Hongming together. At this time, the Blade Ancestor also walked over and gave the Blade Ancestor a good-natured, slightly pleased look. How he looked at it was how he liked it. This kid had superior intellect and guts, and his only insufficient physique problem was also made up for by the Jade Ultimatum of Creation. It's just not perfect. Yeah, I almost forgot about that. When Yen Zhu heard this, he couldn't help but pat his head. That means this kid can cultivate the Hongming Bible. Right. He looked at the Blade Ancestor with some uncertainty. When the other old ancestors heard the words Hongming Bible, their eyes also lit up with excitement. As long as the Hongming Bible cultivation was successful, it was the strongest existence in the Transcendent Realm, bar none. It wasn't as if there were no Transcendent Realms from the same period as Emperor Hongming back then, but it's totally just being thrashed as a little brother. One of the most crucial reasons is the Hongming Bible. The Hongming Avenue is completely unreasonably strong. In the same realm, it makes anyone unable to raise the courage to fight against it. However, as powerful as it was, its cultivation was not generally difficult. Unless there was a corresponding Hongming sacred body in order to comprehend the Hongming Bible in a flowing manner. If other physiques were to cultivate, the difficulty would increase dozens of times, and it would simply be a nightmare for Holy Land cultivators. But it was different now. Qin Hao originally didn't have any physique, and after being transformed by the Jade Ultimatum of Creation, it would be a bit more suitable without any surprises. That's why they're excited. If Qin Hao could cultivate the Hongming Bible normally, then there was a real possibility that another Hongming Emperor would appear in the Holy Land in the future. At that time, how would there be any need to look at the faces of other Holy Lands? By all accounts, the Blade Ancestor stroked his beard and continued, but it's better for the Divine Sun to make his own choice. After all, he's not yet a Hongming sacred body, and the success rate can't be said to be very high, although he also wanted the Holy Land to produce another Supreme Emperor. However, they couldn't mess around and decided to let Qin Hao make his own choice. The others nodded at that. Such a good seedling. Casually practicing a transcendent level scripture would have a high possibility of cultivating to the transcendent realm and ascending to the position of emperor. Never let the mandatory requirements of the Holy Land ruin this seedling. The Blade Ancestor then spoke about the Hongming Bible, allowing Qin Hao to make his own choice. There were quite a few transcendent level scriptures in the Hongming Holy Land, all of which were stored in the ancestral ground, and he could choose anyone to cultivate. Qin Hao also roughly understood the pros and cons of the Hongming Bible through the conversation between the two. But for him, that drawback doesn't seem to exist. Cultivation is difficult, and the main problem is still the ability to participate. To put it bluntly, it was the incompatibility between the physique and the Gong method, causing the process of enlightenment to require deliberate searching for that point of compatibility, which in turn would appear to be particularly slow. Although his physique was not the Hongming sacred body, it was more compatible compared to other physiques with attributes, and most importantly, his enlightenment was terrifying under the blessing of the wisdom of the apocalypse talent, and his enlightenment would definitely not be worse than the previous Hongming emperor, or even stronger perhaps. Chapter 20, Qin Hao's Decision. Starting cultivation. Elder ancestors, I've still decided to cultivate the Hongming Bible. After pondering for a moment, he bowed very seriously to the many old ancestors and said, I am confident that I will succeed in my cultivation. Good boy. Wisdom, heart, and great perseverance are all present. I believe in you, old ancestor. Yen Zhu sniffed. and his appreciation grew even more. If it wasn't for the Hongmeng Bible that he couldn't teach, he would have really wanted to take him as a disciple. As for whose disciple it was originally, it didn't matter to him. Who would dare to steal a disciple from him? The Blade Ancestor also nodded, supporting whatever choice Qin Hao made. He then took out a jade slip with special markings and handed it to Qin Hao, saying, "This is a jade slip that only you can open, and it contains the finished copy of the Hongmeng Bible. But it's a one-time thing. Memorize the scriptures inside first, and then slowly comprehend them later." He also made a reminder at the end. "By the way, this time, after pitting the three major forces, you kid has a lot of credit. These rewards are yours to take." Before leaving, the Blade Ancestor threw another spatial ring to him. This made Qin Hao unusually excited. The resources and cultivation techniques were all there, and it didn't just take off. Only after all the elders had left did Sacred Lord Jun Mo come forward. The old ancestors were all there before, and it wasn't his turn to speak. "Greetings, Holy Lord." Seeing Jun Mo, Qin Hao arched his hand and saluted, and he wasn't too excited. "Don't, Divine Son. The Divine Son's position is on par with that of the Holy Lord. In the future you must not salute." Seeing this, Jun Mo immediately waved out a soft white light to help Qin Hao up, shook his head and continued, "You're 19 years old this year. A year from now the Holy Land will hold the Divine Son ordination ceremony for you, and at that time, the major forces of the Endless Continent will be invited to come. Within this year, try to raise your strength as much as you can. Those three powers won't be so willing to stop." This was also what he had stayed behind to try to talk to Qin Hao about. Today, the three major forces were thwarted, and they failed to steal the chicken. Must not be willing. Aside from the fact that they would deal with the disciples of the Hongmeng Holy Land who went out, the most likely thing would be to make a move on top of the Divine Son's ordination ceremony. Not held yet. The name is not right. And for the outside world will also appear rumors that the Hongmeng Holy Land cannot be. That would affect the excellence of subsequent new disciple intakes. Good. Thank you Holy Lord for telling me. Qin Hao nodded. He could naturally understand the implication beyond the Holy Lord's words. Today, he had screwed over this group of old dangs, so they would naturally hold a grudge against him. Coupled with the recognition of the Jade Ultimatum of Creation, he was definitely already on the assassination list of the three major powers. Even if there is a slight chance, these people will not let it go. So, the next time he didn't just wander out without the ability to defend himself. He wasn't going to do so. There are Gongfa. There are resources. Stay in the Holy Land to cultivate it does not smell good. Yes, there is still Master accompanied. Simply do not be too good. Ding indirectly blocking the chances of the lucky Lin Bei to soar in the Holy Land of Hongmeng, rewarding cultivation points plus 15,000. Ding the host perfectly resolves the crisis of the Holy Land, becomes the Son of God, gains the full support of the Hongmeng Holy Land, and meets the identity of the great villain, triggering a special reward. Forbidden Breaking Stone *1. Oh, it's okay. This wave. Not only did he get what he wanted, but he also indirectly blocked Lin Bei's chance as well. This guy is probably hiding in that nook or cranny crying. Empty talent but no chance to show it. What a poor kid. This time it really wasn't his intention. Who knew this kind of accident would happen? But this kind of result made him feel very satisfied. This guy might still have a chance to make a name for himself if he was on another peak. After all, if he was talented, there would always be a day when he would show his face. But at Hidden Sword Peak, it was frankly his territory. As long as he blew in his master's ear, this guy could have a struggle if he wanted to rise. But to his surprise, there was an added bonus. Big villainy? He's got a bit of that flavor now. The entire Holy Land stood behind him, and it was unknown if there would still be a Heaven's Destiny protagonist to punch him in the face. Kinda looking forward to it. As for the Forbidden Breaking Stone, he had also seen it, and it had a very powerful function that could break all but Transcendence level forbidden restrictions. And it's the kind that's silent and doesn't destroy the original ability of the ban. Hidden Sword Peak, inside Qin Hao's cultivation courtyard. As soon as he returned from the main peak, after reporting his safety to his master, he quickly came here. He had waited a month for this day. Taking the jade slip out, he crushed it with one hand. A white light rushed directly into his mind. Qin Hao immediately closed his eyes tightly and concentrated on receiving the information in his mind. The beginning of the scripture was almost identical to the scripture in the Jade Ultimatum of Creation. Immediately he understood that this was a verse from the Book of Guidance, but it was immediately followed by an influx of scriptures, causing a swelling sensation in his mind. But it was only for a little while. After all, it was only a record of a scripture, and he hadn't even begun to comprehend it yet. A moment later, the white light dissipated and the entire scripture all appeared in his mind, except for a small section of guidance at the beginning. All the rest is like the existence of a heavenly book, but that's hard to beat. he immediately sat cross-legged and directly entered the state of enlightenment. In a flash, it was as if a bright bolt of lightning cut through the dark thoughts in his mind, instantly gaining insight into the mysteries of that obscure scripture. At this moment, everything became clear and crisp, and the originally blurred Tao rhythm scriptures were now like a clear picture unfolding in front of his eyes. Thoughts were even soaring freely like birds of prey, traversing the endless void and becoming one with the breath of heaven and earth. The clarity in his mind sifted through the layers of meaning over and over again that most closely matched his own. Outside, above the vault of heaven, Mu Yao looked at Qin Hao, who was in the middle of cultivation in the courtyard. There was a hopeful look in her beautiful eyes. As soon as the adversary returned, he talked to her about what had happened since she left. The Hongmeng Bible she naturally knew, the technique practiced by the #1 powerhouse of the endless continent tens of thousands of years ago. The Hongmeng Emperor at that time eclipsed everyone. The greatest reliance was the strong battle power brought about by the Hongmeng Bible, and now the adversary is on that path. At this moment, she was very nervous, more so than when she herself had broken through the Supreme Realm. She had come here because she wanted to witness what was so peculiar about this legendary technique, and secondly, she wanted to protect the reverse disciple. Although the courtyard was protected by formations, she was still a bit uneasy and came to guard it personally. However, just as her thoughts were wandering, the aura between heaven and earth suddenly rioted. The enormous spiritual qi converged toward Qin Hao like a tidal wave, pouring down from the void like a river, forming a huge vortex over the courtyard. The vortex rotated at high speed, emitting a roar, like the water of the Milky Way falling into the 9 heavens. The sound was loud and deafening. Chapter 21, Frequent Visions. Shock in the Holy Land. Qin Hao's body was gradually wrapped in aura and suspended in the air, shining brightly. How is it possible? How can it be so fast? Mu Yao's eyes were extremely wide, a look of shock on her pretty face. Aura infusion. A sign that the first layer of the Hongmeng Bible had been successfully enumerated. The Hongmeng Bible has no one but the Hongmeng Emperor who has succeeded, but there are many rumors about it. These include the heaven and earth visions when each realm breaks through. One must know that back then, when Emperor Hongmeng cultivated the first layer successfully, it also took 3 days. And now, the adversary has actually, surprisingly, it took less than a quarter of an hour. Her voice trembled a little as she spoke. It simply turned her perception upside down. Excellent, the adversary is definitely a wizard of the ages. After the shock had passed, she looked excited and surprised. Even his face turned flushed. Is it hard to practice the Holy Bible? It is indeed difficult. It would indeed take quite a bit of time if Qin Hao were to use his original enlightenment to refer to it himself. But the talent given by the system granted him a 10,000-fold enlightenment bonus. It really wouldn't be too difficult to participate at this point, especially since it's still only the first level. The whole Bible has 14 layers, corresponds to the 14 realms in the cultivation system. It gets harder the further back you go. The first level corresponded to the Qi and Blood realm, and one could break through to the next realm by superimposing the Qi and Blood power in the body to the power of 1 elephant, or 10,000 Jin. And at this time, he had just succeeded in comprehending the first layer, and was still far from the second layer. Feeling the aura unceasingly flushing his Qi and Blood, as well as his bones, within his body. It's a very soothing feeling. Phew, Qin Hao let out a long breath, discarded distracting thoughts, and continued to cultivate and comprehend, while the outside world's aura infusion was still continuing. Fortunately, the aura of Hidden Sword Peak was very dense, and it was still more than enough for a Qin Hao who still had no cultivation level. In the night, a faint purple bright light appeared in the dome of the sky, being pulled in with the devouring power of the vortex, and subsequently entering Qin Hao's body. That's Hongmeng Purple Qi? Mu Yao saw those faint purple Qi and whispered with some uncertainty. The Hongmeng Purple Qi could not be found, and it could increase the strength of spiritual energy without any upper limit. This is one of the most powerful aspects of the Hong Kong Bible. The more Hongmeng Purple Qi there was, the more powerful the strength of spiritual energy in the body became, which was very perverse. Moreover, the Hongmeng Purple Qi was what all-powerful people sought, but they could only collect it by going into the stars. There was no other way. Don't look at the fact that she was now in the Supreme Realm, but she didn't have the ability to enter the stars yet, so it's also just speculation. However, the reverse disciple cultivated the Hongmeng Bible, and it wasn't an escape of surprise that he could guide the emergence of Hongmeng Purple Qi. However, that's not all. Over time, the earth of Hidden Sword Peak began to vibrate. The aura was no longer satisfied with coming from above the dome of the sky, and the countless auras from the spiritual veins under the earth were forcibly absorbed. With the courtyard as the center, the aura in a radius of dozens of kilometers surged into the vortex like a river dam breaking its banks, before pouring back into Qin Hao's body, and the purple Qi in the starry sky grew, and in the end, It even formed a purple torrent that rushed directly into Qin Hao's body. Buzz. The earth shook violently. Only a golden flower appeared from the void hovering above Qin Hao's head, followed by a second and a third. The three golden flowers rotated rapidly in a zigzag pattern. The successive visions instantly stunned Mu Yao. Three flowers. Her jaw dropped. The eyes were full of incredulity. The three blossoms gathering. This was a symbol of the Qi and blood realm breaking through the limits. One must know that for normal cultivators, the power of one elephant is already the limit. Only those supreme prides, like the holy sons and daughters of the great holy lands, could break through this limit. But that too takes time. It's absolutely impossible without a 2 or 3 year build-up. However, Qin Hao had unexpectedly accomplished feats that others could only accomplish for several years one after the other in this 1 or 2 hour period of time. It was so unbelievable that if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have said nothing to believe it. Now she wondered if she was dreaming. If the records were correct, if Emperor Hongmeng had broken the limit of the power of one elephant back then, it had also taken upwards of half a month, and it eventually stopped at the power of the 7 elephants. The Qi and blood power of the Qi and blood realm would keep rushing upwards after breaking the limit. How high you can rush is entirely up to the individual's talent. The understanding of the realm of Qi and blood realm and the technique itself was very important. The deeper the understanding, the higher the upper limit would be. And only this one opportunity, directly set, want to follow up in the rush. That is impossible thing. And then after that is to break through the existing realm. The most powerful Qi and blood realm ceiling in the endless continent from ancient times was the 7 elephants of Emperor Hongmeng's power. Mu Yao's eyes burned with anticipation for the adversary's next performance. One after another, they broke Emperor Hongmeng's records. Then on whether or not the miracle continues next. Holy Lord's Peak. Hongmeng Purple Breath. 3 flowers gathering. Inside a large hall, the sacred lord was filled with misplaced astonishment. As a Nirvana realm powerhouse, he naturally detected the visions of hidden sword peak, worthy of being the master chosen by the emperor's divine soldier. This kind of enlightenment is even better compared to the original Hongmeng emperor. He murmured and whispered, a look of relief on his face. The many elder ancestors had let Qin Hao make his own choices, naturally placing a great deal of confidence in him. But they hadn't expected the results to be even more outstanding than expected. In less than a night's time, he had directly broken the limit of the Qi and blood realm. He was equally looking forward to Qin Hao's next performance, and all the old ancestors in the ancestral ground also raised their eyes. Endless divine thoughts directly shrouded toward the hidden sword peak 10,000 miles away. Qin Hao's achievements would determine the future of the Holy Land. This moment was a preview of the future trend of the Holy Land. Even half-step Transcendence realm powerhouses like the Blade Ancestor and the Yen Ancestor were incomparably concerned. How many elephants of power do you guys think this kid can eventually reach? An old ancestor suddenly became interested and spoke out to make everyone guess. This kid is amazing. Setting records in a row. I think it can surpass Emperor Hongmeng's 7 elephants. Oh, is it so exaggerated? But I think there's still a gap between this kid Qin Hao's physique on the Hongmeng emperor. The limit of what he can withstand should be around 5 elephants. When someone asks, someone else voices their opinion. All have their own understanding as well. But the lowest guess was at the power of 5 elephants. Not too low. After all, looking at the aura did seem a bit appalling. The aura of the entire hidden sword peak was almost all converging towards Qin Hao's courtyard. And there was also Hongmeng violet qi that was thick enough to become a river to flush his body. In this case, it's almost impossible to go too low. Chapter 22 The Power of 10 Elephants? Qin Hao, who was in the middle of his cultivation, did not realize that at this moment, he had become the center of attention. He could only feel the massive aura rapidly integrating into every inch of his body once it entered his body, including bones, meridians, blood, etc. Such a powerful impact caused every inch of his skin to rupture almost instantly, and blood spilled out of his pores, staining his clothes red. Not only that, his bones could not withstand the force and cracks began to appear. The breath in the blood also cracked all the veins because it had suddenly become strong. However, those Hongmeng violet qi came into play quickly after coming in, acting as a quick repair. As long as there was a crack anywhere, the Hongmeng purple qi could quickly patch it up. Although this process was very painful for Qin Hao, it was a process of gradual enhancement. With the passage of time, Qin Hao's body had become indestructible after being tempered by the aura and strengthened by the Hongmeng purple qi. If one used their divine sense to look inward, they could find that Qin Hao's body was already nearly perfect, without the slightest impurity. And on the outside, with bones as hard as iron and well-defined muscles, he looked full of power. It adds a masculine touch to the already handsome appearance. However, the outside world at this moment was causing all those who were paying attention to him to drop their eyeballs in shock. Every time the power of qi and blood increased by 1 elephant, a layer of blood qi color would erupt on his body. How many layers are stacked is how many more elephants are added on top of the original limit. And Qin Hao had already horribly stacked up to 8 layers of the color of qi and blood outside of his body at this moment. It also meant that with the addition of his own 1 elephant power, at this point, he had completely broken Emperor Hongming's record, reaching a terrifying 9 elephant power. In the Sky Dome, Mu Yao had already set up a large formation around the courtyard. Such a great commotion could be detected even by the Holy Lord and the numerous old ancestors who were 10,000 miles away. The others at Hidden Sword Peak could naturally sense it as well. In order to cause unnecessary trouble, Mu Yao then directly set up a large formation to shield it. The disciples and elders who came to watch were also driven back. To the limit, the next step is to break through to the Spirit Sea realm. Mu Yao hung above the void and whispered, 9 is the extreme number. And at this point, the limit has been reached. The limits of the human body are also the limits of this heaven and earth. 9 elephant power. A whole 90,000 pounds of qi and blood power. It was an ordinary Spirit Sea realm cultivator that could be punched out with a single punch. But the most terrifying thing of all wasn't facing off against the enemy across realms. Rather, it was the all-encompassing increase when the qi and blood realm was promoted to the Spirit Sea realm. The Spirit Sea realm, as the name suggests, stores aura within the Dantian, forming an ocean of aura. Upon reaching this realm, one can use their qi and blood as a carrier to launch attacks using spiritual energy, not only for melee combat, but also for long-range attacks. A normal cultivator, at the time of promotion, could hold within the Dantian 10 times the amount of aura carried within his body at the qi and blood realm. At the same time, the strength of the body and the power of attack increased tenfold. However, it was different for heavenly pride demons who exceeded the limits in the qi and blood realm. For every increase in the power of an elephant in the qi and blood realm, they would also be 10 times as powerful when they were promoted, and the boost was terrifying. Mu Yao's beautiful eyes revealed a look of anticipation. The reverse disciple would be the first person ever to advance to the Spirit Sea realm with a 90-fold increase. It was one thing to have a horrifying increase in multiples. The key thing was that the degree of aura containment in the reverse apprentice qi and blood realm that was also called exaggerated. The entire aura of Hidden Sword Peak was serving him just now, so one could imagine how strong the base aura was. If it were to skyrocket 90 times at this level, the rate at which Hidden Sword Peak was producing aura would simply not be enough for the reverse disciple to use. She had already prepared 100,000 top-grade Yuan stones arranged around her, ready to be used at any time. However, the breakthrough she wanted to see didn't come. Rather, that originally superimposed 8 layers of blood color were unexpectedly a bit unstable, on the verge of disintegrating. Flop, flop, flop. Qin Hao's heart began to beat violently, as if it was being tightly pinched by an invisible hand, each beat bringing about a physical tremor. Under this quiet night, one could even clearly hear the rumbling sound, as if the sound of a beating heart was echoing in the air. At the same time, the blood in his body suddenly became abnormally active, like a raging river, accelerating its speed of rushing through his body. The blood pounded against the walls of his veins, making a clattering sound as a powerful force was surging and brewing within him. The 8 layers of blood-colored qi, which had already reached its limit, also began to falter at this moment. What's going on? Mu Yao's face froze, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. She looked at Qin Hao with doubts and worries in her eyes. Such a terrifying qi and blood power definitely did not look like a collapse of the blood-colored qi caused by a lack of strength. However, she really couldn't understand Qin Hao's situation at this moment. Boo! Just then, a loud bang came. In the next moment, a blood-colored qi that was more powerful than at any time before erupted from within Qin Hao's body. This layer of blood-colored qi far surpassed the previous 8 layers, and its blood qi was not as dense as even the first 8 layers combined. From afar, the first 8 layers of blood qi looked as if this last layer had spread out. Mu Yao's beautiful eyes were extremely wide, and her small mouth was slightly open, revealing her inner unrest at this moment. The power of the 9 elephants is surprisingly not an extreme number, she murmured, a hint of disbelief in her voice. Her mind floated back to her previous knowledge of martial cultivation, where the power of the 9 elephants had always been considered the limit and no one had been able to surpass it. However, the Qin Hao in front of her broke this common sense, causing her to feel incomparably shocked. At this time, however, Qin Hao was unusually agitated. Having just reached the power of the 9 elephants, he was indeed ready to break through to the next realm. However, the system gave a hint that there was still a lot of Hongmeng violet qi in his body, and that river of violet qi had only been used for less than half of it, which was perfectly capable of supporting him in his attempt to go further, creating another layer of purple energy carried by blood energy. This way, even when he reached the Spirit Sea realm, absorbing that free Hongmeng violet qi in the starry sky would be very easy. Therefore, he forcibly stopped his next realm breakthrough and created the 10th elephant power instead. And he succeeded. It nearly disintegrated the first 8 layers, but it was all worth it. Break! He bellowed in his mind. After the power of the 10 elephants succeeded, he had no more worries and directly chose to break through the Spirit Sea realm. At the same time, the scriptures of the second level of the Hongmeng Bible were also running at the same time. Buzz! The void appeared to tremble. A circle of invisible ripples spread outward. A powerful aura instantly emanated from Qin Hao's body. He closed his eyes tightly and fully operated the gongfu in his body. The attraction of the aura vortex above the courtyard grew stronger at this moment and began to spread in all directions. At first, the aura vortex was only confined within the hidden sword peak, but it soon broke through the mountain's boundaries and extended outward for tens of kilometers. The flowers and trees along the way were attracted by this powerful force and swayed. Chapter 23 Breakthrough. 200 times increase. As time passed, the aura vortex continued to spread outwards, and hundreds of kilometers were covered by the dense aura. Within this range, all the people who cultivated had stopped cultivating and looked up at the huge aura vortex in the sky. At this point, they simply couldn't appropriate any of the aura within the peak. Click, 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 click. Mu Yao, who had prepared for this, immediately blasted the surrounding 100,000 top-grade yuan stones to pieces. Countless auras spilled out and replenished into the aura vortex. At the same time, that river of Hongmeng violet chi also expanded once again, with countless violet chi being drawn away from the starry sky in a steady stream, and then flowing into Qin Hao's body, and his breath gradually became stronger as the aura flowed within his dantian. 5 times, 10 times, 50 times, 100 times. Wait, no! Mu Yao was once again shocked. When Qin Hao's aura surprisingly didn't stop after being enhanced by 100 times, it was still being enhanced. It directly exceeded the multiplication of the increase in the power of the 10 elephants. Once again, outside the norm. But this is not the time to explore its causes. It was because the 100,000 top-grade yuan stones had already been used up. She immediately took out 200,000 top-grade yuan stones and directly blasted them to replenish the already depleted aura. The Holy Lord Peak as well as the ancestral land at this moment also turned silent. Qin Hao's achievement at this point was no longer as simple as breaking records, but rather stepping out on a new path that they had never seen before. It also showed them the swiftness of the path. The stereotype is a tenfold increase in the power of an elephant, but after breaking the extreme number of 9, the multiplier of the increase was also broken. 150 times, 200 times. It lasted until it was 200 times as long before the enhanced aura on Qin Hao's body stopped. Terrifying as it is, this news must absolutely be blocked. Not letting those old guys know about it. The Blade Ancestor said in an unusually serious manner. Allowing the Jade Ultimatum of Creation to descend 9 voices of the Tao and to recognize its owner had already caused them to nearly go insane. If Qin Hao's such a perverted cultivation progress was known, then it would really be necessary to do whatever it took, even if it meant scraping together all of his reserves. With the talent that Qin Hao is displaying now, it wouldn't take more than a few hundred years at all. I thought that when Emperor Hongmeng took 500 years to transcend and ascend to the position of Emperor. However, Qin Hao's cultivation speed was far beyond that of the Hongmeng Emperor. It is highly likely that you will be able to transcend within 100 years. That time, Peak Master Mu Yao still knows how to take things lightly. She blocked off the Divine Sun's residence in time, and apart from us Nirvana Realm people, almost no one can probe clearly the specific changes inside. An old ancestor nodded. Fire crazy, your impulsive character needs to be tempered as well. Don't show off when you go out. The Blade Ancestor, who knew him best, glanced at the excited Yen Ancestor on the side and said seriously, this guy could be more than just a hot-tempered character. In case he was irritated by someone else, he could not help but burst out Qin Hao's old self. So, he spoke up to warn about it. Don't worry, I still know this. I'm a bit impulsive, but not stupid. In response to the Blade Ancestor's reminder, the Yen Ancestor rarely disliked it and nodded his head very cooperatively. Shadow kill. From today onwards, you'll go and protect the path for that kid. After receiving Yen Ancestor's reply, the Blade Ancestor turned his eyes to look at a black-robed middle-aged man behind him. Oh! Everyone who heard this looked at the Blade Ancestor in surprise. Even the eyes of Shadow Killer, whose name was mentioned, carried a look of surprise. In terms of cultivation, he was the lowest of the dozen, barely reaching the 7th level of the Nirvana realm. Positive strength is also the weakest. How could he be allowed to go forward to protect the road? You know the Protector of the Word has a saying. They didn't even bother to go on the protection missions of ordinary heaven's remarkable demons, and only those elders of the Supreme Realm or even the Seal King Realm would go. And when it comes to having them protect the Tao, in the future, they must be at least half-step transcendent. It's a requirement for them to protect the path. And on the contrary, when the disciples under the door were demonic to a certain extent, just like Qin Hao, The protection mission was grabbed. For to defend its path represents karma and bonding. When the day comes that the one who is being protected reaches transcendence, the first one to return the favor is one's protector. Honestly, it's a big chance. All the elders wanted to go, but the only thing that was arranged on the weakest Shadowkill was that it was impossible to figure out. Although Shadowkill's frontal strength is inferior, its assassination strength is no less than ours. The Blade Ancestor stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Moreover, which one of you is as young as him? Cultivating to this level at over 1,000 years old leaves you guys a few blocks behind." The crowd sniffed, revealing a look of dawning realization. The key thing is still youth. Even if they ended up escorting Qin Hao to grow up, it would be 1,000 times harder for them to go further at their age. But Shadowkill was different. The other party was also a supreme genius from 1,000 years ago. Once, he had caused the Jade Ultimatum of Creation to descend 6 voices of the Tao. The future is more likely. Figuring this out, everyone else retreated. "Okay, Blade Ancestor, I'm on my way." Shadowkill naturally also heard the meaning and gave the crowd a grateful look before leading the order to leave. "Hey, let's hope this kid can grow up all the way." Looking at the vision in the sky that was nearing the end of the breakthrough, the Blade Ancestor let out a long sigh in his heart. A demon is only called a demon if it grows up. Halfway through it is nothing. Even having a protector is not foolproof. Hidden Sword Peak. In the middle of Lin Bei's courtyard, he was similarly forced out of his cultivation state by the aura anomaly on the peak. In a flash, he scoped out the exact location. The huge aura vortex in the dome of the sky revealed its location all of a sudden, but he couldn't see exactly what was going on inside. It's this fellow who's up to no good again. What the hell is he doing? Why does he still need the master to protect him? He looked at the figure standing in the sky in the dome of the sky and couldn't help but let out a low roar. To say that he had only looked at Qin Hao with some dislike before, now it was hatred. It was this guy that caused him to let his favored master turn very cold towards him, and it kept him from taking the test. Even Rouge was robbed by this guy. How could this keep him from hating it? Now even simple cultivation had to be interrupted by this guy, and saw the last thing he wanted to see. To say that Song Changjing was just a redhead in his ignorance. His master teacher was his taboo. He would not allow any man to approach his master, nor would he allow his master to favor a male disciple in this way. But, these days, all he has is anger and resentment, and no one wants to listen to him. He didn't get a look in from the top and didn't show any demonic qualities. All that halo was taken away from that asshole. Even the master's favoritism was robbed. Chapter 24 D. Tian's Countermeasures. Qin Hao, I, Lin Bei, swear again that I will do whatever it takes to discredit you and let you die. He clenched his fists and let out a beastly low growl. The eyes were shrouded in a faint black aura. The fury in his body was not disguised in the slightest. With a deep glance in the direction of the aura vortex, he directly left the courtyard and disappeared into the night. The region of the Endless Continent's northern border near the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range. There was an archipelago of endless stretches of water here, and this was the sphere of influence of the Holy Land of Reincarnation. There were a dozen or so extremely high-quality spirit veins underneath the entire area of water that nurtured the entire Holy Land. In the core area, a huge island hung in the air, dozens of chains of unknown materials tugging it firmly. Above the hanging island is where the main island of the Holy Land is located. In the middle of a majestic and grand core hall, Sacred Lord D. Tian was seated at the top seat of the Great Hall, and in the surrounding void, dozens of silhouettes emerged, each figure carrying varying degrees of anger on their faces. They were the crowd that had just rushed back from the Holy Land of Hongmeng. Sacred Lord, this trip to the headquarters of the Hongmeng Sacred Ground happened to hit the backhand left behind by the Hongmeng Emperor. What should we do next? An obese old ancestor standing at the very front on the right suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, "Not only did they fail to kill that little brat with this outing, but they also exposed their motives early. It's bound to make the other side more alert. It would be 1,000 times harder to kill in the future." D. Tian frowned as he heard this. What does he know how to do? As soon as I came back, I called everyone here in order to discuss a countermeasure. If they let that Qin Hao develop, sooner or later he would become a threat to them. But none of the three forces knew what to do now, so they could only discuss a countermeasure individually and then meet again. What does everyone think? Without responding positively, he threw the question out again. Holy Lord, I think there's still a chance, and there's more than one. After a brief silence was experienced in the air, suddenly the old ancestor at the head on the left spoke out. However, he wore a hint of hesitation on his face. Oh, as the crowd heard this, they all gazed over. Yu Yangzi, tell me. D. Tian looked at that old ancestor and said, he couldn't think of any way to do it until now. After all, in the event that the other party was alerted, they would definitely not let that kid out of the Holy Land. They don't dare to go in. So where's the method? Sacred Lord, Don't forget that every Holy Land God Sun ordination ceremony is a banquet for all the dignified forces within the continent. And this is one of the times for us to make our move. Yu Yangzi said this after a slight pause, and then continued after looking around the crowd. Only the success rate won't be very high, and there will be no return for those who go to participate. That was the reason for his hesitation earlier. If you want to increase your success rate, the higher your cultivation level, the better for sure. And they are the perfect people to do it. Leaving aside the question of whether it will work or not, there is no doubt that if you go, you will die. Tian's eyes lit up when he heard this. He'd almost forgotten there was such a thing. It's really an opportunity to use this method if you really can't think of anything else. Old man Jade, didn't you say there was more than one way? What else? Without waiting for Tian to speak, the obese old ancestor who had been the first to open his mouth just now spoke up to inquire. It would be best if there was a way to not die. After all the people here are all old-timers who have lived for thousands of years and are all very life-thirsty. Tian and the others also looked at Jade Yangzi. The Divine Sun ordination ceremony could be an alternative. And if there are others that are better, that would certainly be best. The other method takes time, and I'm not sure we can afford to wait. Yu Yangzi didn't hide anything and said directly, that is to develop the people of the Hongmeng sacred land for my use, especially those around that brat. This is the best chance to strike. And no one of our own has to die. This is his second method. One of their own killing one of their own is often so unexpected that even with a protector of the way they can't defend themselves. But the only downside is that such people are very hard to find. Emperor frowned. I wish this method had been suggested earlier. They had originally buried quite a few pieces in the Hongmeng Holy Land, and they were all strong at the elder level. But now that almost all the pieces have been pulled out, it does take a lot of time to develop again. Holy Lord, have you forgotten about Luo Yen? I think she can give it a try. Right at this moment, that obese old ancestor's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something, and immediately spoke out. Ruyan? When Tian heard this name, he instantly thought of Luo Zining, who had been locked up by him. Luo Yen was the daughter of the sinner of the Holy Land of Reincarnation, Luo Zining, and was sent to the Holy Land of Hongmeng under his threat. It's just that it hasn't been a long time, only 3 years, and the cultivation is limited, so how much of a difference can it make? Holy Lord, we have no other way. Seeing Tian appear hesitant, the obese old ancestor immediately persuaded. Holy Lord, old Taoist Dustless is right. Luo Yen can indeed be used as a bargaining chip. Jade Yangzi echoed. Only he had other ideas. Then he continued. We can take both paths together, letting Luo Yen get as close to that brat as possible while also making a move on the seal hall. I won't say anything if it succeeds, but if the sealing ceremony doesn't succeed, it's going to be all up to that ninny Luo Yen. It was the best decision he could come up with. Hearing this, Tian closed his eyes tightly and fell into deep thought. He wasn't thinking about the feasibility of this. The matter had been laid out, and this had been the only possible way to get out of the mess. He was thinking about how to get Luo Yen to give in or to go through with the execution. To get close to Qin Hao, even to the extent of being able to kill him, one had to be extremely close. It's a process that is hard to control, and most likely it's going to be a dedication. But with his understanding of Luo Yen's character, it would be hard to get her to comply with this kind of mission. And even if he were to use her mother to blackmail her again, the possibility of her revealing herself would be very high just with her character. It's hard not to be suspicious of a high-strung woman who suddenly takes the initiative to approach a man, especially at this juncture. It's very sensitive, not to mention whether or not it could pass the eyes of those old guys. Even that kid Qin Hao might not be able to fool it. They had just been screwed out of a considerable amount of resources by that kid. Good, then follow this program execution, but I'll personally take care of Luo Yan's matter. Eventually, he finalized it. As for Luo Yan's matter, he decided to go and find Luo Zining to talk about it first. Hongmeng Holy Land, Hidden Sword Peak. At this time, Qin Hao had already completed his breakthrough, and the visions in the sky had gradually dispersed. The night had faded and a sliver of fish belly white had emerged in the sky. Phew! He let out a long breath and rose slowly. The bones in his body instantly made a crackling sound. Chapter 25: The Importance of Battle Skills. In one night, the leap from mortal to spirit sea realm was completed. It directly crossed over the Qi and blood realm, and it was still a perfect crossing. It even broke Emperor Hongmeng's record. He knew all of this, and that month of reading wasn't for nothing. Only, he didn't expect to make that much noise. It was good that there was still the master's treasure to help him cover his breath, or else he would have to be disturbed by some people. Ka chow. He had just gotten up when the ground shattered in response. A crack spreading in all directions. A mount. Looking at the cracks that appeared on the ground, he scratched his head in embarrassment. The transition from mortal to cultivator was too quick. It was surprising that he didn't control the force for a moment, especially since he's not just any shift. When he was in the Qi and Blood realm alone, he didn't just have the power of 10 elephants, but that last increase of blood-colored Qi alone was already 10 elephants. Plus, he had directly skipped the Qi and Blood realm and reached the Spirit Sea realm, with an all-around boost of nearly 200 times. It's not surprising that you can't control the force well. It was already very good not to have collapsed the entire courtyard with 1 foot. System, check the attribute panel, he said with some excitement. After all, the previous panel was still bare and nothing on top of it. Host, Qin Hao. Cultivation level, first level of Spirit Sea realm. Talent, Physique Wisdom of Enlightenment, Immortal grade. Immaculate Body, Honorable grade. Technique, Hongmeng Bible, Transcendence. Secret Art, the Art of Looking at Qi, Immortal level. Cultivation points, 55,000. Battle Power Assessment, Daoyuan Realm, 5th level. Not bad, not bad. The panels are much more gorgeous this time around. The most crucial thing was that his battle power had gotten rid of the assessment of being a weakling. Using the cultivation of the Spirit Sea realm to harden against the Daoyuan realm, he had directly crossed a large realm. You have to realize that this is still without cultivating any battle techniques, and he's got more than that built up. There will be a spurt of growth to follow. So many Sword Dao canon references, but they hadn't been converted into battle power yet. Ding! When the host made his breakthrough, he indirectly caused the Qilux Lin Bei to develop a heart demon, rewarding him with plus 10,000 cultivation points. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs, and the system's hints made his already very good mood even more soothing. But is this what's called a providential protagonist? Doubts arose in his mind. In his previous life, he read so many novels, which is not a person with a mind like a demon and great perseverance. That's where it's at. Isn't it just robbing the other side of 2 redheads and blocking their takeoff momentum? Isn't that a little too wasted to have a dusty mind and create a demon? Host, you be a man. A lavender-colored Qigong person. Those are almost more than half of his chances. The Qigong value falls so fast, it's not normal for him to be able to stabilize his state of mind. When you say it like that, it seems like it does happen. Hearing the system's sudden explanation, he couldn't help but nod his head. This guy was kind of played out of his mind. And I don't know what's going on now. Adversary, you, alright? Mu Yao had planned to leave, but seeing Qin Hao suddenly frozen in place and dazed, she still couldn't help but worry and came to his body to inquire. It's baby. I'm fine. Qin Hao instantly returned to his senses, and upon seeing the visitor, he subconsciously pulled him into his arms, with a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. You, crazy. Mu Yao was so shocked by Qin Hao's action that she almost lost her chi. It's broad daylight, and the adversary is getting out of line, not afraid of being seen. Hey, baby, it's my yard and it's covered by a formation. What's there to be afraid of? Qin Hao wasn't worried at all and even fiercely perfumed that scarlet pretty face. Yo **********, oh, and her shyness is simply adorable. He's the villain, so naturally he can do whatever he wants. Who cares about morality? Unlike those so-called providential protagonists who are hypocritical as hell. Besides, even if it was discovered by the higher-ups of the Holy Land, so what? Couldn't he still be expelled from the division? We're all in love. It's free love, okay? Mu Yao used her divine thoughts to probe the surroundings and ensured that no one was there before she let out a sigh of relief. This guy doesn't want to be ashamed. She wants more. If this were to be known by that nemesis, it wouldn't be enough to make this scandalous story of hers known to the entire Holy Land. Alright, you've just made a breakthrough, so skill up your own power, and then you'll be able to go to the Hongmeng Tower to choose your own battle technique. She blankly glanced at Qin Hao and said seriously, and she did not stop her rebellious disciple's large unruly hands. It doesn't matter if no one sees it anyway. What part of herself hadn't been touched by this bad guy? Battle techniques? A flash of excitement appeared in Qin Hao's eyes as he heard this. The Hongmeng Pagoda was a quasi-emperor divine weapon that was also refined by the Hongmeng Emperor. Inside was a collection of countless battle techniques, ranging from the human rank down to the transcendent class. That's not even the kicker. The most powerful thing was that this tower was completely of an AI-like attribute, and the tower spirit would scan every disciple entering in all directions and then give the most suitable battle techniques. Every disciple has such an opportunity at the beginning of their cultivation. This kind of chosen battle skill was also called by all the disciples as an innate battle skill, because that's what suits you best. Qin Hao was looking forward to what level of battle skill he would get a copy of by then. His enlightenment was high enough and his comprehension of the sword path was strong. Plus the fact that he was cultivating the Hongmeng Bible, he really couldn't wait. However, his own second brother seemed even more impatient. Looking down at the beautiful person in his arms who was already a little bit confused, he directly picked her up in a horizontal embrace and walked towards his bedroom. Battle skills and so on. First put it back. The master treasure is the most important. Mu Yao's hand subconsciously encircled Qin Hao's neck. There was nothing she could do about this guy being so bold. She had to recognize her own man on her own. And instead of rejecting the move, her heart felt a little. Hey! Just after the two disappeared into the courtyard, a helpless sigh came from the void. However, the owner of the voice did not stop it, but quietly reinforced the strength of the formation and then retreated himself. The eye is not seen as pure, the heir to his own family's holy land. What else could he say but to turn a blind eye? But that kid is pretty good, if he had the guts back then. Then, 2 hours later, Qin Hao walked out of the courtyard with a spirited face. It was just about dawn at this point. The first warm rays of the morning sun felt extraordinarily soothing as it shone down on him. This kind of thing is still cool to do with a sealed cultivation. How else could he show his manhood? The good lady could still be resting on her bed, while he was still in good spirits. Chapter 26, Different Status, Different Treatment. Host, I'll give you a hint. The courtyard's formation has been tampered with. Just as he was going out the door in triumph, the system's beep sounded in his head. What the hell? Qin Hao's face changed and he hurriedly checked it out. He certainly had control over the formations in his own courtyard. Nima, it's been tampered with. His heart thumped and there was a split second of panic. However, it quickly stabilized its mind. The formation had been moved, yes, but it seemed to have been strengthened. It was a deliberate attempt to help them cover up what had just happened. He raised his eyes to look at the void around him, and his mind instantly became clear. He then walked out of the courtyard after arching his hand towards the void. There are some things that we all know in our hearts, and it's better to keep them to ourselves. It didn't matter to him. He had thick skin, but the master's baby was thin-skinned, so naturally he still had to act as if nothing had happened. Good morning, Godson. Greetings, Lord Godson, Son of God. Walking along the path of Hidden Sword Peak, many disciples took the initiative to greet each other with respect written all over their faces. Even the elders were no exception, and they all had to take the initiative to stop and salute. It seemed that this news of him obtaining the position of the Son of God was all known overnight. Qin Hao also responded to all of them. A villain with a brain, who only messes around in the shadows, should of course be true and good on the surface, sitting on the love of everyone in the Holy Land, leaving the Divine Order protagonist with no way out. Wow, Kamiko-sama actually smiled at me. So happy. How come I didn't realize Kamiko was so handsome before? I want a hug. TSK, Divine Sun-sama really doesn't have any rackets at all. I was really dog-eyed in the past. It's my fault. This behavior of his was quickly followed by feedback. Many disciples became active and more positive. There were even some disciples who, upon hearing about it, had to come here specifically to see if it was true or not. One must know that the few holy sons and daughters of the Holy Land were all powerful with their nostrils facing the sky, defying everyone. Now the rare Lord Divine Sun was even courteous to core disciples like them and even inner and outer disciples, simply refreshing their knowledge. All want to come and verify the authenticity. Well, not bad. This kid is really perfect except for being a bit horny. His mind is already far beyond his generation. In the shadows, Shadowkiller nodded his head straight as he watched, his eyes all appreciative. The ability to be a good leader goes beyond the essential hard skills. The ability to bring the entire Holy Land together is also a very critical factor. He himself is a good example. A disciple of the same era as the Holy Lord Junmore. He was stronger than Junmore, but he can only sit in the ancestral land and become a protector of the Holy Land while breaking the beaters, while Junmore was the Holy Lord who commanded the entire Holy Land. Therefore, he knows the importance of being recognized by the crowd. It was still something he slowly realized after he had achieved success in his cultivation. As for Qin Hao, at less than 20 years old, he was already well aware of this, and to say that he had superior intelligence was no longer enough to express his mind. Such a person who had both a supreme cultivation talent and an absolutely superb mind was fine to become one of their own. It would be quite chilling to become an enemy. He couldn't help but feel a little grateful when he thought about it. As for being horny, it doesn't matter. Young people, it's understandable. Whatever the relationship was, he didn't see it anyway. Yeah, just didn't see it. Others, nor are they allowed to see it. If he really dared anyone to touch this thing without knowing what to do, he would have to shut their eyes forever. Qin Hao naturally didn't know what the man in the dark was thinking. He was leisurely enjoying the bragging rights of his many disciples. Flattery, who doesn't like it? Stinky brother, you're out. Are you going to the Moon Shadow Peak's Hongmeng Tower? Just then, a familiar and beautiful figure appeared in his sight. Well, dressed much more conservatively. In addition to the hidden large white legs, the upper half of that half of the Snow White has been wrapped up by a touch of lavender shirt. Sexy without being overly dignified. Yes, Sister Song, what are you? Qin Hao naturally took Song Changjing's jade hand and said with a smile, I'm on my way. Let's go there together. Song Qingjing's small face was instantly colored pink. She was a bit caught off guard by the fact that her smelly brother had directly taken her hand in such a public place. That's a direct declaration of sovereignty. Wow. This is the goddess of my heart. The godson is too quick to strike. Humph. You go far away. The godson is so handsome. Of course he needs the prettiest woman to match him. That's right. That's right. Brother godson is so handsome. He actually took Fairy Song down. They're so well matched. Qin Hao's action instantly caused countless more people to clamor. There are a lot of envious ones. High on CP. All but a few jealous ones. One was a divine son who was the equal of Lord Holy Lord, and the other was the daughter of a heavenly pride who had been famous for many years at Holy Lord Peak. No one can be jealous. Come on. Hearing the voices from the surrounding crowd, Song Qingjing was really shy. Immediately pulling Qin Hao to the top of his spirit boat, he rushed directly into the sky, leaving behind only the sound of Qin Hao laughing out loud. Is this the man mother spoke of? In the corner of the crowd, a woman wearing a half-mask frowned slightly and muttered as she looked at the spirit boat that had disappeared from the sky. She had always had a great distaste for that kind of womanizer. It was ingrained in her mind. Otherwise, he and his own mother would not have been reduced to the point where they were being used now. And because of that, she's even resistant to all men. So, she was very reluctant about that task her mother gave her. But in the mother's account, this man determines the future of both their mothers. As soon as it's done, she'll be freed early to live the life she wants. It was something she had always aspired to. For this reason, she purposely came from Moon Shadow Peak early today just to secretly observe the target person. Yet it left her with a mouthful of dog food. That woman was no less than her in both temperament and appearance. How does that make her approachable? And it's not like that's her area of expertise. That's why she frowned. At this point, she even forgot that the original purpose of coming over was just to observe and determine the character of the other party beforehand. After all, if you really took this mission, you might not be able to keep your virginity. And now when she saw Qin Hao holding another woman who was not weaker than her in any way in front of everyone, her original intention had vanished cleanly. Instead, they make comparisons. Now it was no longer a question of whether she would take this task or not, but people were not short of women. Besides, it's not like she's the kind of character that falls over herself. No, the ultimate goal of the mission is to kill it. Maybe think of another way. After a few moments of contemplation, she already had other ideas in mind. Chapter 27 Going to Moonshadow Peak. She was going to try it for her own and her mother's relief. Afterward, she exited the crowd and piloted the spirit boat in the direction where the two Qin Hao men had disappeared. Moonshadow Peak, one of the 3 strongest peaks of the 18 peaks of the Hongmeng Holy Land. Peak Master Su Mengli, at the second level of the Supreme Realm, was also Mu Yao's only nemesis in the Hongmeng Holy Land. Qin Hao stayed on top of Song Qingjing's spirit boat, thinking about the information he had learned in his mind. 10 years ago, the two were originally still very close girlfriends, but do not know what reason. Overnight girlfriends into enemies. It was only because of the rules of the Holy Land that both of them were only tripping in the dark and did not do anything in the open. Technically speaking, it was Su Mengli who was a bit more hostile towards Mu Yao, who was more on passive defense. Qin Hao's predecessor had once seen the scene of the two fighting. Su Mengli looked at her master's eyes that contained killing intent, not simple hatred. Although he didn't have a heart for gossip, he was still nominally Mu Yao's personal disciple after all, and he was afraid that the woman would spread her anger onto him. Who made the Hongmeng Tower just happened to be in Moon Shadow Peak. Thinking back then, the first Moon Shadow Peak master was none other than Emperor Hongmeng's confidant, and the Hongmeng Pagoda was naturally placed at Moon Shadow Peak. Nowadays, it has become a landmark of the Moon Shadow Peak. Brother, are you worried that Peak Master Su will target you? Seeing Qin Hao dazed, Song Qingjing naturally guessed the reason. This matter was not a secret in the Hongmeng Holy Land. The female peak masters of the sacred ground dimension too, however, for some unknown reason, had great prejudice against each other. The Holy Lord had tried to be a peacemaker at one point, but it was as if the two men had made a pact and just wouldn't say what happened. Moreover, the two did not cause a bad influence within the Holy Land, and this matter was delayed here. But in the past, the people of the two peaks had rarely traveled, and could even be said to be old and dead. And the only place where there was a crossover was when the new disciples picked their innate battle techniques, but it didn't matter to any of the other disciples. As long as they didn't wear iconic clothing when they came, there were very few people who could recognize them. But only Qin Hao was different. Not only was he Mu Yao's personal disciple, he was also the divine son of the Hongmeng Holy Land. Its likeness had long since spread throughout the Holy Land. You can be recognized almost everywhere you go. Therefore, Song Qingjing thought of this problem at once. Qin Hao nodded, but immediately afterwards shook his head and said, I'm not worried about that woman. She's the lord of a peak. She's not enough to personally show up to make things difficult for me. He paused slightly at this point, then continued with a frown. The most annoying thing is the fear that some people will jump out and disgust people. His own safety wasn't a concern to him at all, but it was annoying to make someone sick for a bit. Don't worry. Whoever dares to jump out and make a fool of themselves, sister will help you block it. Song Changjing sniffed and immediately stood out to assure him, with a protective expression, speaking while patting his chest in a fanciful manner. I'll go. Qin Hao's eyes went straight. It's really not the usual stuff. This woman is really hot. He even smelled a faint fragrance on its body. How else could he endure this situation? One pulled it into his arms, and directly, in Song Changjing's shocked cry. Meanwhile, the other hand was unruly. Bad eggs. Song Changjing's pretty face instantly turned red when she was surprised by Qin Hao. The small hand subconsciously tried to push away, but it was already weak, paralyzed in Qin Hao's arms. Those red lips were also blocked by Qin Hao and could not make a sound. It would still take a short time to get from Hidden Sword Peak to Moon Shadow Peak. Qin Hao simply picked him up directly and walked towards the cabin above the spirit boat. The two have had occasional flings before, but they haven't broken the final line yet. Today's timing was just right, so Qin Hao was naturally in the right place. Song Changjing's face was flushed, with shyness in her eyes and some anticipation. The relationship between the two is as close to a direct statement as you can get. Ever since she experienced Lin Bei yesterday, it made her realize that this smelly brother in front of her had already walked into her heart without her realizing it. She was happy to be able to hand herself over in one piece. The cabin of the spirit boat was very advanced. Aloft, the bed and couch were soft and gave off a faint fragrance. It was where Song Changjing usually rested when she was in a hurry. The two fiery bodies fell directly on top of the soft couch. The light tent slowly floated down. The room then played a beautiful piece. Moon Shadow Peak. Inside the Peak Master's great hall, there was a veiled woman sitting in the temple. She was dressed in a light veil, and the light material fluttered in the wind as if it were one with her. Even though the veil covered most of her face, just from the exposed eyebrows, one could imagine her overwhelming beauty. Her eyes were as bright as stars, deep and mysterious, revealing a clear and cold color that made people look and feel unnerved. His Highness, on the other hand, was a young man with a black robe on his head. Peak Master Su, the things I just said are absolutely sincere. Think about it. The man at the temple arched his hand respectfully. The talent is good, but the heart is not. Aren't you afraid that Mu Yao woman will clean up her house? On the temple, Su Mengli looked at the youth below and did not resume his question, but asked a rhetorical question. Fear? Why should I be afraid? There are not a few disciples who have switched peaks within the Holy Land. As long as the Peak Master protects me, she has nothing to say, the youth said in a deep voice, the dissatisfaction towards Mu Yao's in his voice undisguised. He wasn't afraid that the other side would take him down directly, because he was well aware of Su Mengli's hatred towards Mu Yao. This opportunity to strike the other party was something she would never let go of. At Hidden Sword Peak, he knew deep down that he no longer had any chance of getting ahead. That woman Mu Yao had already placed her entire mind on Qin Hao. The favoritism that he had shown him before was gone. Even if he showed the Nine Yang Sacred Vein, it would be difficult for him to return to his previous position. No matter how talented he wasn't as important as a divine son. He would not allow himself to live under Qin Hao's figure. So, he came here. That woman Mu Yao. He swore that sooner or later he would take her down. Only in a different way. If you can't do it the gentle way, then do it the hardest way. He was very confident in his talent. He was just not as good as Qin Hao in terms of status. Qin Hao was only a little bit stronger than him in terms of enlightenment, and was 100,000 miles away from him in terms of physique. When he ruthlessly punched the other party's face, let's see if that Mu Yao woman regrets it afterward. Report, Lord Peak Master, Son of God. Just at this moment, a disciple outside the hall suddenly came to report the situation. Chapter 28, The Incident in Linbei. But seeing that there were other people in the hall, he immediately stopped and prepared to exit. Stop. Straight up, what's up? Hearing that it was related to the Divine Son, Su Mengli immediately called out to the disciple who had come to deliver the message. Wasn't the most relevant factor why the black-robed youth in front of her had come to join her the Divine Son Qin Hao? Before this was gone, there was news about Qin Hao on the back foot. She'd like to hear what it was about. Lin Bei also slightly raised his head to look at the disciple who had just entered. Yes. That disciple immediately arched his hand and said, Divine Son Qin Hao came to Hongmeng Tower to select his innate battle skill, and has now headed to the plaza. But the other party brought the Holy Lord Peak's heavenly pride Song Changjing to escort them. He reported the information about Qin Hao's arrival here in detail. Oh, still God help. This kid isn't stupid. Su Mengli was surprised in her heart. There were quite a few of her personal disciples on Moon Shadow Peak, and they all knew that she had a grudge against Mu Yao. So if they saw Qin Hao come over single-handedly, they would definitely strike. Of course, It wasn't really hands-on, but a wave of verbal taunts. To put it bluntly, it's just disgusting. But now that the other party had brought Song Changjing over, that was a heavenly pride demon second only to the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. And those disciples of hers were still almost interesting. She slightly raised her hand for the summoning disciple to retreat. Then look at Lin Beidao. You transfer worship to my name. I promise. And I'll help you with the pressure on that Mu Yao woman's side. But, at this point she paused, then rose slightly, walking step by step in front of Lin Bei. Those clear cold eyes stared at Lin Bei and continued. But, are you not self-talking about being gifted? Then go to the Hongmeng Tower now as well to obtain the battle skills of the essence. And compare that brat to me. As long as the competition goes down, you will rise to the top of your status with me and be given unlimited resources for you to grow. Qin Hao was the divine son jointly chosen by the Jade Ultimatum of Creation and the Sacred Land Ancestor. She was also there that day when she confronted the other three major forces at the Sacred Lord's Peak. To be honest, Qin Hao's mind was far superior to the person in front of him, but that's not the point. The point was, as long as this kid in front of her could overwhelm Qin Hao in terms of talent, then her investment would be a success. Being mentally mature and enlightened is not the same as being gifted. But she knew that Qin Hao was still only an immortal body before the Jade Ultimatum of Creation helped transform him. Even if it was transformed, it would be absolutely impossible to reach the level of a Saint Vein or Saint Body. And the focus of the Hongmeng Tower's scan was talent, which included enlightenment and physique as well as bloodline. In her opinion, Lin Bei had a great possibility of surpassing Qin Hao. That's why she agreed to do it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have picked up on it. As long as Lin Bei compared Qin Hao, she would be able to take Mu Yao down verbally and take a hard breath. Okay, many thanks Peak. No, thank you master, I'll go now. Lin Bei's face immediately showed joy when he heard this. He had been holding his breath, wanting to prove that he was definitely not inferior to Qin Hao. But nay, I lose my chance every time. On top of the main Peak test, he was forced to give up attending. At Hidden Sword Peak, Mu Yao didn't even give him a chance to compete with Qin Hao. Now it was good. He could finally get out of this bad breath. As the words fell, he arched his hand and immediately retreated. However, the moment he turned his eyes, he saw Su Mengli's hazy long legs under the light veil, white and smooth, unusually alluring, with an urge to go up and grab a handful. He didn't rush though, a flash of blackness under his eyes, not letting the mind take over. He knew his own situation, and his heart demon was created by Qin Hao. Then all he had to do was trample Qin Hao under his feet. And then he would be able to extinguish his heart demons. Moreover, he would be able to obtain Su Mengli's approval, and he would soar to the heavens at that time. Moon Shadow Peak Central Square. Here stands a tower that reaches into the sky. At this time, there were already many disciples gathered in front of the tower. This was because Qin Hao's arrival had spread throughout the entire mountain peak. A lot of them are just coming to see what's going on. Of course, there were those who wanted to look for trouble, but when they saw the woman beside Qin Hao, they all wilted. A 28-year-old peak minor calamity realm powerhouse was not something they could afford to offend. Brother, there's still a line here. Looks like we'll have to wait a while. Song Changjing shook her head as she looked at a long line of people lined up in front of the tower gate in front of her. Yesterday's examination was nearly 1 million disciples, and there were also many newly promoted inner sect as well as core disciples. It's normal to come and pick out your natal battle technique. Well, there's no rush, and you get some rest. Qin Hao squeezed Song Changjing's small hand, revealing a faint smile. That flushed little face has not eased up yet. Who would have thought that only a quarter of an hour ago the two had just finished a great battle? Humph, how nice of you to say. It's all your fault. Song Changjing's face flushed and she gave a weak, delicate hum to express her dissatisfaction. Stinky brother is really something too. Just now he made her say some strange words and made her pose in some very shameful actions. Now that I think about it, I really don't know how she agreed to it at the time. Ha ha ha, Qin Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Raising his hand to gently scrape above that agaric nose, Song Changjing had acted so boldly before was something he hadn't expected. It's kinda similar to her previous personality though, passionate and hot, but after the hotness, there was also the shyness. Humph, flirting in public. You really don't know how to be ashamed. Just as the two were jostling, a familiar voice suddenly entered their ears. Qin Hao's face immediately went cold when he heard this. This Lin Bei guy was really a ghost. Wherever he went the other party followed him. They have all created a heart demon and still come out to jump around. They really don't know how to die. Lin Bei, I can do whatever I want. I have this qualification. Do you? If you don't have it, stop pussyfooting around. Looking for some kind of presents like Also, not bowing when you see the divine sun. Are you not putting the rules of the Holy Land in your eyes? Qin Hao wasn't used to this guy at all, and there was a cold aura in his eyes. This guy is more or less a grapes on a stick kind of guy. I also don't know who I'm looking for to borrow the guts to come out and talk to the Holy Land Divine Sun like this. Humph. Qin Hao. Don't be complacent. Lin Bei snorted coldly. I won't admit it in regards to your Divine Sun status. If you have the guts, let's compete to see who obtains a stronger innate battle skill. He seemed to have prepared for this, and was not at all annoyed by Qin Hao's blow, but instead used a provocative method on him. TSK, 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 is there still someone who questions him about this Divine Sun position? I thought I was alone. That's right, it used to be just a mortal body, and it really thought it was something. I think he definitely wouldn't dare. Otherwise why would he even bring a bodyguard? Lin Bei's words instantly caused the room to clamor. Chapter 29, Saint-level battle skills. Is it arrogant? Some of them had wanted to find things, but they didn't dare to step forward due to Song Changjing's power. But now that Lin Bei had taken the lead, it was natural to concur. Get lost, all of you. You're looking for death. When Song Changjing heard this, her temper came up and she shouted angrily. At the same time, the powerful aura of the minor tribulation realm erupted unreservedly from his body, sweeping around like a gale. Bam! Those surrounding people who were following the sound were immediately shocked by this powerful aura and involuntarily retreated backward, taking dozens of steps before stabilizing themselves. Their faces were pale and a look of fear appeared in their eyes, clearly shocked by Song Changjing's strength. Lin Bei was right in front of him, and with his not-so-high strength, blood immediately flowed from the corner of his mouth. Qin Hao, are you still a man? Just know how to hide behind a woman. Lin Bei's eyes were crimson as he looked at Qin Hao with endless anger. He never expected that after all the words had been said to that point, Qin Hao would not be moved at all. Instead, it was this woman who used to chase after him endlessly who stood up for Qin Hao. Lin Bei, I'm willing. You can't find one yourself if you're angry. Song Changjing originally wanted to say something, but was pulled back by Qin Hao. He wrapped his hands around his head and looked at Lin Bei, who was gradually getting on top. With a smirk, his own mind was damaged and his demonic aura was rampant, and he still learned to use the agitation method from others. I really don't know how this guy's brain grows. Serves you right for being pissed off. What's wrong with being a pimp? I'm a good eater. No one else can eat it if they want to. As for the opinions of others, he was even more dismissive. They were all soft and fearful goods, letting Song Changjing exude a little bit of her overbearing aura. And one by one, they all wimped out. You, good, very good. You'll just be a little bit more proud of yourself, and never come in here to look for the benched battle skill if you have the ability to do so. Seeing that he couldn't say anything, Lin Bei directly pulled the people in front of him in line away and took the lead to enter the Hongmeng Tower himself. Sure enough, there's a big difference in heart. In a corner of the Sky Dome, Su Mengli shook her head and whispered. As a teenager, Qin Hao gave her a feeling that he was older than all those old-timers. Master, do you really think that the innate battle skill Lin Bei got will be stronger than Qin Hao? Beside her, a woman wearing a half-mask asked with a puzzled frown. She couldn't see the slightest bit of worry in Qin Hao. Looked very confident. Moreover, she didn't want Master Su Mengli to accept Lin Bei as a disciple. It would disrupt her plans. She couldn't do anything to seduce Qin Hao. She could only find other ways, and Lin Bei was a very important part of her plan. Luo Yen, it's not that I feel it, but Lin Bei must do it, and if he can't, my agreement with him doesn't count. Su Mengli shook her head slightly. Under the veil, there was not the slightest emotion on that stunning face. It was unusually cold. She and Lin Bei were only in a trading relationship, used to put down Mu Yao's face. If Lin Bei won, she would just announce the information about accepting a disciple, and Mu Yao would lose face amongst the peak masters. If Lin Bei lost, she had nothing to lose. What's not to like? Luo Yen sniffed and secretly nodded her head. She now wished that Qin Hao would be more powerful and not lose to Lin Bei. In the square, the crowd had turned excited. Everyone could see that Lin Bei was targeting Divine Sun Qin Hao. Although verbally Lin Bei was finished, none of that mattered. The most important thing to look at is the trip to the Hong Kong Tower. At this point Lin Bei's purpose had been achieved. He's already in there himself. If Qin Hao didn't enter, he was afraid. No amount of talk is going to help. Humph. What a bunch of clowns. Completely unaware of you, brother. Seeing the surrounding passers-by who were watching the fun, Song Changjing called out a grunt. She had absolute confidence in Qin Hao. In the end, battle techniques still didn't need to be comprehended before they could be cultivated. Talent is important, but the most important aspect of it is still above enlightenment. And Qin Hao's enlightenment wasn't simply a little better than some people. Therefore, she wasn't worried in the slightest and was only fighting for Qin Hao. Oh, no harm done. What's the point of bothering with them so much? Qin Hao patted Song Changjing's small hand with a comforting cry. However, he was also a bit curious about what level of innate battle skill Lin Bei, a Qi master who was almost finished gleaning his Qi, could obtain. As soon as Lin Bei appeared, he observed with his qi surveying technique, the qi had turned from a lavender color to a greenish-blue color, dropping very quickly. It wouldn't take long to become a passerby and pose little threat to him as a villain. Oh my god. You guys, look at the Hongmeng Tower. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly cried out in alarm. The crowd sniffed and glanced over. Only a pale yellow light instantly enveloped Hongmeng Tower, as gorgeous as a sunrise that had just risen. The crowd was horrified. A glow of such color they had only seen in records. That was the sign of the appearance of a saint rank battle technique. They hadn't expected that just by watching the fun, a big brother would actually appear. So strong, no wonder he dares to call the shots with the divine sun. This talent has already gone straight after those holy sons and daughters. Right, a heavenly talent. How come I haven't seen it before? This is another Saint Sun level character in the future. The onlookers let out a gasp of amazement. For ordinary cultivators, mooing strong is common to all people, and they go to compliment whoever is strong. And those who wanted to find trouble before were even more exceptionally excited when they saw that Lin Bei had actually made Hongmeng appear with a yellowish glow. That was the Holy Order. Even if it was a low grade of the Holy Order, it was a supreme honor. Definitely able to hang on to Qin Hao. Can fight for Moon Shadow Peak. Ha ha ha. Saint rank middle grade. My innate battle skill is Saint rank middle grade level. Before the person came out, the voice had already traveled out from the doorway of the tower first. Immediately afterward, a figure slowly walked out from the tower. His spine was straight, and the excitement above his face was undisguised. He slowly walked up to Qin Hao with a cocky look and said, Qin Hao, see, this is the gap. My height. You'll never reach it. Asterisk. Qin Hao struck out with a palm strike and pushed Lin Bei, who was blocking his path, straight away before walking into the Hongmeng Tower with the next group of people. He only felt childish towards Lin Bei's provocation. For that matter, he was still a Heaven's Destiny protagonist, and a holy rank battle technique was arrogant to the point of no return. It's almost more villainous than villainous. What a shame for the other Celestial Destiny protagonist. You, okay, let you be arrogant for a little while longer. Let's see how you'll end up in a while. Lin Bei only felt a huge force coming from his shoulders and couldn't help but take more than 10 steps back before stabilizing himself. But he wasn't impressed, he just had no defense. Chapter 30, Mocked? At this moment, he only wanted to see Qin Hao humiliated. His Nine-Yang sacred vein had already caused the Hongmeng Tower to descend into a sacred rank battle skill, which was already a top-tier existence in the Holy Land. Could a transformed mortal body still be stronger than him? Song Changjing, Mu Yao, you will absolutely regret this. Looking at Song Changjing who was cheering Qin Hao on the side, he swore in his heart. Wow, what a beautiful starry sky with purple stars. As soon as he entered the Hongmeng Tower, Qin Hao heard a female disciple next to him let out a gasp. Qin Hao also raised his eyes to look. There is a saying that the inside of the Hongmeng Tower is not only spectacular but also very beautiful. It's the same as what the female disciple said. Above the dome overhead was an endless starry sky, a feeling completely different from standing under the night sky in the outside world. It's more like standing among the stars watching the brilliant stars of the universe. Stars dot the entire firmament. These brightly shining stars would occasionally descend and form a jade slip that flew into a disciple's hand. Listen all disciples, close your eyes, relax your body and mind, feel with your heart and wait for the Hongmeng Tower to choose the most suitable battle technique for you. Just then, a loud voice rang out from within the tower. Qin Hao sniffed and knew that this was the tower spirit of the Hongmeng Tower speaking. Relaxing your mind and body means that you don't hinder the tower spirit's scanning to ensure accuracy. And at this moment, outside the tower, because Lin Bei had triggered the yellow blow of the Hongmeng Tower and the appearance of a saint-ranked innate battle skill, he had already alarmed many elders of the Holy Land, and a lot of powerful people were paying attention. Even Mu Yao had come to this place. She didn't realize that the adversary hadn't sent back a message yet, but the other apprentice had sent back good news first. Only when she got here, she realized it wasn't so. Lin Bei had actually antagonized the adversary again. However, this place was crowded with people, so it was not good for her to directly show up to reprimand, and she could only watch from the sky dome. Only his disgust for Lin Bei increased. There was no reason. Who made the adversary her man now? So of course she had to protect her. Fairy Mu, you're really something. Both disciples are actually your own. It's just as well that you cultivated a divine son. I didn't expect that there's also a demon hidden. Right at this moment, a peak master came forward and said in congratulations, with envy in his eyes. Mu Yao smiled faintly at his words. I'm flattered. The divine son was ordained by the Holy Land. I wouldn't dare to take credit for it. Of course she was happy to hear someone else praising Qin Hao, only that she deliberately ignored Lin Bei. A dislike is a dislike. This disciple of hers was too jealous, especially against Qin Hao, for her liking. Humph. What's there to congratulate? Two good disciples, being taught by you, have started infighting. Not far away in the void, Su Mengli snorted coldly. What a failure to be a master. As long as she saw Mu Yao, she wasn't happy, and she certainly wouldn't let go if she could discuss the other party a bit. Hearing this, Mu Yao turned her head to look, a touch of coldness appearing in her gaze. Even if it's infighting, it's still my disciple, so if you have the ability to teach one, let me see. You, what you? Don't serve, go out and fight. I can block you 1 or 2 when I sealed the King Realm. The Supreme Realm can beat you 2 without a problem. Su Mengli was trembling with anger and just wanted to say something, but again, he was disliked by Mu Yao's words. There was an icy cold color in her eyes. This woman was really getting over the top. She really thought she was easy to bully. The Peak Masters and Elders saw that the two were about to quarrel again, so they hastened to persuade them. We are all senior members of the Hongmeng Holy Land. We should tolerate each other. Boom! Just as the crowd was still trying to persuade them, a purple star landed within the Hongmeng Tower and flew straight toward Qin Hao. This is heavenly rank battle skill. The Elders and Peak Masters looked dumbfounded. Mu Yao also looked confused for a while. Did this Hongmeng Tower have a problem? Mu Yao. You see, this is your disciple. Heaven rank battle technique. So powerful. Su Mengli immediately spoke out to sneer. As an old rival, it was natural that he would not miss any opportunity to taunt. Humph. Mu Yao snorted coldly. She didn't have the time to pay attention to this woman right now. The heavenly rank battle skills were not bad, but they didn't go well with the reputation of the Divine Son at all. One must know that those individual holy sons and daughters of the Holy Land were also of the holy rank grade when selecting their innate battle techniques. Such a situation would definitely give the reputation of the adversary no small impact. What? Nothing to say? Su Mengli watched Mu Yao's speech, her heart bursting with dark joy as she once again spoke out in mockery. The crowd of elders and peak masters shook their heads for a while as they watched. These two people really couldn't get together. As long as they met, they were bound to quarrel. Boring. Mu Yao glanced at Su Mengli and then stopped, ignoring the other party, looking down at Qin Hao in the tower. As peak masters, they naturally had methods to be able to see what was going on inside the tower. Inside the Hongmeng Tower, Qin Hao looked at the jade slip in his hand speechlessly. The word Heavenly Steps was also thoughtfully engraved on it. How much did this Hongmeng Tower look down on him? He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Battle techniques were divided into human, earth, heaven, holy, and transcendent, 5 levels. Giving him a heaven-ranked battle technique was probably because he hadn't detected the wisdom of the apocalypse, an immortal-ranked talent. After all, the Hongmeng Tower, which itself was only a half-step transcendental thing, detecting something less than immortal level did say something. He looked to the female disciple next to him who had just spoken. A jade slip was also held in his hand. Heavenly rank battle skills. Okay, he admitted he was a little sour. A random disciple was at the heavenly rank, but he, the Divine Son, was at the same level, which was a bit of a shame. Divine Son, your battle technique must be at the top transcendence level. At that moment, the female disciple also looked at him politely, but then came a stunned expression. Divine Son, how could your battle technique be heavenly ranked? She was surprised out loud and with her own megaphone. The heavenly ranks? The many disciples in the Hongmeng Tower who had come and all cast their gazes over upon hearing this. Lord God's Son, how did the demonic young man who was sent down by the Jade Ultimatum of Creation with 9 voices of Taoist sound? This Hongmeng Tower could have made a mistake? Lord Godson is such a genius. How come Hongmeng Tower only gave him a heavenly ranked one? The crowd began to murmur in surprise. Qin Hao didn't care about the gazes of the bystanders as he raised his eyes to the starry sky above him. He couldn't talk about the immortal-level talent, but the Hongmeng Tower and the Jade Ultimatum of Creation came from the same source, so he still had to take a shot. A heavenly rank couldn't satisfy him. Thinking of this, he looked up to the sky and exclaimed, Pagoda Spirit, my talent was recognized by the Jade Ultimatum of Creation, descending 9 voices of the Tao, and I succeeded in comprehending the first layer of the Hongmeng Bible in one night, breaking the extreme realm of the Qi and Blood realm. A heavenly ranked battle skill. Are you humiliating me or the Jade Ultimatum of Creation? That's a total bet on his part. Just bet that the Tower Spirit of the Hongmeng Tower had a connection with the Jade Ultimatum of Creation, or else he would have to head to the ancestral ground to find the old ancestor through the back door when the time came. Chapter 31 Transcendental Order. Shock from the Peak Masters. The female disciple on the side watched Qin Hao speak to the Hongmeng Tower in such a domineering manner, her dark eyes filled with little stars, the Peak Masters and Elders in the outer heavenly dome, on the other hand, listened to the words and showed odd expressions on their faces. How else can it work? The Hongmeng Tower was a space-based quasi-emperor divine armament, and the Tower Spirit would hitch a ride on a disciple who had just begun his cultivation. It's not pure bull asterisk. Mu Yao, this divine son apprentice of yours is even talking about the artifact spirit. You've really educated him well. Hearing Qin Hao's words within the tower, Su Mengli was instantly amused, and directly eamed. It was a rare occasion when she was able to catch her opponent's little tails so many times, and at this point she was very happy. Mu Yao sniffed, and in a rare move, she didn't refute Su Mengli. In her opinion, how could the adversary such a high level of enlightenment get a holy rank battle technique? But it was not to be. She only hoped that the adversary's state of mind would not be affected by this. However, just as the crowd was talking, a roaring sound suddenly came from within the Hongmeng Tower. Only those 10 or so brightest golden stars above the starry dome of the Hongmeng Tower slid down quickly, then flew directly toward Qin Hao. Finally, it silently hovered in front of Qin Hao, looking like it was letting him make his own choice. Quiet. Extreme quiet. A pin dropped in the tower instantly. All the disciples were flabbergasted by this scene, and one by one, their mouths were open enough to stuff an egg into. Wow. A brief silence was followed by an instant boiling. What did I see? The Hongmeng Pagoda actually responded to Qin Hao. Nima. It's still all transcendence level battle techniques. So terrifying. Hongmeng Tower, I suspect that you engage in discrimination. A murmur rang through the tower. The peak masters and elders in the sky dome outside the tower were also stunned. Especially Su Mengli, whose smiling face instantly froze under the veil. How could she not expect that the tower spirit of the Hongmeng Tower could even communicate? This would be outrageous. Great. Mu Yao's frowning willow brow finally stretched. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes. It's amazing that the adversary's outrageous maneuvering did the trick. Inside the tower, Qin Hao looked at the dozen jade slips in front of him with satisfaction. The word transcendence was engraved on it in clear letters. This caused the surrounding disciples to be surprised and at the same time a bit eyed. But it's just a bit of envy. If they were really allowed to choose, they wouldn't dare to do so. The higher the rank of the battle skill, the harder it was to cultivate. The Hongmeng Tower gave them the best selection of difficulties to suit them. Only Qin Hao has this kind of courage to dare to clamor to be the most difficult. What was even more outrageous was that the Hongmeng Tower had actually promised him. Qin Hao looked left and right, feeling that each jade slip was very good. Suddenly, his eyes flickered. Aren't battle techniques also in need of enlightenment and cultivation? He himself has a 10,000-fold enlightenment bonus. Thinking of this, he cradled all the piles of jade slips in front of him in his arms, and exclaimed, I've chosen. Let me out. The budding female disciple beside him instantly wouldn't be able to speak when she saw Qin Hao's actions, her small mouth opening and closing in shock. Godson's operation just now was already very impressive, and it was only right that he could get a transcendence level battle technique. But what are you up to? All of it? There were many people who thought the same way as this female disciple, and the field was once again lively. This is too much of a pretense for God's son. Isn't he afraid of being propped up? My goodness, just like to have a little fun. Don't you? This is so sick. Greed is the original sin, and I've concluded that Qin Hao will definitely not go far in the future. All the people who saw it began to talk about it, from those who were purely looking for fun to those who thought that Qin Hao had overplayed his hand. Even the peak masters and elders on the sky vault couldn't understand it. Didn't he understand the reasoning of taking the good with the bad? Mu Yao, you were happy early just now. This disciple of yours I think has a brain problem and needs to be looked at. Su Mengli immediately came to life when she saw Qin Hao's movements. Subconsciously, I'm going to dislike it twice. Although she knew from her knowledge that Qin Hao couldn't possibly have a brain burn, she wouldn't let go of the opportunity to disgust Mu Yao. Mu Yao was speechless, not to mention how difficult it was to cultivate a transcendent rank battle skill. The great Tao that was involved was different. If it was to be used as an innate battle skill, of course, one would choose the one that best suited one's own avenue to cultivate. The adversary really got a little greedy this time. Even if they were all cultivated, it would only be one more means of attack, and would not raise the overall battle power ceiling. She didn't bother to refute Su Mengli's yin and yang. Now she had the urge to rush in and properly explain herself to the adversary. Ding, triggering a randomized quest. Task content: successfully cultivate a transcendence rank battle technique on the spot and reach the level of initiation. Rewarding the holy grade antidote elixir, 10,000 spirit sacred elixir, 100% dissolution of any poison. Aha! A mission at this hour? Or a mission to get him to perform live? Isn't that a little high profile? But how could he strike Lin Bei if he didn't take a high profile? And how could he let the many disciples of the Holy Land recognize the prestige of his divine son if he didn't take a high profile? Qin Hao felt a bit of excitement rise up when he thought of this instead. Being a villain, you have to be villainous. People are villains. There is no such thing as living and developing. He was a divine son himself. So naturally, the stronger he performed, the more he would be recognized by everyone. Still, it's a case of high profile, low profile, and blocking all paths for the protagonist. There is a saying that goes, hooligans are not to be feared, but hooligans are to be feared for being cultured. The same goes for him as a villain. Being a villain with a brain, those so-called chiropractors have to have a headache. Disciple Qin Hao. A maximum of 2 Transcendence Rank battle techniques may be chosen. Not all. Just then, the Hongming Tower spirit spoke out. At the same time, a force appeared in the void, pulling out all the jade slips in his arms, leaving only 2 slips. The others all turned back into golden stars and returned to the sky. Cheapskate. Qin Hao spat out. However, he didn't care. Just now it was also a momentary impulse. Really give him a dozen or so Transcendent Rank battle techniques. He couldn't possibly cultivate all of them. It was too much of a waste of time. Moreover, he also knew that the original battle technique was of course to choose the one that best suited him. Phew. Mu Yao let out a long breath. She was really afraid that the adversary would wrap up the dozen or so jade slips. 2 is a lot too, but that's as good as it gets. And at this moment, Qin Hao didn't care what the others' expressions were. Instead, he looked at the only 2 jade slips left in his arms. 9 stars Hongmeng Fist Transcendent Rank Fist Technique. Sword Shadow Without Trace Transcendental Order Sword Technique. Not bad. This Hongmeng Tower was still something, and these 2 battle techniques were very much in line with his own situation. The 9-star Hongmeng Fist was left behind by Emperor Hongmeng and matched his Hongmeng Dao. The Sword Shadow Without Trace was again the Sword Dao battle technique that he had the highest degree of mastery over. It's not too much to say that it's tailor-made. Chapter 32, Another Shocker. Without hesitation, Qin Hao directly sat in place and began to comprehend the 9-star Hongmeng Fist. The system's mission must be accomplished. Of course, not to mention the rewards of the mission. It was the matter of making the many disciples of the Holy Land realize how powerful he was. Enlightenment was already his strength, so let that strength come out more and more. The jade slip was crushed and a single text entered his mind. He instantly entered a state of enlightenment, and he does. It made the surrounding disciples, as well as the peak masters and elders in the heavenly vault feel baffled. What's Qin Hao up to now? He's wanting to directly cultivate battle techniques? Someone wondered out loud. Don't joke. The Transcendent Rank battle technique is that the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden came and had to comprehend it for a dozen years. A clown. Does he really think he's invincible just because he's the son of God? If he succeeds in his enlightenment now, I'll upside down. The people around them all shook their heads, not believing that Qin Hao could do it. That was a Transcendence Rank battle technique, not human rank. Only Mu Yao's eyes appeared bright at this moment. How similar this scene was to last night. Last night, she had witnessed the terrifying speed at which Qin Hao cultivated the Hongmeng Bible. At this moment, her heart was filled with anticipation. Inside the Hongmeng Tower, Qin Hao was fully comprehending the 9-star Hongmeng Fist. Under the terrifying gift of enlightenment, his mind became abnormally clear. Thinking is also very active. Those difficult and raw words were stripped of their mystery at this point. It's like a college student coming to an elementary school classroom. It became very easy in a blink of an eye. Half an hour later, it's done, he whispered. The eyes opened and a bright light flashed. With that, he got up and began to perform this battle technique in his hands. Hands spread outward. Purple stars shone in his eyes. An endless Tao rhythm spread outward at this moment. Those hands appeared to be moving slowly, but when they were observed in a subtle manner, one could realize that they were visual phantoms under extreme speed. Qin Hao is starting to move. This is cultivation success? Can't be. It's only been half an hour. It's not even enough time for me to jerk off a bird. Everyone stared at Qin Hao's movements, including the many peak masters and elders in the Celestial Dome. They were all experts of the Saint King realm at the lowest, and their observation skills were much stronger than the crowd of disciples. This already has the divine flavor of a transcendent battle technique. I'm afraid I'm about to cultivate a star aura. That's right. What a fast speed. I just don't know how many asterisms can be cultivated. A peak master immediately discovered the doorway and let out a surprised voice. It was important to know that the sign of the introduction to the 9-star Hongmeng Fist was 9 starbursts coming out in unison. How is it possible? How long has it been? And this has cultivated a star aura? This is not a human rank battle technique. This is the most difficult to comprehend transcendence rank. Even a Saint Sun level demon would need 3 or 4 years to cultivate to the point of initiation. Right? My goodness. The Godson is so terrifyingly perceptive. Immortal Mu really has a good disciple. The crowd marveled. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed to death that Qin Hao could be as demonic as this. With such terrifying enlightenment, I'm afraid that I can really cultivate the Hongmeng Bible successfully. Someone suddenly said. When the elders heard this, their eyes lit up, and there was an endless look of yearning on their faces. The Hongmeng Bible is difficult to refine. but if you succeed in refining it, it is an existence that everyone has to look up to. Mu Yao's beautiful eyes were filled with pride. She hadn't guessed wrong. The adversary had surprised her once again. Not far away, Su Mengli, however, had a gloomy face and was very unhappy in her heart. However, that's not all. Qin Hao in the Hongmeng Tower was still casting. Boom! An audible explosion sounded out as Qin Hao punched into the void, causing the void in that area to vibrate. Awesome! So powerful! Lord Godson isn't really going to refine it, is he? Although the surrounding disciples could not see the change in speed, the power of this palm made them tremble with fear. However, just then Qin Hao's fist winds changed once again, both fists slashing through the void at great speed as 5 unusually bright purple starbursts coalesced in the void. 5 asterisks now. No! There are still starbursts coalescing. Hiss! In the sky dome, the elders sucked in a breath of cool air. A moment ago, they were still marveling at Qin Hao's ability to cultivate starbursts so quickly, but in the blink of an eye, 5 of them had appeared, and there was a tendency to accelerate their formation. That's too scary. At the same time everyone's gazes were filled with the color of anticipation. Somehow, they felt there was a follow-up. Sure enough, in the next moment, 4 more starbursts surfaced. It's really appeared. The 9 stars are now present. This is the omen of successful cultivation. It's really initiated. Some elders showed extreme excitement. Transcendent talent. Definitely transcendent talent. Is an emperor going to appear in my Hongmeng Holy Land? Everyone was no longer just shocked. They saw the future of the Hongmeng Holy Land in Qin Hao. One was thrilled to tears. In less than an hour, to comprehend a Transcendence Rank battle skill into the gate, the Emperor reincarnation couldn't even do it. Mu Yao's eyes had crystals flickering in them, and the corners of her lips unconsciously curled up. The reverse disciple was happier to have such an achievement and to be recognized by so many people than he was when he himself broke through to the Supreme Realm. I think we should have a candidate for the Divine Beast Heavenly Abyss this time. In previous years there were no powerful figures within the Holy Land that dared to send someone in. This time Qin Hao will surely be able to raise the majesty of my Hongmeng Holy Land. Suddenly one of the elders seemed to have thought of something and said excitedly, just as the crowd was still in shock. Qin Hao had already thoroughly comprehended the 9-star Hongmeng fist and used it. He blasted the void with punch after punch. The huge force made the space tremble, and the powerful might made all the people in the surrounding area couldn't help but retreat, each revealing an expression of fear, and the void made a sonic boom sound, each palm strike surpassing the speed of sound. Look at Qin Hao again. His body at this time looks like a steel beast. Every inch of his skin is full of powerful strength, tough bones like fine gold, as if it can easily pierce through anything. The body is even more chi and blood like a torrent of rushing, powerful breath flows around, as if a never-ending furnace. As the 9-star Hongmeng fist was performed over and over again, Qin Hao's Dantian Spirit Sea underwent a radical change within it, as if one on-star had turned into a rune inscribed into the Spirit Sea, allowing the true essence power to be further strengthened. Outside, the peak masters and elders in the sky above the Hongmeng Tower were all looking at each other at this time with their eyes glowing with gold. They watched with their own eyes as Qin Hao's aura continued to grow stronger. Dharma Transformation Rune, incorporated into the Spirit Sea. This is a unique effect that only a Transcendence Rank battle skill can have, an old man said excitedly. How long had it been since they had seen a genius of this level? Surprisingly, I was fortunate enough to be able to witness it today. Chapter 33, Luo Yen and Lin Bei cooperate. Mu Yao's eyes were colorful. The adversary apprentice was exceptionally powerful no matter what aspect he was in. Boom! The last punch was thrown, and Qin Hao, who was immersed in the maneuver, slowly withdrew. The endless purple starlight outside of his body completely exploded at this moment, and then shrunk into a point and rushed into his spiritual sea. When the starlight dissipated, Qin Hao's figure reappeared in the crowd's line of sight. The person is still the same, but the change in temperament is very significant. The body was even straighter and more robust, and those eyes were filled with a domineering look that could send chills down the spine of the heart with just a single glance at each other. Kamiko-sama is so handsome. I love it. The cute girl beside him directly let out a flowery, delicate laugh. The 2 large eyes looking at Qin Hao were filled with starlight. Qin Hao guffawed. Isn't that what he's trying to achieve? This cute girl beside her was just a microcosm of what was to come, and many disciples let out an audible gasp. And I wonder if the battle power has increased? He whispered, then headed out the door. At this time, the Hongmeng Tower had its doors open, and the disciples from the outside world were also crowding around. Wow! Lord Godson has come out. I must worship him. Asterisk 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 off. I'll go first. As soon as he came out, a whole bunch of disciples swarmed up, and among them, there were even some disciples from Lunar Shadow Peak. Just now, they had seen with their own eyes a dozen unusually dazzling golden lights rising from the Hongmeng Tower. That represented a whole bunch of Transcendent Rank battle techniques. Didn't see what was going on in there though, but that century to golden light alone was enough to speak for itself. The disciples who surged up all had golden eyes one by one, and a look of adoration was written all over their faces. No, this can't be. There must be an error in the Hongmeng Tower. The back of the crowd. Lin Bei mumbled as his eyes were lifeless. He had come to punch Qin Hao in the face, vowing to make Qin Hao fall off the pedestal, but I didn't expect to be slapped in the face, in a slap in the face kind of way. And what made him even more desperate was that Su Mengli directly left him behind and left on her own. Do we still have to go back to that dark and sunless hidden sword peak? He's lost. The Dao heart began to collapse at this moment, and the Qi was still intensifying and fading. Ding detected that the fortunate Lin Bei's Taoist heart is disorganized, rewarding the host with plus 15,000 cultivation points. Oh! Qin Hao was still greeting the disciples who came up to greet him when he suddenly heard a system prompt in his head. He quickly saw Lin Bei, who was staggering at the moment, behind the crowd. The aura was light green and was getting close to the color of black and white. Qin Hao shook his head and stopped paying attention. This guy is basically about to die out. An ordinary disciple no longer posed much of a threat to him, and he didn't need to pay much attention to it in the future. If he dared to come out of the woodwork, he would not recommend sending it on its final journey. However, after he shifted his gaze, a masked figure slowly appeared beside Lin Bei. Lin Bei, do you still want to take revenge? Luo Yen said in a low voice, but her gaze was fixed on Qin Hao, who was admired by 10,000 people in the distance. Lin Bei's defeat was what she wanted to see, but she didn't expect to lose so completely. A proud son of heaven who had obtained a saint-ranked innate battle skill had been reduced to no one's business. If this kind of talent were to be placed in previous years, it would be the meat and potatoes that everyone would offer up. But Qin Hao came out today, blanked out all of his light. Originally, she had planned to find Lin Bei afterward, but if Lin Bei was in this state, if he didn't intervene to adjust back, then he would really be wasted, and he would lose the value of cooperation. Revenge? Oh, Lin Bei shook his head and didn't say anything. Today was the last chance in his opinion, and the only place where he could outperform Qin Hao, but the loss was complete. All beliefs have collapsed at this moment. At this moment, he was like a clown, and still wanted to take revenge? With what? Luo Yen frowned slightly. Lin Bei's bad situation was even worse than she had even imagined. It's just a little competition. What's the big deal? It's not like it's going to kill you. Even if no one asked for it now, then no matter what. It was still a super genius who possessed a holy vein and held a holy ranked battle skill in his hand. So he was still afraid of not having a day to make a name for himself? How did it change so much all of a sudden? Is the gap between genius minds really that big? However, despite her doubts, she couldn't give up on Lin Bei yet, because Lin Bei was currently the only person she knew who disliked Qin Hao and was still close. As Qin Hao's senior brother, there were many opportunities to get close to Qin Hao. At the thought, she spoke again. You still have a chance. You're not inferior to him in everything. This time, she turned her gaze to Lin Bei, wanting to see this guy react. Really? When Lin Bei heard this, as if he had grabbed the last straw, a bright color actually appeared in his eyes. He looked to the masked woman beside him, although he didn't recognize it. At this point, he didn't want to care that much. He only wanted to know which aspect could still beat Qin Hao. It was his obsession and a demon in his mind. Phew, it's not really ruined yet. The obsession is still useful to him. Luo Yen let out a long breath in her heart and said secretly, battle power. Your battle power is stronger than his. Don't forget what your own cultivation level is and what Qin Hao's is, she said again. Or have you lost confidence in your own battle prowess as well? She was persuasive and agitated at the same time. The purpose was to rekindle Lin Bei's fighting spirit. Right. Battle power. I still have cultivation and battle power. Lin Bei instantly became excited. Qin Hao had only just reached the Spirit Sea realm, while he had already reached the middle to late stage of the Dao Yuan realm. He had an absolute advantage in this area and could still manage to crush it. Who are you? Why are you helping me? With the letter supporting him, he returned to his senses in a flash, and became curious about the identity of the woman who had come out to persuade him. Never mind who I am. Just know that we have a common enemy and are partners who can work together. Seeing Lin Bei's transformation, Luo Yen was completely relieved. This was one step closer to her completing her mission. Fine, we can cooperate. But how? Qin Hao is now like a star in the sky, under everyone's attention, and we can't do anything about him. Who says no? You're like this, that way. On the other hand, on the ground, Qin Hao was enjoying the crowd accompanied by Song Changjing, and above the celestial dome, Mu Yao was also receiving compliments from many peak masters and elders. Anyone who wants to hook up with the two can. Qin Hao greeted everyone patiently. There were quite a number of newly minted disciples who came to Moon Shadow Peak today, and there were more or less some on each peak, the very good guys who gave him publicity. He could not let this opportunity pass. 1 hour later, Qin Hao finally cleared his mind. Looking at the disciples of the peaks who were all leaving with excited faces, Qin Hao revealed a faint smile. The seeds have been planted and are just waiting to sprout. Chapter 34, Lin Bei's Letter of War. Although his current status was that of a divine son, he didn't become so arrogant as to have no one in his sight. As far as he knew, there were but 3 or 4 other holy sons as well as a holy daughter in the Holy Land. The shortest time these people have been in the Holy Land is 20 years to start, but none of them are ordinary people. From the fact that he hadn't even shown his face to a single person since he became a divine son until now, one could tell that these people's city was very deep, and will not reveal themselves easily. But privately there's no telling what they'll do. He's doing all these things now to expand his reach. Those people don't like to hide in the shadows, so he's fully exposed. As long as when his influence was big enough, those people who wanted to make a whole mess in the Holy Land wouldn't have a chance. Qin Hao, let's go back. Right at this moment, Mu Yao dropped down from the celestial dome and came to Qin Hao's side, saying with a gentle smile on her face. She had been watching Song Changjing for a long time. It had been sticking to the adversary like a dog's paw, almost not moving an inch, and as someone who had been there before, she could tell at a glance that Song Changjing no longer had a daughter's body. That kind of mature flair is not normally seen. This caused a rare sense of crisis to arise in her heart. Couldn't help but go down. Your own apprentice. Bring it back yourself. Makes sense, doesn't it? Greetings, Peak Master Mu. Song Changjing immediately saluted when she saw Mu Yao, acting immediately formal. In the past, the most she could do when she met the Peak Masters was to be respectful, but it was different now. His relationship with Qin Hao had been established. Seeing Mu Yao again had the feeling of an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her mother-in-law. Even the small hand holding Qin Hao's hand was let go. Qin Hao looked left and right. Not to mention, it was still his own master who was a bit more attractive, worthy of being the #1 fairy in the central region. Coupled with this serene temperament, it was simply absolute. Although Song Changjing wasn't bad, her temperament was still almost interesting. But why did he smell a sour odor in the air? Mu Yao appeared to be a bit tasty. Otherwise she wouldn't have come down specifically to take him away. It's really, some of them are cute. If it wasn't for Song Changjing still being there, he would have wanted to take him into his arms and ravage him. Mu Yao looked at the adversary's unkind eyes and immediately understood the meaning in seconds. A blush couldn't help but appear on her face. What a bad thing. Thinking of bad things in broad daylight, and in front of his little girlfriend. However, even though she understood in her heart, she opened her mouth as if she didn't know anything. Yu Wei, you should go back first today, and go back to the peak to look for Qin Hao later when you have time. She nodded, a soft smile on her face, a look of an elder looking at her junior. Aha, I'll be back then, Song Changjing said in a formal manner. In her opinion, today, Qin Hao had just obtained a Transcendence ranked instinctive battle skill, and his master would naturally want to give him some good guidance, as well as explain some things. In order to leave a good impression here in Mu Yao, she behaved exceptionally well. After she finished speaking, she gave Qin Hao a reluctant glance before turning to leave. Mastermind, Qin Hao, do you dare to take the life and death ring? Song Changjing left, and Qin Hao had wanted to molest Mu Yao, but the voice that made him sick once again sounded from behind him. The bottom of his eyes flashed a trace of coldness. This guy was really crazy, jumping on the edge of death, and wouldn't stop until he made himself dead rhythm. He turned and stared back. Oh, is this another helper somewhere? When he saw the masked woman beside Lin Bei, his eyes stared. The body is graceful, light as a fairy, a light green dress fluttering with the wind. Although only half of the face can be seen, but it can't hide the overwhelmingly gorgeous posture. The eyes were deep and bright, shining mysteriously through the gaps in the mask, making people look at them. When did this woman show up and how did he not notice? Surprisingly, its body also flickered with a deep purple light. Luck value, 300, 000/300, 000. Although the initial chi value was not as good as Lin Bei's, his current chi was not low at all. Most crucially, this was the second Qigong person he had seen. One must know that even some of the old ancestors, holy lords, and even his own master were not chi masters that he had met yesterday. I was surprised to see another one today unconsciously, and seems to have gotten into it with Lin Bei. This allowed him to once again sit as the archvillain. The huge Holy Land, tens of millions of disciples, had so far discovered these two Qigongs, and had all add up and stood together. It's not even enough to stand together, but to unite against him. This woman, whom he had never even met, was looking for trouble for no reason. It raised a nameless fire in his heart. Nima, you really think I'm made of clay? If I don't kill one or two of you, you really don't know how to feel, do you? He raised his eyes to the sky. Aren't those who are lucky and she the favorites of heaven and earth? They are all people between one heaven and earth, but they engage in such special treatment, and even if they don't like it, he tolerates it by engaging in a villainous identity. But Nima was going to get him killed. If one doesn't work, two, he won't be able to stop for a moment after this. Before that, he had said that he wouldn't bother doing anything as long as the guy stopped coming around looking for death and harassing him. But now it seemed completely different from what he had thought. If you don't do it, people will harass you endlessly. At this moment, he was completely moved to kill. It wasn't just for Lin Bei, but for all the Chi-Luckers. A life and death ring? Then let's start with you, he said darkly in his mind. The cold color on his face was even more undisguised, making people shudder at the sight. What? Is not saying anything a sign of admitting defeat? Seeing Qin Hao's ice-cold expression, a chill rose from Lin Bei from the bottom of his heart. However, his bottom still gave him plenty of confidence, so he once again spoke out to provoke him. 3 times out of 5 times to provoke. It really gives you face. Since you are looking for death, then I will fulfill you, Qin Hao said with a gloomy face. His voice was cold and piercing, as if it came from the 9 hells. Even the temperature around them dropped instantly. This sound, which contained the power of true essence within, resounded through the heavens. Those disciples from the peaks who had just left all turned around and walked back when they heard the words. They could all be Qin Hao's loyal admirers. Lin Bei had just come to Hongmeng Tower and made a provocative remark. Qin Hao generously did not respond positively, and now he even popped up again. This thing is addicted to wanting to be famous, isn't it? All kinds of touching God's son. I think it's simply looking for death. Some people just couldn't stand it and directly spoke out in mockery. How can he be famous with that lewd look? Why don't you take a piss? Lord Godson said it well, that is, to teach him to be a man. Such people are not worthy of death. Someone took the lead, and those who came up on the sidelines spoke out in favor of the crusade. Chapter 35, Integrating Resources, Redeeming Cultivation Points. Even Mu Yao's gaze towards Lin Bei didn't carry the slightest bit of emotion in it. She was truly surprised that a person's jealousy could be so strong. Wouldn't it benefit him if his own senior brother was strong? This time, she was completely out of patience. She also did not intend to intervene in the life and death ring battle that Qin Hao had taken over. She was the only one who knew how strong Qin Hao's battle power was. His strength was not weaker than Lin Bei's when he did not cultivate battle skills, and now that the Transcendence Rank battle skills had been initiated, it was still more than enough to defeat Lin Bei. Shut up, all of you, Lin Bei bellowed. A flash of panic flashed in his eyes, but as he glanced at the woman beside him, his self-confidence rose once again, and with a grim expression on his face, he said, for a period of 1 month, now your cultivation is not as good as mine. I'll give you a month to cultivate. After January the life and death ring will decide life and death. You can, don't let me down. When the words fell, he simply turned around and left. That was his plan with the masked woman. If we do it now, our cultivation levels are not equal. Some people will definitely come out to stop it, so it would be better to be generous and let a month go by. And it's also a month of special training for him. The masked woman had promised to make his bloodline go further and his cultivation improve by leaps and bounds. In a month? Qin Hao didn't stop Lin Bei from leaving. Now, if Lin Bei made a move, it was not unlikely that he might still be able to survive by virtue of his chi. But a month later, he was 10 dead. From yesterday until now, those cultivation resources of his hadn't moved at all. It is important to realize that all things that contain spirituality can be converted into system cultivation points, and cultivation points can be used directly to raise your cultivation level. A month? He didn't even know how far he could improve. It simply couldn't be too easy to deal with a chirographer who barely had much chi left. Che, a wimp, but also a month later. I think it is looking for mom to eat milk. God's son's big heart is kind, so I'll keep your dog's life for a month. Humph, my body brother is the most handsome and the best. Seeing Lin Bei leave, the crowd once again lashed out without mercy. They are most displeased with this kind of people who are incapable themselves and still go around bumping into others every day, especially if it's still touching the idol of their hearts. Lin Bei, who had walked out a short distance, sniffed and stumbled, almost falling. His face was green and white. The words were like knives in his heart. Don't pay attention to these words. As long as you can kill Qin Hao, these remarks will not be broken. Luo Yen spoke out from the side and reminded. Lin Bei's mind was very unstable and she had to keep an eye on it from time to time. This was going to be utilized after, and the guy's death was none of her business. The reason Lin Bei said to wait for a month just now was purely made up by her, as long as Lin Bei himself believed it. The real reason is not just that. Qin Hao is the lifeblood of the Hongmeng Holy Land, will not be so easy to get dead. Of course, she must prepare a backhand. Hidden Sword Peak, Qin Hao's cultivation courtyard. The protective array is on. After following Mu Yao back, he went straight to his courtyard, unable to even care about lingering with it. It was really that the temptation to increase cultivation and battle power was too great. However, he didn't enter the cultivation state the first time. Instead, he took out that system rewarded elixir and checked it out. 10,000 Spirit Elixir, Sacred Grade 100% removes toxicity below the Transcendent grade. There was only such an effect, and looking at it, Qin Hao was puzzled. What's the point of giving him this stuff? Random quests can't be randomized to this extent. He shook his head breathlessly, counting the begging. It's better to just throw it to the master at some point. He couldn't use this level of antidote pills, and gave it to his master for defense, just in case. System, redeemed the cultivation points. After putting away the 10,000 spirit pill, he took out a bunch of various spiritually rich things. These are his test items to see how a conversion ratio. Ding, the exchange of top-grade Yuan stone was successful, and you gained +5 cultivation points. Ding, the exchange of the first-grade spirit herb clover has been successful, gaining +1 cultivation point. Ding, 7th grade elixir 7-star snow lotus exchanged successfully, gained cultivation points +15,625. Ding, divine elemental stones exchanged successfully, gained cultivation points +50. It's not bad. The system isn't very pitiful. Looking at the pile of tips that instantly popped up, Qin Hao nodded. The Yuan Stone and Divine Yuan Stone were rewarded to him by the Holy Land. The top-grade Yuan Stones totaled 10 million, and the Divine Yuan Stones 1 million. This has been an anticlimactic fortune for him. As for the rest of the spiritual herbs and medicines, messy things guys were given by the master. There was also a whole lot of them. Qin Hao dumped out all the low-grade stuff in one fell swoop and piled them up within the courtyard. There were also 500,000 top-grade Yuan Stones taken out as well. System, redeem them all. He decided to exchange some to try first. After all, he hadn't used cultivation points to raise his cultivation level yet, so he'd try the water first. Divine elemental stones he did not intend to use for exchange for the time being. This stuff was a rare commodity. Even Mu Yao didn't have much of it. Ding, redemption successful. Redemption complete. Total of 3.15 million cultivation points gained. Current cultivation points, 3.23 million. Watching the cultivation points skyrocket by millions at once, Qin Hao's left foot involuntarily rose slightly. That's where his confidence comes from. Having money and not having money are two completely different mindsets, alright. However, when you compare it like this, the rewards gained from dealing with the Chiluckers really weren't much. Not even a fraction. The Go system is pretty petty. Host, you belong to the category of being rich by chance. Cultivators at your stage are still using lower grade Yuan stones, and spiritual herbs and medicines are all below the 4th grade. Also, the reward for dealing with a lucky person depends on how much luck the lucky person has. Lin Bei's thing was taken by you before it was even developed, so there's no such thing as luck value. Yell. The system actually exploded. Qin Hao looked as if he had discovered a new continent. He was just complaining. Why is he so angry? TSK, TSK, TSK. He had discovered another fault of the system. Small-minded. Just like Lin Bei. Small-minded. Seeing that the system was no longer making statements, he was satisfied and closed the panel. But for the system's prompt just now, he also felt completely justified. This opportunity to get rich doesn't come along once in a lifetime. Besides, he's not just getting rich, he's also getting a good soft meal. The master has given him a lot of things. This thrown at an ordinary cultivator was already a splash of riches. And then there's Lin Bei. This guy also has a bad life. Dang, Kigonger opening encountered him as a hangman. Indeed, there is no way to play. And it is already a miracle that he is still alive now. Chapter 36, Raising Cultivation, Shocking the Continent. There really isn't much that can be scavenged. Like the masked woman we met today. Her chi value was as high as 350,000, and if she was put out to pasture for a while, she might not be able to get any more strange encounters. But he had seen what it meant to have a great villainous physique today. This old Tianjin just won't stop until he's dead. Lin Bei hadn't even hiccuped yet, so he arranged for another one to come over and deal with him. Therefore, with regard to the chirographers, he had already put down the conviction that he must kill them. It can be killed when it's weak, and definitely not fattened up to mess with it. Who knows what day these things will blow up. As for the cultivation points, he also cannot see the 3 mil and 2 dates. It is better to kill directly to the real, so the heart is also solid. System, use cultivation points to raise your cultivation level. Qin Hao sat cross-legged, his expression turning serious. Ding detected that the host's true essence strength is more than 1,000 times that of an ordinary cultivator. The Sea of Aura is 200 times that of an ordinary cultivator, and the extreme realm of Qi and blood is transformed into a spirit, making it tens of thousands of times more difficult to cultivate. Upgrading to the second level of the Spirit Sea realm requires 200,000 cultivation points. Do you want to upgrade? Nima almost forgot about it. When Qin Hao saw this prompt, he directly froze. He vaguely remembered that he had used his master's 300,000 top-grade spirit stones when he had promoted from the Qi and Blood realm to the first level of the Spirit Sea realm, and that he had used them when there wasn't enough spiritual energy in Hidden Sword Peak. The roots are so damn tamped down, tens of thousands of times more difficult to cultivate. How many resources are enough for him? The man who had been so wealthy just a moment ago instantly felt that way. Cultivation became more and more difficult the further he progressed, and the 3 million or so cultivation points weren't even estimated to be enough for him to advance to the Dao Yuan realm. That's quite a hole to bury. Hey, it's better to take a step and see what happens. It's useless to think too much. He reassured himself in his mind. System, raise it straight up until you don't have enough cultivation points. He gave direct orders. At the same time, the Hongmeng Bible was running, and the brain was rapidly making references to the scriptures. It wasn't enough for the cultivation speed to increase up. The Gongfu realm had to keep up as well. The next moment, the entire Dantian rolled over within it. He could feel the original aura within his Dantian, like a thin mist, slowly flowing within his body. However, with the use of the cultivation points, with every breath, it was as if a huge energy flowed through the body and was subsequently injected into the Dantian. Gradually, the aura within the Dantian became dense and surging, and the originally thin mist gradually condensed into wispy streams that hovered in the Dantian. He clearly felt the entire sea of aura become more active and full of vitality. Time passes slowly. During the time that Qin Hao was in seclusion and cultivation, the Hongmeng Holy Land formally announced to the outside world the establishment of the position of Divine Sun and held the seal ceremony in front of the Divine Beast Heavenly Abyss 1 year later. This announcement instantly sent the entire continent into a frenzy. Other than the three superpowers, very few people actually knew about the existence of Qin Hao of the Hongmeng Holy Land. In their eyes, although the Hongmeng Holy Land was still the same behemoth, it was already going downhill. Within the last few hundred years, many secret realms of a collective nature, battlefields, and so on rarely had outstanding youngsters come forward. It was even inferior to some small and medium-sized holy places and great religions. This caused many people and forces to sing the praises of the Hongmeng Holy Land. But all of a sudden, the Hongmeng Sacred Ground had officially released news to establish the position of Divine Sun, still before the Divine Beast Heavenly Source. Does this clearly say I'm coming back strong in big letters? Unsurprisingly, after the sealing ceremony, this so-called Divine Sun Qin Hao would also participate in the Divine Beast Heavenly Abyss. If he achieved excellent results in the secret realm, then he would prove his strength and at the same time bring back the luster of the entire Hongmeng Holy Land. However, if it failed, it would bring great shame to the Hongmeng Holy Land. And as the Hongmeng Holy Land dared to have such an arrangement, it was obvious that it had very strong self-confidence. This caused many people to start digging deeper into this Qin Hao's identity. The headquarters of the Holy Land of Reincarnation. Almost all the top brass gathered again. Sacred Lord, that brat from the Hongmeng Sacred Land will participate in the Divine Beast Heavenly Abyss Secret Realm if there are no surprises. Do we still need to make our move at the sealing ceremony? The short and fat old ancestor Dustless Old Tao said hurriedly. He couldn't help but be in a hurry. It had been set that he would be the one to carry out that death-dealing mission. But now that there was a turnaround, of course he was going to fight for this life of his. I also feel that there is yet to be negotiation. That while Kid only has 1 year of cultivation time, the talent is even higher. It's impossible to surpass the demons cultivated by my Holy Land. And I don't have to worry about reprisals when I strike inside. I feel that I can move to strike inside. Jade Yongzi, who was on the side, also took over the conversation with a serious face. Although Emperor Rhyme and Demon are equally important. But speak of a success rate. In the outside world to make a move the success rate is not high, not to mention. There is also the possibility of Hongmeng Holy Land crazy retaliation. He still felt more comfortable doing it inside. Dum 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 dum. As Di Tian listened to the words of the two, his hands struck the void. He was deliberating. From the information that came back from Luo Yen, Qin Hao's demonic level had exceeded their imagination. The benched battle skills are beyond class hierarchy, and there is a great possibility that it has already been cultivated into the door. This kind of demon, there was really no guarantee to what extent he could grow to after a year. The people of the Hongmeng Sacred Ground were no cuties. How could they be allowed to finish them off so easily in the middle of the Divine Beast Heavenly Abyss Secret Realm? But it seems that apart from that chance, there's only that fight in a month's time. Let's hope it works out. Luo Yan's side is already on the move. And it's still unknown if that kid can drag it out until a year from now. He tapped the void while responding faintly. The crowd of old ancestors at the temple all had shocked expressions on their faces at the words. Is there any news from there after a couple of days this time? Moreover, listening to these words, Luo Yen seemed to have already made contact with Qin Hao, and might even have gotten close. The happiest person was old Taoist Dustless. If Qin Hao really died early, his life and death crisis would be completely lifted. But, after looking around at the crowd's expressions for a week, Tian spoke again. Eggs should still be placed in 2 baskets. Go and communicate with the Dark Moon Sacred Temple and the desolate ancient Zhao family. Tell them to prepare their supreme celestial pride to participate in the Divine Beast Heavenly Abyss Mystic Realm. That's our candidate battlefield. The stronger the better. The trip to the Mystic Realm is the last chance. This has been the best way. In fact, what he hadn't expected the most was Luo Yen, who wasn't ordinarily fast. And the success rate isn't low. He's given a lot of disposable props. Okay, I'll communicate. Old Taoist Dustless was beaming with joy and immediately took the initiative to take on this matter of being in charge of communication. It's certainly better not to die if you can. Chapter 37, Extraordinary People. Westfield. In a small temple in the 10,000 Buddhas mountain range, the early morning sunlight poured through the colorful windows onto the aged stone floor. A young sannyasin rose slowly, dressed in a plain robe, and gently pushed open the door of the temple to greet the new day. In the courtyard of the temple, the breeze brought a touch of serenity and peace. Another boring day. When will this kind of day end? The stinking monk is really hateful. The little shaman grabbed a handful of melon seeds in his hand and threw them inside the water well aside while getting high. Although he was dressed as a shaman, his face was gangly. What little bugger was it that was chanting about me? Just then, above the sky dome, an old monk descended from the sky. He wiped the grease from the corners of his mouth as he spoke. Stinking monk, you're sneaking roast chicken by yourself again. Why don't you let me have some? Who stole the food? I didn't. Don't be ridiculous. You old bastard. Let's see if I don't pull out your beard. Seeing that he couldn't talk to the old monk, the young shamans went straight to work and jumped up to pull out the other's beard. But just as he did it, he was held down by the old monk with a smile. Little brat, I've come this time to bring you a good thing. If you keep moving I'll leave. With that, he simply let go of his hand. Old thing. If you're not going to say 1, 2, 3, I'll put arsenic in your well and poison you to death. The little shaman patted the dust on his body indignantly, and did not go up to tangle with the old monk again. Think of him as the 4 good young men of the 21st century. Sleeping can cross over. Crossover is just, or a little monk, not even allowed to eat a meat. The point was that his own master was still a drunken monk, which was simply the greatest torture for him. The worst thing was that it was also restricted in freedom, and was not allowed to go anywhere except this 10,000 Buddha mountain range. Days are spent doing nothing but sleeping and hanging out. Cultivation is impossible to cultivate, and as a traveler, a golden finger is a given, and the awakening is still the swinging system that gives him the most pleasure, and he can get stronger just by swinging. The cultivation realm that was clicking itself upwards. His biggest dream is to enter the mortal realm and start his swinging life. Unfortunately, the stinky monk in front of him just wouldn't let him go. Songja boy, didn't you want to go out and gain the red dust and practice Buddhism in the red dust? Now you have the chance. The old monk stroked his beard and smiled. Oh, that group of old vultures in the little western sky are giving face so much? Songja's eyes lit up with excitement at the words. He could actually understand why he wasn't let out. He was carrying the strongest physique in the Western Buddhist realm, the 10,000 Buddha body. And with the system, his cultivation was almost 1,000 miles a day. After crossing over for just 1 year, he had already managed to reach the peak of the Soul Palace realm at the age of 20. One step short of entering the mystic realm. This is not only in the little western sky, is to look at the entire endless continent that is also the top of the heavenly pride. If you go out and get shanked, Little Western will lose a lot of money. Now there's suddenly hope. Is it hard to get the hang of it? His eyes were dead set on his master, old monk Tong Yuan. Tong Yuan's face darkened as he sniffed. This disciple of his was getting more and more anticlimactic. Why hadn't he realized it before? If those 3 words old bald ass were heard by those great Buddhas, there would be a good time for this boy. Still, he spelled out the decision to go above. A year from now in the Divine Beast Heavenly Abyss Secret Realm, my little Western Heaven is going to come out, and as long as you can get first place in it, you can go wherever you want. Although this kid was a bit lively, his strength was not to be mentioned. It was indeed very strong, and the talent is unbelievable, as if it improves every day. Okay, it's a deal. Little secret realm, take it, Song Chul said as he relied on your indifference. It was just a small secret realm. If he, a hanged man, couldn't get first place, then he would just headbutt himself to death. And with the Little West as a backdrop, he's invincible in the world alright. Kid, don't be careless either. Let me tell you about the great enemy that may appear this time. Tong Yuan shook his head and pressed Songjia to sit down and continued. There is Qin Hao from the Hongmeng Holy Land. And, from the desolate ancient Zhao family, southern domain, within a city of Immortal Kingdom, the city lord's mansion, at this time, was staging a massacre. A masked man, hard by, killed all the men in the house. Of the remaining women, the older ones bled to death with broken arms and legs. The young, he did not spare, all imprisoned in the chamber, taking turns to play the rape scene. One by one, they are killed after being tortured to death. The ruthlessness of his methods is the devil of devils. When the fish-belly white slowly appeared in the early hours of the morning, there was already not a single living person in the entire city lord's mansion, and there was an aura of blood everywhere. The most tragic thing was the white pile of corpses in the middle of the chamber. Not even a 4 or 5-year-old girl was spared. The masked man took his mask off, revealing the scarred face. With the horrible atmosphere at this time, it looks like a demon from hell. Mother, half of the oath I made back then has already been fulfilled. The moon spirit mansion has already been slaughtered by me, and all that's left is the central region Qin family. He let out a hoarse hiss. I heard that the only person from the Qin clan has blended into the Hongmeng sacred ground and is going to be a divine son. However, your son I'm not so bad. Signing a contract with hell will have an immortal body. No matter what his identity is, he will die. After I kill the people of the Qin family completely clean, I will go to hell to find you. You must wait for me. Jia. Toward the end of his speech, he let out a shrill noise, not knowing whether he was happy or sad. Devil's son, it's dawn. We should go back. Just then, an old voice came from the void. The scar-faced youth sniffed and cut off a head. Carrying it slowly left the chamber. Leaving is also about taking a souvenir. Central region. Hongmeng Holy Land. A month had passed without realizing it, and tomorrow was the day when Qin Hao and Lin Bei had an appointment to fight in the life and death ring. Mu Yao stood in the middle of the courtyard and looked at the reverse disciple who had reached the critical point of breakthrough, revealing a delighted expression. Aura transforming into liquid. This was a symbol of stepping into the Dao Yuan realm, and it was at this critical point that Qin Hao had arrived. In thing. Break through for me, as Qin Hao bellowed out. The true elemental aura within the dantian that was so dense that it materialized suddenly transformed and appeared as a drop of spiritual liquid. And the Hongmeng Bible had officially reached the 3rd level at this moment. As the first drop of spiritual liquid was produced, all the remaining auras were also rapidly transformed into spiritual liquid at the same time. It then dripped down into the dantian. Half an hour later, the aura was all liquefied, and the entire dantian became much emptier once again. The rich spiritual chi that had originally covered the entire dantian was now only a small puddle, looking like a river that was about to dry up. Qin Hao looked at the results in front of him speechlessly. This was the result of him spending countless spiritual herbs and medicines, plus 1.5 million top-grade spirit stones in exchange. That's why he was a little cranky earlier. It had only reached the 3rd realm of cultivation, and it had cost him so many resources that it was killing him. Mu Yao couldn't afford his kind of consumption either. Feeling too defeated myself. The roots are just too strong to do anything at all. However, this month down the line, it wasn't as if he wasn't just raising his cultivation. He had also comprehended Sword Shadow without trace to the minor achievement realm. It wasn't that he couldn't continue to enlighten himself, but as far as the strength of his current body was concerned it could only support him to a small degree. Even then, his full force strike would cause cracks to appear in his body. The attack is too strong. System, bring up the attribute panel. After spending so much resources, I hope it doesn't pull down on the battlefield. Chapter 38, Battle Power Rampage. Host, Qin Hao. Cultivation level, 1st level of Dao Yuan realm. Talent, Physique Wisdom of the Apocalypse, Immortal grade. Immaculate Body, King grade. Technique, Hongmeng Bible, Transcendence. Secret Techniques, Battle Skills, Qi Looking Technique, Immortal level. 9 stars Hongmeng Fist, Transcendental Initiation. Sword Shadow without trace, Transcendental Minor Achievement. Cultivation points, 0. Battle Power Assessment, Secret Realm, Secret of the Dharma. Hiss. Seeing this battle power assessment, Qin Hao sucked in a breath of cool air. The secret collection of the Dharma phase. So horribly uplifted. Spanning across the entire Soul Palace realm was not to mention that one had already traveled so far in the secret hidden realm as well. It was important to know that there were 3 collections in the secret collection realm. The first collection of refined elements, the second collection of intentions, and the third collection of Dharma phases. He had just reached the 1st level of the Dao Yuan realm, and his battle power had soared to the Sanzang Dharma phase realm, terrifying as it was. If an outsider knew about this, his eyes would fall out. Now that I think about it, it's not unacceptable to use up so many resources. It was all used and not wasted. Adversary, you, all right? Just when he was still reveling in his battle power, Mu Yao's voice entered his ears. At the same time that stunning face appeared in his line of sight, those big watery eyes were looking at him worriedly. This is something you've brought to my doorstep. Qin Hao looked at the delicate pink lips that were close to his eyes, and in Mu Yao's exclamation of surprise he directly pulled it into his arms, and attached it hard. Woo woo woo. Mu Yao had watched the adversary froze and thought that something had happened and was worried, but he didn't expect to be tackled again without paying attention. It's an abomination. She had to come up with the attitude that a master teacher should have in order to do so. But the next moment, the collar was drilled right through by a big black rat. The entire body instantly went limp, without any strength. Humph. Let's forget about it this time. Next time I will not spare this retrograde disciple. Before she got lost, she swore viciously in her mind. The Hall of Penal Laws, which was responsible for penalizing the Hongmeng Holy Land, occupied a mountain peak that was thousands of feet high. It was also the most powerful peak besides the main peak. However, Criminal Law Peak had a special status and was not involved in the ranking of the other peaks, and more than half of the disciples on the peak were from the penalty hall. In the past, the vast majority of the people were patrolling the other peaks and responding to some urgent issues. But today, it was crowded with people, all patrolling their own peaks on alert. It was because today was the time for the life and death duel between Divine Son Qin Hao and another talented disciple, Lin Bei. The matter was settled a month ago. All the peaks have been known. Lin Bei was even if he didn't know many people. He only knew that the talent was really good. But Qin Hao was the son of God, the facade bearer of the Holy Land. Many people came to watch the battle, and they all wanted to see just how powerful the divine might of the Divine Son was. Of course there are some who just come to scout for information. After all, those powerful holy sons and daughters of the Hongmeng sacred ground also had great thoughts about the Divine Son position. By the way, why hasn't Divine Son Sama come yet? It's almost noon. What's the rush? Haven't you heard that masters tend to show up at the end? That's right. It's hard to believe that you would think that the Divine Son is afraid of that little Yakuza? Ha, no. Godson is mighty and domineering. As the time got closer to noon, the people who came to watch the battle were getting a little restless. Lin Bei had already arrived a long time ago and was standing under the life and death ring with a masked woman, but only the Divine Son Qin Hao was late in coming. Many people began to clamor and talk. However, the direction of the crowd's discussion was surprisingly consistent, and very few people felt that Qin Hao was afraid to come. The Son of God should have the temper of a son of God. If just any little Yakuza could challenge the Divine Son, what majesty would be left in the Divine Son's position? It's just supposed to give the opposition a run for their money. Lin Bei, who was in front of the crowd, had his fists clenched tightly at this moment and his face was suffocatingly red. He had come early in the morning to gain the recognition of some fellow disciples, but he didn't expect to hear anything but insults as the morning went on. At first it was fine. It was all discussed in whispers, but as the time approached noon, these people didn't treat him as a human being anymore, and discussed it openly, completely unafraid of being overheard by him. Damn it, Qin Hao, you really deserve to die. Today I'm going to torture you and make you lose face. He growled in a deep, low voice. Others dared to speak up, but he didn't. If such remarks were heard, there was no need to wait for Qin Hao to arrive. These people would be able to stomp him to death. Lin Bei, don't get carried away. Remember what I said. Go up there and use your strongest killing move. If not, use what I gave you. It's guaranteed to make him go up in smoke in an instant. Luo Yen on the side naturally heard his low growl and wrinkled her forehead as she spoke out a word of caution. Lin Bei's talent was really nothing to write home about. It was similar to even her, but his heart was really poor to the extreme. Especially when the word Qin Hao was mentioned. It was as if it was the same as being possessed, immediately becoming agitated. But she would not work with this person if she had any other choice. Right now there was no turning back from the bow, so she could only speak out and remind. Humph, I know what to do, but don't forget your promise. Lin Bei snorted coldly and said unhappily. At this point, he had found his way. Unlike a month ago when he was depressed, with his renewed confidence he wasn't in the habit of being dominated by women. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party had given him a lot of resources and kill props, he wouldn't have been able to endure this month of nagging. As long as you can kill Qin Hao, you'll be given 10 times more on top of your promise. Luo Yen glanced at Lin Bei out of the corner of her eye and said faintly. Lin Bei had already offended Qin Hao and was not treated well by anyone, lacking in resources. She also happened to use this weakness of her opponent to stimulate Lin Bei to be able to kill as soon as possible, preferably instantly, so that a stone in her heart could also fall to the ground. Okay, it's a deal. Lin Bei's eyes revealed a look of delight. With this amount of resources, even if he left the Hongmeng Holy Land, he would be able to grow comfortably for a while. Look, Lord Godson is here. Right at this moment, The sharp-eyed disciples instantly saw an iconic spirit boat appear in the sky. Divine Sun is really grand. The hidden sword peak master personally sent it over. That spirit boat is a heavenly grade extreme spirit boat. Its rapid speed is faster than the flight of a supreme realm powerhouse. You see? I told you that Kamiko-sama must have come at the right time. I should have made that little Yakuza wait. Brother Godson has finally arrived. This time I must ask for an autograph. The crowd's eyes shifted in a split second. They all raised their eyes to look at the spirit boat that was speeding towards them. On top of the spirit boat, Muyao looked at the rebellious disciple who was still there leisurely eating the spirit fruit, and was speechless for a while. If she hadn't used her spirit boat to send it in a hurry, she definitely would have been late. Since this guy's cultivation breakthrough last night, it's like he's taken a powerful pill. It's not even enough to toss her around all night, but he still wants to come in the morning. Chapter 39, The Battle of Life and Death begins. And not looking at the time herself, which made her blush just thinking about it. Eventually she found out, and that's when she sent it over. Good for him. He wasn't worried at all and was in the mood to eat here. Baby, I'm going ha. Qin Hao spat out a fruit kernel and sent it another one on Muyao's face before jumping directly off the spirit boat. At the Dao Yuan realm, he could already do simple aerial flight. 100 meters high is a simple distance. It's really dutiful. Even personally delivering it over from such a close distance. Those who don't know would think that it's Dao couple Qin Hao. Qin Hao had just left when another figure from the sky came through the air. It was Yin and Yang after coming to Muyao's side. You, bull asterisk. Muyao's face flushed slightly when she heard this, but with sharp eyes and a feigned look of anger. The heart, however, was thumping. Just now, his attention was all on the adversary, and he was so unfocused that he didn't even notice that this nemesis had arrived in the vicinity. Fortunately, the adversary left in time. If that scene just now had been seen by Su Mengli, it would have been a big deal. Still, Su Mengli's words made her heart rise to her throat. Immediately acted very annoyed to express his displeasure at the remark. Oh, I'm just making a metaphor. Why are you so excited? It's hard not to have a ghost in your heart? As if Su Mengli had discovered some new continent, she immediately changed into another face and looked at Muyao with a surprised expression. She had just seen Qin Hao and Muyao standing very close to each other from afar and subconsciously spoke out sarcastically. But why is this nemesis acting in such a hurry? It's a bit uncharacteristic of the usual mood. She couldn't help but take another look at Qin Hao, who had already flown down. It can't be, can it? Master and disciple, hey, whether its age or cultivation gap is so big. How is it possible? And with her understanding of Muyao, that is an ice fairy. How can she be with her own disciple? No way. Absolutely no way. She made a strong effort to shake the horrible thought out of her head. The two were on bad terms and came close to killing each other, but that was caused by work. Normally it's fine to spray each other, but this is a matter of reputation, and not just any reputation. If this were to be rumored haphazardly, Muyao's life would be over. She hadn't reached that unpleasant point yet, making stuff up without evidence. That's not what she does, but it's not like there's anyone there right now, so it's still okay to make an irritating remark. Su Mengli, I'm telling you, if you dare to talk nonsense again, beware, I'll turn my face against you. A cold aura appeared in Muyao's eyes, and her body's aura was fully open, directly pressing towards Su Mengli. Her affair with the adversary must never be known. It wasn't just her who would be ruined at that point, and the adversary could be stripped of the Divine Sun position as a result. Therefore, even if she fought with Su Mengli right now, she couldn't let the other party sit on this news. Like we haven't flipped. Su Mengli sniffed coldly, then turned away to watch from the other side. She naturally came here today to see the results. Over the past month, she had observed that her disciple Luo Yen had been providing Lin Bei with resources to raise his cultivation as much as possible. It made her a little curious. She had already given up on Lin Bei's investment, so why was her apprentice still so keen on the matter? Moreover, if Qin Hao really lost, she would be able to go and discuss Muyao again, though she knew it was unlikely. It was impossible for the Holy Lord's level alone to allow this to happen, not to mention the old ancestors. Qin Hao was the collectively elected son of God. How could he lose his prestige in front of so many people? She was determined that some people would step in when it mattered. On the other side, above the life and death ring, a formation shield had risen. Lin Bei and Qin Hao were both already in the ring, just waiting for the referee to start. Meng Xingxue, do you think this divine son of ours can win? Or how many moves can we win? In the crowd under the stage, a youth with a very ordinary face suddenly inquired to another person beside him. He had his arms wrapped around his chest and looked very relaxed. Ling Yi, you've been on the throne for many years and you've lost your head? Can that Qin Hao lose a game like this? Another person looked at the youth who had just spoken with a look of disgust before continuing. The key is to see how many cards that fellow across the street can force out of Qin Hao. I've heard that Qin Hao has cultivated a Transcendence ranked intrinsic battle skill to begin with, so I wonder if he'll use it. Didn't the two of them come out in easy makeup just to see what this so-called son of God was capable of? The two had been sitting in the position of Saint's son for more than 30 years, both striving hard to fight for the position of God's son individually, and had even had quite a few conflicts with each other, but never expected to be plucked by an airborne teenager. They couldn't change the Holy Land's decision, but it didn't stop them from observing and then defeating them when they were in the same realm, so that the other side has any face to stay in this seat. Now is the time to get to the bottom of it. That's true, except that Yun Chuzhen woman is really able to stay calm, and she doesn't come to take a look. The young man known as Meng Xingxi nodded his head with a bit of surprise on his face. You know that if this divine son position is confirmed, she, the Holy Maiden, could be someone else's pre-selected Taoist couple. The Hongmeng Holy Land currently had a total of 3 holy sons and 1 holy daughter. The other saint's son was the youngest at only 35 years old, but the strongest. But there is a fatal flaw. That is, in addition to being proficient in martial arts, nothing else. As for the position of God's son, needless to say he wouldn't fight for it. Even the higher echelons of the Holy Land wouldn't give it to him. The whole battle maniac. Everything else is pure white trash, and it even feels like it's the same as a missing string sometimes. So the two of them automatically ruled it out as well. But Yun Chuzhen is different. She has the same thoughts about the position of the Divine Son and has a fiery and tyrannical personality. By rights, it was supposed to come with them. However, today, it was uncharacteristic and did not show up, and I don't know what was on his mind. Who cares what she does? She can come if she likes, Ling Yi said indifferently. He wasn't interested in that woman. Then the urgent need to look the light toward the ring. A slightly deeper count. I always feel like that kid across the street is up to no good, and it seems like Qin Hao might be caught off guard. Oh, yeah. Meng Xingxin also looked over. While at this moment, Qin Hao was speechless. The referee elders even had to talk about rules, and that was even if they had to sign a life and death contract. Something similar to a certificate of life and death. What's the point of signing such a thing in this life and death ring? After the fight, when everyone on the other side is dead? He was really feeling a bit redundant and might as well just do it. Alright. The life and death contract has been signed. The life and death battle begins until one side dies in battle and the shields are withdrawn. The referee elder left the ring directly after saying his last words. Qin Hao, I finally waited for this day. Do you know how much I hate you? After the elders had left, Lin Bei walked towards Qin Hao step by step, talking about the dissatisfaction in his heart as he walked. Since 2 months ago, everything has changed. Master has changed his heart. That Song Changjing has changed her heart. And even I didn't get the resources of the Holy Land that I deserved. This is all because of you. And today, I'm going to make you. Swish puff. Lin Bei still wanted to say something, but he suddenly noticed a bright light in front of him, and a bright light flew directly past where his neck was. Chapter 40, Second Kill. Shocking everyone. Put. The words he spoke out also became a mouthful of blood spraying out directly. The scarlet color traced a scarlet arc in the air, as if it was the last remaining light of life. Immediately afterward, a crisp snapping sound came from his neck, as if the strings of fate had been mercilessly cut. The head fell with a bang, landing on top of the ground. Thus, a generation of heavenly destiny died for no reason. Those pupils were staring extremely wide and deaf, completely dead, quiet. At this moment, the entire hundreds of thousands of people below the stands fell into a collective silence. What did they see? It was just a flash in front of my eyes. And then the one called Lin Bei died. That was a heavenly pride demon who had awakened a holy vein and was at the limit of the 9th level of the Dao Yuan realm. It's so simple to kill. What's wrong? It's true that you're the son of God, and it's only logical that you'd cross the realm to kill your enemies. But this is a life and death ring. Hundreds of thousands of people are watching. Let people look at The General Assembly can't fart that fast. Got a hammer. How old me is also a cultivator of the Soul Palace realm. Why didn't I see the trajectory of the Divine Son's action? This is not reasonable. Common sense my ass. The appearance of the Son of God itself is not common sense. I only say, the Son of God is awesome. Refunded tickets. I came over to see a fight. This fight is a gross one. Lin Bei, you punk, even after I die, I'm going to scold you, causing me to lose 3,000 yuan stones. Day you son of a. After a brief moment of silence, the scene was once again in an uproar. Either they were cursing Lin Bei for being too useless, or they thought Qin Hao was too perverted. Anyway, it's full of all kinds of expletives expressing emotions. It made the entire criminal law peak completely boil. Luo Yan's eyes were glazed over, completely unable to accept what was happening in front of her. He had thought about both sides fighting hard, and he had thought about Qin Hao having a slight upper hand, and he had even thought about Lin Bei being beaten without the ability to fight back. After all, Qin Hao was the son of God, and any undercard could appear. Just like the last time he was at the Moon Shadow Peak in front of everyone to participate in the introductory Transcendent Rank fist technique. But the only thing he hadn't thought about was that Lin Bei would actually be killed instantly, without even taking a single breath, without even giving Lin Bei a chance to react. She had prepared so many disposable damage props for Lin Bei, and there was hardly a chance to use them. Waste? What useless waste? Returning to her senses, her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. I don't care if you're a vegetable. Why are you talking so much crap in the opening round? You're looking for death, aren't you? Directly using props. Qin Hao was not dead. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Bei was already dead, she would have been left to wonder if this guy was playing her in conjunction with Qin Hao. The two people in the crowd, Ling Yi and Meng Xingxin, also looked at each other. The two of them were Avatar realm powerhouses, and they saw Qin Hao's attack clearly. It was a sword light that was chopped out with a finger instead of a sword. Not a single flashy move. The sword light is extremely fast. Whether its power is strong or not they don't know, but that kind of speed, there is no need to say that the Dao Yuan realm can't catch it. It is the Soul Palace realm's pride that goes up to him can't catch it either. Can't react at all. Unsurprisingly, the battle technique just now should be Sword Shadow without trace. Meng Xingxin said after a long period of contemplation, his expression very grave. It seems that the rumors were not exaggerated at all, but instead were made smaller. Son of God Qin Hao's most heaven-defying talent was enlightenment. A very outrageous enlightenment. It was rumored to be second only to the Hongmeng Emperor of that year, but in his opinion it was pure bull ********. Not second only, but beyond. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party's physique did have limitations, he wouldn't have had the slightest intention of competing for the Divine Sun. TSK, quickly wash up. This guy is just a pervert. Compared to the teenage Hongmeng Emperor, he's not even close. So what's the point of competing? Ling Yi said indifferently. He seemed to have looked away and shook his head, speaking in a very spontaneous tone. You're not going to fight? You know, it's not like this guy doesn't have an upper limit. Top day to the Supreme Realm. Any higher, the physique won't allow it. When Meng Xingxin heard this, his brows furrowed in confusion as he looked at this former rival. It's so unlike him. You also said it was the Supreme Realm. Ling Yi spread his hands and said indifferently. But which one of us do you think will reach the Supreme Realm first? Also, even if we can reach the Nirvana realm or even half-step transcendence, can we beat his Supreme Realm? Meng Xingxin hesitated. Others might not be able to see the power of that sword just now, but the two of them could. This is still Qin Hao lightly a sword. The real strength is definitely not all played out. Can have a 70 to 80% is already the limit. He wasn't really sure if he would be defeated by Qin Hao across realms. To be clear, physique is a limitation, but it's not much of an advantage for them, either. Perhaps it was only possible to surpass it when the divine sons of other super holy places came. He sighed in his mind and stopped talking. Although there is still a glimmer of hope in my heart, it feels like I'm on the verge of giving up as well. However, what he didn't notice was the flash of coldness under Ling Yi's eyes. In the vault of heaven, Su Mingli's beautiful eyes held surprise, and her pair of autumn water-like eyes widened slightly, reflecting an unspeakable glow in her originally clear eyes. Beneath the veil, her small mouth was slightly open, looking a little stunned. In her preconception, it was Qin Hao who couldn't beat him, and someone would secretly make a move to escape everyone's ears and kill Lin Bei to help Qin Hao establish his authority. Giving up a heavenly pride to build an image for the successor of the Holy Land, this was something that many forces would do. However, he didn't expect that Qin Hao would go out with a king's bomb. She could see it more clearly than Meng Xingxin and the two of them. What the two Meng Xing souls saw was fast cultivation speed and superior enlightenment. Instead, she sees the underpinnings. This kind of underpinnings definitely exceeded the limits at the Qi and Blood realm. And it's not as simple as going beyond a bishop or two. Otherwise it wouldn't have been so sharp and powerful. Each realm is no longer strong, it also has a limit. Unless the limit is exceeded, it is possible to reach a seemingly unreasonable intensity. Qin Hao's attack just now had more than 10 times surpassed that of an ordinary Dao Yuan realm, both in terms of speed and attack strength. That's what made her stunned. Mu Yao, you're hiding it very deeply. Surely those old antiques know about it too? She came to Mu Yao's side to inquire somewhat sourly. Really nothing compares to this stinking woman. The beauty was almost there. The battle power was almost there. And now even the disciple was worse off. And not by even a single star. Changed your accent? I thought you were going to come over and make something bad again. Mu Yao looked at Su Mengli in surprise. That's a bit unlike her previous nemesis. You have to look for scolding to be happy, don't you? Su Mengli was almost choked to the point of losing her breath, and her face instantly turned unkind. Stinking woman. Don't be complacent. Some other day I'll let my disciple abduct Qin Hao over. There'll be tears for you. It was rare for her to say something serious, and this woman was being sarcastic. Chapter 41, Split Soul Killed. Qin Hao's declaration. Your apprentice is marvelous, but if I snatch it, it's mine. Lin Bei, such a heavenly pride demon, could not even catch a single move from Qin Hao. She had completely given up on suppressing from strength. Not being able to fight, then let her disciple seduce over. Blame my apprentice? Oh, go ahead. It's hard to tell who seduced whom. Mu Yao snorted, not caring at all. She'd lost herself in it, and there was no chance in hell that she'd try to get the adversary to jump ship. I can't wait to bring one back in reverse. By the way, that Luo Yen is your own, right? If you didn't instigate it, go check it out. It was true that the two looked at each other, but it was still important to remind them when it came to the safety of the Holy Land. Humph. I know. Need you to remind me. Nosy woman. Seeing that she couldn't take advantage of anything, Su Mengli coldly snorted and directly turned around to leave, leaving the criminal law peak. Luo Yan's situation was indeed bizarre. The group was supporting Qin Hao, but she supported Lin Bei instead. To say that it was to find face for her as a master teacher, but it had to be supported by her. She had clearly stated that she had given up on Lin Bei. When it came to issues like this, she still had to look into it, especially after the last time when so many traitors were uncovered. The vigilance of all the peak masters had increased a lot. Ding Host kills the Chi Lux Lin Bei subsoul, rewarded with plus 30,000 cultivation points. Ding, the Chi Lucky Lin Bei's split soul is missing. His Chi Luck has been drastically lowered, rewarding him with plus 300,000 cultivation points. Asterisk. Looking at the dead body in the ring, hearing the systems beep in his head again, Qin Hao couldn't help but burst out. It was his turn to be shocked. This dog Lin Bei was actually just a wisp of a split soul, not completely dead yet. Is the life of this heavenly destiny protagonist so hard? And, killing the split soul only gained 30,000 cultivation points, and the main body lost the split soul to give him 300,000 cultivation points. How strong this guy's native chi should be. Really damn scary. Now kill the other party's split soul. The main body will definitely know. The next can be a little passive. System, do you know where this guy's main body is? He inquired with a hint of anticipation. I know, but I can't tell. Asterisk. Qin Hao instantly broke his defense and cursed as hard as he could. The Go system can just say it's not known. It has to show how good it is and then say it can't be said. After Qin Hao had vented, he came to Lin Bei's headless body and took the spatial ring away. The sword was then swung out again to split the entire body. He's not abusing the body. Having read too many novels in his previous life, many protagonists like to fuse their ultimate treasures within their bodies. Naturally, he couldn't let go of the possibility. Ding dong. A small tower peeled out from within its dantian and just dropped on top of the ring. Yell. This novel wasn't a waste of time. Qin Hao's eyes straightened as he looked at the small tower that fell out. He then experimented with it and it actually led him to something good. Fine. Godson-sama is so fine. That's how you can find out what's hidden. Brother Godson, I was wrong. I almost thought you were going to whip the corpse just now. I misunderstood you. Say, what is that little tower? The native spirit weapon is not even fused into the body. Who knows? But it's definitely something good. Otherwise how would it be hidden within the dantian? Seeing Qin Hao's movements, the audience on stage opened their eyes once again. People who had just been a little disgruntled came out and apologized themselves. In a life and death ring, all the property of the losing side goes to the winner. There is no excuse for Qin Hao to have this kind of operation. Qin Hao put the small tower away. He didn't leave in a hurry, but came to the edge of the ring to face all the disciples and said with a smile, "All Holy Land disciples, all be quiet and allow me to say a few words." His voice was fused with the power of true essence, ensuring that hundreds of thousands of people could all hear it. With such a good opportunity today, he naturally had to utilize his acting talent to gather all the connections in the Holy Land. He has always believed that hearts and minds and public opinion can change all. As long as he grasped the hearts and minds of the entire Holy Land in public opinion, coupled with his powerful own strength, he was not afraid of all curiosities. What can you do when the main character of Heaven's Destiny comes? You can't beat him. You can't beat him in playing with public opinion. And you can only cower when the time comes. Since Lin Bei subject can't find it, it's a precautionary measure. The crowd of disciples on the stage gradually quieted down when they heard Qin Hao's voice. All of them looked curiously at Qin Hao on the stage. Even the disciples and elders of the punishment hall who wanted to drive the crowd away stopped in their tracks. This face of the Son of God still had to be given. I know that many people are still not satisfied with me sitting on this divine sunseat. Qin Hao brewed his emotions for a moment, looking very sad. They want me to go down whether explicitly or secretly. Just like Lin Bei, there are very many others. Therefore, today, I take this opportunity to declare to the disciples of the entire Holy Land that no matter what time in the future, as long as there is someone who is capable of defeating me in the same realm, I will take the initiative to strip off the outer layer of the Divine Sun myself. However, as long as I remain in the position of Divine Sun for one day, I will make my own contribution to the Holy Land, and I will also participate on behalf of the Holy Land in the Divine Beast Heavenly Abyss a year from now to help the Holy Land, and all of us in the Holy Land, to fight back for this breath of air. Toward the end, Qin Hao's tone shifted from mournful to impassioned, and his voice grew higher. A look of contributing all for the sake of the Holy Land and all the people in it, even if it meant giving his life for it. For the sake of realism, he even used his gong to force his qi and blood to surge, and his face was flushed. To an outsider, that would be the result of excitement to the point of speaking. He almost moved himself at this moment. Divine Son of God's great righteousness, we absolutely support you. Whoever dares to disobey, go through me first. There was a moment of excitement on the stage with people clapping their chests and making assurances. Whoa, brother Godson, don't go to the Divine Beast Heavenly Abyss. We want you to live. Lord Godson, there's nothing more to say, but in the future, whenever we have use for it, we'll fully support you. The entire venue erupted into the most frenzied shouts of hysteria. Even many female disciples cried out in excitement. If Qin Hao dared to speak from the bottom of his heart in front of hundreds of thousands or millions of disciples, then it couldn't be for show. Especially that Divine Beast Heavenly Abyss secret realm. That was the nightmare of how many young people. It wasn't that the Hongmeng Holy Land hadn't been visited by people in the 100 years before 500 years ago, but every time, they were all wiped out and killed without a single one left. That's what led to never sending anyone there again for 500 years. It was because of this that the young generation of the Holy Land would be poked and prodded wherever they went out. Chapter 42, Retreat from the Divine Order. It's not just a pain for the younger generation anymore. 500 years down the line, this pain has spread to almost every generation. At this moment, hearing Qin Hao put down such grandiose words stirred the fire and excitement within everyone. Even some of the elders who were maintaining order had their blood boiling as they listened. They too have come all the way from youth and know the pain. Holy, no wonder you're giving up. It's not even if this guy's talent is strong. He's also very good at utilizing the situation to enlist people's support. This is not leaving us any chance at all. Meng Xingxin mingled with the crowd with a face of amazement. To say that just now he still held some fluke. Now the fire in his heart is considered to be doused in the heart. A strong person who knew how to strategize was the most feared in the cultivation world. The type like Saint Sun Dragon Warrior who was strong but had a mind as pure as paper was instead not much to be feared. Indeed, he's quite a player. Ling Yi, who was on the side, chimed in. Only the chill in his eyes increased. He thought he was the only one who knew what was at the heart of a leader. In the past, he had already enlisted a very large number of disciples and even elders in secret. It even cost a lot. However, today Qin Hao had taught him a lesson. It's not only profit that can enlist people. Not a single yuan stone had been paid, yet they had been embraced by hundreds of thousands of people, and even many elders were secretly watching this ring match. They would also become supporters of Qin Hao. Moreover, these hundreds of thousands of people were only the vanguard, and today's events would surely quickly spread throughout the entire Holy Land through the mouths of these people. The voices championing Qin Hao would reach a very high level by then. Just one Divine Beast Heavenly Abyss secret realm alone could reap countless advocates. That thing? Honestly, no one dares to go, which means no one can replicate this feat of Qin Hao. That, the more you give, the less you want to give up. He was different from Meng Xingxin. That guy only knows how to attract the attention of the higher-ups through his own power. No effort has been put into anything else at all. Even if you give it up, you have nothing to lose. But he had spent countless years and resources to build up a network of contacts. Trying to get him to give it up would not be an ordinary loss. Therefore, Qin Hao had already entered his must-kill list. Whenever he finds an opportunity, he'll strike. He didn't believe that Qin Hao could stay in the Holy Land all the time. Above the celestial dome, Mu Yao revealed a bright smile. She hadn't even mentioned the Divine Beast Heavenly Abyss yet, but the adversary apprentice had actually known about it in advance, and was even making an issue out of it. Now the seat of the Son of God was secure, and no one could replace it. As long as one could come out of the Divine Beast Heavenly Abyss after a year, no matter what kind of achievement one had made, it would be remembered by all disciples, because it's a moment that clears the history of humiliation. She glanced at Qin Hao once more before piloting the spirit boat away. This place wasn't going to die down for a while, so there was no point in her waiting around. And it is true, Qin Hao was a person who loved his fans like a son, so of course he had to continue to brush up his presence. He spent the next few hours matching the many fans on stage who stayed for group photos. There were even autographs to be had. away from the DAP. Almost made the scene look like a fan meeting on Earth. Also just this is a world of cultivation. If only it were like the previous world, where the internet was available and everyone had a cell phone. He had to have a whole short video out and post one every day so that these supporters could see his handsome face every day. Brother, you're so busy right now. I have to be at the end of the line. It was only after the sun had set in the west that the various disciples on the criminal law peak dispersed, and it was only then that Song Changjing, who had been waiting for almost the whole afternoon, had the time to speak to Qin Hao. Hey, it's not like I'm busy with official business. Qin Hao grinned, then lightly patted the delicate buttocks and wrapped it into his arms to scent one on his face. After this time, he could basically walk sideways in the Holy Land, of course without being a deadbeat. With such a meaningful speech, I'm sure a lot of people are secretly watching. His importance will once again be pulled up a notch. Come on, let's go back to the peak and we'll celebrate. He took Song Changjing's small hand and said with a smile, as for how to celebrate, we are all adults who naturally know what to do. Song Changjing's pretty face was slightly red. This stinky brother really has no shame at all. The man hadn't even finished walking before he grabbed her sensitive parts. And it's so revealing. Celebrate where you need to return to the peak but also want to. But, she didn't follow Qin Hao. Instead, she stood still and didn't move. What's the situation? Qin Hao was puzzled and turned to look at Song Changjing, who hadn't moved. Brother, my sister came to say goodbye to you today. Qin Hao frowned, but didn't say anything, waiting for the following. There's something wrong with this sister. Squirming, not like her character at all. Ugh, never mind. I'd better tell you directly. My cousin sent me a message today. Song Changjing squirmed for half a day. Finally, still suffocating panic, simply explained directly. Cousin, she is not satisfied with the family to her arranged child marriage. Want to find me together to go with others to retreat. With me to support the face, but also used to deter. Finished in one breath, but there was some embarrassment on top of that face. After all, it does not sound good to go up to the man's house to withdraw from the marriage, and to use force to deter it. She hadn't wanted to say anything, just to say goodbye. However, seeing Qin Hao's gaze, she didn't want to hide it and simply said it directly. Want to laugh at her? Then laugh. How his cousin had to go back and help out. And besides, the two were still very close when they were kids. Withdrawal? Or pulling their own elders to force a withdrawal? Nima, why is this routine so familiar? Qin Hao was a bit confused. Isn't this a typical withdrawal stream plot in fiction? It's really a dog's blood. This can also let him meet. But doesn't that mean there's an airbender out there? Qin Hao was a little excited. The ones he had encountered, whether it was Lin Bei's split soul or the masked woman, all of them had average chi. And even if they were harvested, they didn't have much incentive to do so. The biggest reason for getting rid of them was still the fear of causing trouble for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't even bother with these two. However, the divine fate protagonists of the retreat stream all seemed to be very powerful, and he was kind of looking forward to it. As a divine son of a super holy land, his status was so honorable. How could he not have a competent protagonist to go against him? Sister Song, go back and get ready first. I'll go back to the peak and talk to my master and accompany you tomorrow. This is an inning he'd still like to get involved in. He wanted to see how high this Heaven's Destiny's chi value was. No, absolutely not. Chapter 43, A Magic Trick. As soon as Qin Hao's words fell, Song Changjing immediately rebuffed, and her tone turned serious. Master said that you can only move around in the Holy Land now. You can't go out. If you go out, those people from the Holy Land of Reincarnation will definitely deal with you at all costs. As she was the shut-in disciple of Sacred Lord Jun Mo and had a different relationship with Qin Hao, she would naturally know a few simple things. She didn't want to put Qin Hao in danger for such a small matter. Hey, don't worry. I naturally have my own methods. Qin Hao grabbed the pair of soft catkins and comforted. And I will definitely ask for the Holy Lords and their consent before leaving. That's not something he said out of the blue. He could value his safety more than anyone else. And he wouldn't go out without 100% certainty. Really? Don't lie to me. Your safety is paramount. Song Changjing cocked her head, still with a look of not really believing it. You man, I'll do what I say I'm going to do and there's no room for doubt. Understand? Qin Hao, looking at the situation, decided to directly use his husband. His tone was very strong. By the way, you can't say anything to any in the family about me going with you. He is having his own way out and not letting anyone know about it yet. But the prerequisite is that outsiders must not know. Well, what about it? I'm not a cutie. I'm not going to say it. Song Changjing's face was shy, her speech instantly petulant. That you man was very flattering to her. The two men discussed the time of departure again and then left on their own. Since he had decided to go out, he definitely had to be prepared. 2 hours later, the bright full moon was already high in the sky. Qin Hao also returned to the hidden sword peak. If he remembered correctly, his master teacher had two identities when he was young, did a lot to help the Holy Land with another identity. This is what led to the subsequent election of the Peak Master, and what helped her achieve her dual identity was a special human skin mask. With her becoming the Peak Master, this mask became a pressed inventory, kept as a souvenir. Therefore, as soon as he returned to the peak, he very skillfully came to the window of the Peak Master's bedchamber hall, and then jumped in with a flourish. Adversary, there are main doors that you don't use. You have to jump out the window every time. He just came in and was blocked by Mu Yao. The words were reproachful, but the eyes were full of anger. Can that be the same? Qin Hao revealed an evil smile as he held him in his arms and sat down smoothly on top of the bed. Let Mu Yao sit on his lap. The window is here for our engagement night. It has a special meaning. Baby, don't you think? He hooked Mu Yao's delicate chin and took a shallow taste on her lips, saying frivolously, "Humph, you're the one who has a point." Mu Yao hummed, but her head was already obediently placed on Qin Hao's shoulder, enjoying the warmth of the two of them. Are you up to something at this late hour? After a few moments of warmth, Mu Yao opened her mouth to inquire. She still understood the temperament of the adversary, and when she was alone, she was not like a vicious wolf who destroyed her first, but today it was rare to be so docile, so there must be something going on, and baby knows me. Qin Hao sniffed and immediately slapped a rainbow fart in the past, followed by a hefty smile and continued, "Baby, that human skin mask of yours, lend me a bit. Where are you going?" Just after Qin Hao finished speaking, Mu Yao was immediately alerted and raised her head, looking into Qin Hao's eyes. The matter of the human skin mask was known only to the adversary, except for some of the higher-ups in the Holy Land and that nemesis of his. When the two of them were warming up before, they naturally had to say something about their parents, and some of her little secrets the adversary knew. The sudden mention of borrowing it, her immediate thought was that the adversary was going out of the Holy Land. Otherwise, with this guy's status within the Holy Land, he would still be doing whatever he wanted to do. Where would he still need a mask? I may go to many places, but the first stop will be to do an errand with Senior Sister Song. Since Mu Yao had already guessed it, there was no need for him to hide it, and when it came to business, he turned serious. Master, I know the Holy Land's concerns, but you can't just stay in the Holy Land all the time and not go out. That way people will be wasted. Besides, the matter of the human skin mask, if only you and the Holy Lord and the others know about it, my safety won't be a problem. He can do what he wants without thinking about anyone's feelings, do what he wants, and be a true villainous character, but only not with Mu Yao. This woman had been placed in his heart and was the only one at the moment. He didn't want to worry her with his idiosyncrasies, so the necessary explanation is still needed. Mu Yao sniffed and got up to pace back and forth in the hall. The adversary must have made up his mind when he found her and explained why to her. Again, she didn't want to brush off the adversary, but she was really worried. The performance of that human skin mask was very clear to her. Not only could it change its appearance, it could even change its own breath as well as its voice, but the only drawback was that the level wasn't the highest, and if it was in front of a Nirvana Realm powerhouse, it would be null and void and could be seen at a glance. Although Nirvana Realm powerhouses hardly ever appeared, she was just worried. The adversary wanted something, and she couldn't imagine the crazy things she would do. Qin Hao looked at Mu Yao, whose face changed repeatedly and whose fingers kept squeezing and relaxing, and a trace of emotion arose in his heart. He knew Mu Yao's concern, slowly came behind it, hands around gently into the arms, said, "Teacher baby, take out your mask first. I'll do a magic trick for you. Promise you won't worry about it after you read it." In order to stop Mu Yao from worrying anymore, he decided to use some of the functions of the cultivation points in front of Mu Yao. Cultivation points are available to upgrade items. Originally, he had planned to borrow it and then go back to his courtyard to upgrade, but now he had changed his mind. It was just a magic trick, and he was sure Mu Yao wouldn't break the ice. Feel the warmth coming from behind you. Mu Yao instantly calmed down. As long as the adversary was there, she was very much at peace. She nodded and took out a jade box that emitted a cold aura from her ring. Ka-chow. The jade box gently opened. A thin, cicada-like mask of human skin rested quietly within it. Its texture was delicate and smooth, emitting a strange luster as if it contained endless magic. From a distance, the outline of the mask's features was clear and realistic, every detail carefully sculpted, but up close it was unusually blurry, as if it was any likeness of what was seen. Mysterious and unusual. Mu Yao placed the jade box on the table in the hall before looking back at Qin Hao. There was a look of surprise in the beautiful eyes. Chapter 44, The Holy Mask. She was curious as to what magic the adversary was talking about that could still put her worries to rest. System, how many cultivation points do I need to upgrade this mask? Qin Hao let go of Mu Yao's willow waist and came to the table. inquiring in his mind. Ding items being detected. Successful detection. Heavenly Order Extreme Special Props. Upgrading to Holy Order requires 2.5 million cultivation points. Has really broken a million. He's a little fleshy. That's 500,000 top grade spirit stones. His wealth is shrinking again. However, it's a little pricey, but totally worth it. System, upgrade. After a brief period of heartache, he decisively chose to upgrade. Spirit stones can be earned again when they are gone, and the three major superpowers are so rich that they will find another opportunity to woolgather. But the mask designation of the Holy Order would raise his security level another notch. Ding item upgrade in progress? Please wait. As the voice of the system in his head fell, the human skin mask in the jade box on the tabletop began to emit a strange light. The original delicate texture became clearer, as if it contained endless mysterious power, and the color gradually transformed from ordinary skin color to transparent color, and the surface shone with a palpitating starlight. Anomalies also began to appear in the surrounding space. A mysterious rune surfaced around the mask, spinning and flying around it. These runes seemed to contain a powerful force of law, modifying the internal structure of the mask and finally turning into a stream of light that directly integrated into the mask. The mask's dissimilarity directly stunned Mu Yao as she looked at it. The small mouth was slightly open, and the beautiful eyes were staring straight at the change in the mask. The mysterious runes and starlight, she didn't know what they were, but the mask's aura was indeed rising, and it quickly peaked. Holy Order. Those two words instantly came to her mind. From Heavenly Order to Holy Order just like this. Successful? When did the Holy Order become so easy to build? She glanced up at the adversary again. Xiao Mei followed suit. What's wrong with you? What kind of incantation is this that the adversary is chanting? You can upgrade by chanting this? Her head was completely messed up. Mama 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 mama. She didn't hold back from whispering at the table. But, nothing has changed with the table. Strange. It's not like there's any strange power in that spell. She cocked her head, her brow furrowed, and muttered something in her little mouth. Ha 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 ha. Qin Hao had originally made up a spell haphazardly for the upgrade of the system to make it look more like a magic trick, but he really didn't expect Mu Yao to learn in style. That adorable look made him just couldn't help but laugh outright. You, adversary, what are you laughing at? Mu Yao looked at Qin Hao with an innocent expression. By the way, what did you mean by that incantation? She still didn't get it. Oh, you mean that incantation just now? It means that Master quickly transforms. Ha ha ha. Stupid, stupid, stupid and just plain adorable. He had tears in his eyes. He really didn't think that the usually serious ice fairy would have such a side. You bad boy. You dared to fool me. See if I won't teach you a lesson. Hearing Qin Hao's explanation, Mu Yao instantly understood. That's not a spell. It's clearly just the adversary shouting randomly, and laughing at her. Made a big fool out of her. With a delicate grunt, she directly went up to the soft flesh of Qin Hao's waist and gave it a 360-degree spin. Hiss. Woman, you get real. Qin Hao was unprepared and took a hard hit, causing him to suck in a breath of cool air. That's a pain in the ass. Is this trick a skill that women are born with? Baby, you started this. Look at my dragon claw hands. Qin Hao was not to be denied and immediately began to counterattack. A man and a woman soon put on a very good martial arts fight. The fight went from the floor to the table, and clothes were shredded in the scuffle. The battlefield then shifted to the bed. Woman beaten and beaten back. The second half of the night, Qin Hao still returned to his courtyard. He had meant to just go get the mask. Still, the temptation of a good man was too great to resist. This stuff is so addictive. Therefore, in order not to delay leaving with Song Changjing tomorrow, he simply ran straight back. Otherwise, he can't get out of that tender place. There's an old saying that a woman affects the determination to become strong, and it's so true. He knows it well now. He didn't know if other women had this magic power, but Mu Yao definitely did. He wasn't going to quit, though. Being the big bad, influence is influence. Just kill a few more chakras and you'll be back. He held out the mask he'd brought back to check it out. It was almost transparent and colorless, as thin as a cicada's wing, and as dreamy as a dream. Phantom Skyfox, Holy Rank. Special props. When worn it can change one's form, appearance, breath, voice, all around illusion. Those below the Transcendence realm cannot detect the true or false. In a word, strong. He didn't hesitate and brought it right up. Buzz. A mysterious rule emanated from his body, modifying everything he was originally. Less than a quarter of an hour, Qin Hao's appearance changed drastically. Taking out a mirror and looking at it, he was very pleased. The likeness of his former life is still so handsome. The body has become slightly stockier and looks more mature from the looks of it. After all, in his previous life, he had been almost 3 years old. The illusion of his former life was also a temporary idea. After all, this appearance has not been seen by anyone here, and will not crash. Instead, he had his master fabricate his identity. With Mu Yao's status, it was very easy to get one more or one less core disciple within the peak. This was his new identity, Hao Qing, the core disciple of Hidden Sword Peak. Everything was arranged, just waiting for tomorrow to head to Senior Sister Song's clan to meet the Qi Lucky Man. Looking at the night sky, there was still a little time before dawn. He took out the small tower that he had found on Lin Bei. It shouldn't be easy to hide so deep. System, test it. He looked it up and down several times. Not a clue, and even dropped a drop of blood on it. Again without any movement. There's no choice but to leave it to the system to test it out. Ding, the item is of a very high grade and requires a testing fee of 100,000 cultivation points. Nima, you earn this kind of money too. Qin Hao was speechless. Host, price of conscience, absolutely no loss. Okay, you're good. Test it quickly. If it's not good, I'll get you. That line about being highly ranked does have a lot of appeal. It's only $100,000. I've already spent $2.5 million just now. I don't care if I have to spend another $100,000. Chapter 45, Soul Eating Tower. Sea of Blood. Ding, detection in progress. Detection successful. Soul Devouring Tower, Quasi-Emperor Divine Soldier. The tower is divided into two layers. The first layer, devouring all the souls of the dead, regardless of race, transforming them into pure soul power, and enhancing the purity of soul power. The second layer, Soul Refining, utilizing the power in the tower for soul refining, and enhancing the strength of soul power. It's still a quasi-imperial divine weapon. The 100,000 cultivation points were really worth spending. Qin Hao's heart was on fire as he watched. Moreover, in addition to the attack power it possessed in itself, the tower had other utilities that were simply wonderful. He had familiarized himself with so many canonical books, so he naturally knew what soul power was. The Soul Palace realm was to open up a soul palace. Out in the brain domain is the sea. It was from the soul palace that soul power was brewed. Soul power differed from true essence power, and could be said to be two completely different kinds of power. The transformation of soul power into divine thoughts has the efficacy of probing, while also allowing for direct divine soul attacks that are shadowless and invisible, ignoring physical defenses. Those with strong soul power could directly shock their opponents without even having to make a move, or even break through their enemy's soul palace, causing them to die a violent death directly. It can also be said to be the cultivator's second means of attack. However, most cultivators' soul power was only used for probing and defense. This was because the vast majority of people had the same soul power. Even those Heaven's Pride demons with special physiques were likewise the same. With everyone being the same, psionic power becomes less useful, and the Soul Palace realm became a transitional cultivation realm. And Qin Hao's next realm was the Soul Palace realm, which he could just use. The most crucial thing was that this enhancement of soul power was still a two-way street, with purity and strength being able to increase at the same time. Provided, of course, that the little tower had sucked up enough souls of the dead. That's where all the enhancements come from. Lin Bei, this split soul, was also unlucky. Only cultivating to the Dao Yuan realm had been killed by him. If one could cultivate to the Soul Palace realm, one could say that their battle power would get a qualitative leap, but it was all cheap and beautiful now. At the same time, he learned how to use it. The blood drops in the novels of his previous life were all lies, and he still had to use the power of his true essence for refining before he could use it. Of course, it was very difficult to completely refine a quasi-emperor exalted divine warrior, but only to the extent that it was used by the great Dao. It was still very simple to put it into the Dantian just like Lin Bei. Without hesitation, he immediately sat cross-legged and began to refine it. Half an hour later. Oh, such a dense psionic hindrance. Qin Hao was in the final stages of refining when he suddenly encountered a very powerful block. Very familiar scent. Could this be the soul power left behind by Lin Bei's main body refining? Feeling the powerful soul power impediment, Qin Hao was somewhat alarmed. When a split soul dies, it's logical to say that the person dies and there's nothing left. But I didn't expect that there would still be Lin Bei's breath left, and it was still soul power. So it could only be the work of Lin Bei's main body. Humph. So what if the main body is not here? The person is not even here. Trying to block it with a single soul force is just a dream. Although Qin Hao's heart was shocked, he wasn't weak at all. The strength of his true essence had likewise become ridiculously strong. Other people might not be able to break through this wall of soul power, but he was not someone else. The competition was now a clash of true essence and soul power. Rumble. The two forces collided violently, emitting a roaring sound. However, it seemed to be an even match, but soul power was ultimately limited. After 3 or 4 powerful attacks by Qin Hao, it was exhausted. The soul-devouring pagoda was also successfully completed his initial refining by him. Ding Host snatched away one of the strongest chances left by Lin Bei's mother, rewarded with plus 1.5 million cultivation points. The moment the soul-devouring tower was put into his dantian, the system's beep sounded once again. Boy! 1.5 million cultivation points. This was corresponding to Lin Bei's 1.5 million chi value, and it's still just one of the strongest chances. How high is this guy's insta-chi value? Qin Hao scat his tongue and became even more excited about this essence of Lin Bei. It's only now that we're getting the Destiny protagonist look. Those tens of thousands and tens of thousands used to be a small hit, but then again, this guy had a good mother who left him some good stuff, and that's just one of them. If you have a chance in the future, you must meet this very great mother. Such a thought suddenly flashed through Qin Hao's mind, but that will have to come later. The sky had already turned fish belly white, and it was time for him to go and gather with Song Changjing. Slowly, he got up and headed straight out the door. This time when he went out, he didn't know when he would be able to return, so he had already explained that his master had directly declared his seclusion to the public to prepare for the divine beast Heavenly Abyss, Endless Continent, the forbidden land of the Far East Sea. This place was a boundless sea of vast blood, the seawater taking on a scarlet color and emitting a strong and creepy scent of blood. In the depths of the Sea of Blood, there was a mysterious and terrifying island. The island was completely made up of skeletons of various creatures, making it look particularly weird and eerie. At this moment, a hysterical roar of rage suddenly came from the island. Damned bastard! Who is it? Who on earth dared to kill my split soul and take away my soul-devouring tower? The voice was filled with anger and murderous intent, as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. In the center of the island, a huge coffin was tightly pulled by countless bloody chains, and inside the coffin, a man dressed in blood slowly sat up from the coffin. His eyes were full of rage and fierceness, and his body exuded a strong fury that made people shudder. He was the one who had roared just now. It was also Lin Bei's very own body. If one looked closely, it did bear a 6 or 7% resemblance to Lin Bei of the Hongmeng Holy Land. He was furious. The soul-devouring pagoda wasn't just a quasi-emperor Zun divine weapon, it was the only token his mother had left for him, and a symbol that proved his identity. While his mother had left him more than one item, the others were current-use items and not unique to the world. He himself had obtained the inheritance of the Blood Burial Emperor, but it would take a long time before he could completely inherit it. So, in the meantime he utilized one of the secret arts to split a split soul out. Firstly to continue searching for his mother, and secondly to cultivate a second path. This was also the path that the Blood Burial Emperor had researched to closely follow the original Hongmeng Emperor. As long as it merged with the split soul at the time of transcendence in the future, there was a very high possibility of reaching the battle power of the once Hongmeng Emperor. In order to let the split soul grow better, he did not hesitate to let the soul-devouring tower take the split soul away. However, he had left an eye open. Not only had he integrated the tower within his body's dantian, but he had also set up a soul power restriction within the tower. Under the double protection, it was to prevent the soul-devouring tower from being taken away even after the split soul was killed. However, the more you fear something, the more you get it. Chapter 46, Great Chu Empire. Song Family. Being able to take away the soul-devouring tower meant that the split souls were being split directly. It had made him unusually angry. Now it was even attacking even his soul power prohibition. It was important to know that it was his soul power after experiencing the reinforcement of the soul-devouring tower, and it was almost impossible for an ordinary person to break through and refine it. Moreover, it was impossible for the split soul to be foolish enough to offend the people of the great power. This was the order he had given to the split soul, but the facts were right in front of him, and he had to face them. Anger wouldn't solve the problem. He had to complete the transmission of the Blood Burial Emperor's inheritance as soon as possible, and then go back to find the bastard who had taken away his soul-devouring pagoda. Humph, no matter who you are, if you dare to take something from my Lin Bei, I'll make you spit it out as much as you want and return it 100 times over. He glanced in the direction of the continent and let out a cold snort before entering the coffin once again. Yunli City, the capital of the Great Chu Empire. The Song family was one of the largest families in the entire empire. His ancestor had once opened up the frontier with King Chuba and was a founding minister, and now he had even produced a personal disciple of the Hongmeng Holy Land. His reputation in the Great Chu Empire was as good as it gets. Even the De Chu royal family had to discuss with the Chu family when they did something. Hongmeng Holy Land Prodisciple. This is not something that ordinary people can become. There was only one person in the entire De Chu, Song Changjing. Today, the Song family set up banquets all over the city, chartered almost all the big and small hotels and restaurants. All the people in the city can eat free today. Within the family, all the princes and nobles, including the royal family, were even invited to come to Song Changjing's return dinner. At that moment, the gongs and drums outside were clamoring to greet the people from all walks of life who had come to the dinner. The atmosphere within the family auditorium, however, was exceptionally quiet. Yu Feng, what the hell is going on here? Today your cousin is going home. How come that punk Lin Yuan came at this time? At the top seat of the auditorium was a middle-aged man who looked to be over 100 years old. It was also Song Zhe, the current head of the Song family. He was so angry at this moment that the corner of the table was slapped away by him with hatred. The whole city had set up a banquet and invited so many guests, just to emphasize Song Changjing's identity and the Song family's power. But I didn't expect a rat's ass halfway through. This annoyed Song Zhe to no end. Below the auditorium, besides Song Yufeng, there were a dozen or so Song family elders. They too had anger in their eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that that rat bastard was holding their Song family ancestors' warrant in his hand, they would have thrown him out long ago. Song Yufeng sniffed and frowned slightly. She was genuinely unaware of how the information of her cousin's return had reached a small city tens of thousands of miles away. She had planned to wait for Song Changjing to come back to withdraw from the marriage after some time. But I didn't expect the other party to come straight to my door. Not only with the marriage certificate promised by my parents when they were alive, but also with my ancestors' warrant. As soon as you come, you talk in terms of marriage certificates. They were asked to marry off Song Yufeng to the Lin family as stipulated in the marriage contract. If the Song family didn't agree, then he would have to use his ancestors' warrant. The ancestors' warrant was very significant and could order the Song family's reigning ancestors to do one thing unconditionally. And those closed ancestors of the Song family were all people who valued love and justice. If Lin Yuan really moved, this matter would be irreparable. Therefore, they temporarily pacified Lin Yuan to rest within a separate courtyard, and he himself came back to discuss the situation. Family master, cousin's sister is coming back today and the royal family is all present. That brat shouldn't be messing around. Seeing that Song Yufeng couldn't answer, one of the elders under the hall took the initiative to come forward to relieve Song Yufeng. The reason why these people supported Song Yufeng to go forward and withdraw from the marriage was because Song Yufeng and Song Changjing were indeed very close, and were almost inseparable little sisters when they were young. Moreover, Song Changjing was brought up by Song Yufeng's parents for another 3 or 4 years of her early childhood. This led to an excellent relationship between the two. Previously, they had also written a letter to go forward to the Holy Land of Hongmeng, but they had only received a simple response, with no intention of returning in the slightest. And Song Yufeng recalled it straight away as soon as she stepped in, showing the relationship between the two. Yufeng, why don't you go and stabilize that surname Lin first? As long as we get past today, we'll hold him at will. Another elder stepped forward with a suggestion. They could all hear what Matsuzawa, the patriarch, meant, without being able to do anything to Lin Yuan. It was important to ensure that the Lin family did not lose face today. What they were most afraid of was that Lin Yuan would jump out to make a demon out of the situation when the dinner party was in full swing. Especially if they were to take out a marriage certificate. At that time in front of so many famous families, it would be hard for their Song family to refuse. Hearing this suggestion, Song Zhe nodded slightly, his gaze looking towards Song Yufeng who was standing under the hall. That's good advice. It's just a bit of fudge, and it doesn't really have to be enforced. Song Yufeng held back a single word, not really knowing how to retort. She knew it was the best way now, but the mind is just very reluctant. She was enjoying princess-level treatment in the Song family. When did she need to bow down to a country bumpkin? Besides, her cousin Song Changjing was arriving today, and she had even less desire to aggravate herself. In fact, they were completely able to ignore Lin Yufan's threat. At worst, it's just a cloak of bad faith in front of outsiders. No one dares to really do anything to them. No one could replace the Song family's strength, nor could they, but those of them are the ones who want to save face. She was also told to go low and drag Lin Yuan down. Family master. The Imperial Grand Princess has arrived. Just as the crowd was getting tangled up, the sound of a supervisor reporting came from outside the room. The royal family. So early? Song Zhe and the others revealed looks of surprise upon hearing this. The banquet was held in the evening, and the people who came now were mostly some small and medium-sized clans in the city, coming early to mix things up and get to know some people along the way. The big families, on the other hand, all came at night. They didn't need to mix their connections. They came just to see Song Changjing. And the royal family will even come at the finale. But what's going on today? Repeatedly, there are accidents. The appearance of one Lin Yuan was enough of a surprise. What was the royal family up to? Go, follow me to get out and greet them. Although he didn't know the reason, when the royal family came, he, as the Song family head, must go forward to greet them. Many elders followed close behind. Only Song Yufeng breathed a long sigh of relief. She'll be able to slow things down a bit. Song family banquet hall. A grand and magnificent building, large enough to accommodate hundreds, if not thousands of people dining at the same time. The ceiling of the hall was very high, and it was inlaid with countless sparkling gems that were as bright as the starry sky. A beautiful mural hangs on the wall depicting the history and glory of the family. Inside the hall, there were rows and rows of neatly arranged tables and chairs, and each table was filled with all sorts of delicious delicacies and precious spirit wines. Chapter 47, Chu Lingyu. In the middle of the hall, there was a huge stage on which a group of dancers were dancing, adding a joyful atmosphere to the banquet. And at this moment, the banquet hall was already bustling with people. The members of the various clans in the city were dressed in gorgeous costumes, gathering in groups and talking to each other. And in an inconspicuous corner, a young man of about 20 looked out of place with the crowd. As he ate from the table, his eyes darted around as if searching for something. Not right ah. This plot is not right ah. How come the Chi-Luckers are not mixed in the crowd? He muttered in a small voice. Clearly something was a little different than what he had expected to happen. This person was none other than Qin Hao. He and Song Changjing left 3 days ago, but after the two of them had spent the day in a mushy mood, he suddenly had other ideas. Didn't want to come at the normal pace with Song Changjing. Instead, they picked up the pace and arrived more than half a day early, in order to find that so-called chiropractor. It is impossible to hold such a big party in advance of a normal withdrawal stream, and since it's held, there's bound to be a dogfight where the protagonist shows up and punches him in the face. However, he didn't notice the appearance of the chiropractor after blending in. The lookout technique he kept on, but they are all clear black and white colors. There is absolutely no color that matches the chiropractor. Is it hard to deduce that it's wrong? Or do we have to go to the retreat normally to see it? He spat out a kernel of fruit, and questions rose in his mind. However, he wasn't in a hurry. The big deal was that after Song Changjing inquired about the specifics, he would make an earlier trip. With that in mind, he didn't stick around. Directly in the guise of a fluttering gentleman, he blended into the crowd. With his 3-inch tongue, he began to talk to the young talents present. Find out about the Song family and what kind of person this Song Yufeng who wants to withdraw her marriage is. Song Changjing had been brought to the Hongmeng Holy Land when she was 10 years old, and she knew very little about her family, including cousin Song Yufeng. Therefore, it was still necessary to know in advance about the love/hate relationship between this Qi carrier and the Song family. Within a small courtyard in the Song family's back garden, this was the place where the Song family received guests when they stayed overnight. A 25 or 26-year-old youth very leisurely ate the food delivered by the Song family. His eyes were very calm, as if this was his own home. Unlike him, an old man not far away was in a great hurry. Young Master Yufan, the Song clan is obviously just stalling for time. We'd better just summon the Song clan ancestor to do us justice. When the old man looked at his young master's leisurely and relaxed appearance, he was really looking at his eyes and anxious in his heart. Uncle Yun, take it easy, come over and eat something. The youth known as Yufan smiled faintly at his words and was not in a hurry. Instead, he greeted the old man very calmly and ate together. Young master, you, Uncle Yun, don't worry. I know in my heart that the Song family I will teach them a lesson. The old man tried to say something else, but the man cut him right off. He rose slowly and raised his eyes to the front garden, which was buzzing with activity at the moment. If I let you humiliate me one more time in this life, it wouldn't be me. Lin Yufan, he snorted in his heart. Ling Yu, you should be there by now. I'll give you a surprise at night. Just wait. Having already been reborn for 3 years, the images of his last life where he was humiliated seemed to still be before his eyes. He won't let it happen again in this life. This banquet for Song Changjing's return to the family was when he offered his first gift to the Song family. It was likewise a time to surprise the girl who had been so quietly devoted to him in his previous life. I didn't cherish you in my previous life. In this life I will make you the happiest girl in the world. Infinite thoughts were born in his mind. In his last life, it was because of this girl that became the biggest heart demon on his path to transcendence, leading to his ultimate failure and death. Once again, he naturally wouldn't let this happen again. That girl, he would guard for the rest of his life. Uncle Yun, let's go. It's almost time. Let's go to the front garden. He left a sentence after lamenting and then turned around and walked towards the courtyard beyond. Cluck, how Gongzi, where did you learn all these words? So funny. Inside the banquet hall, Qin Hao was teasing the beautiful person in front of him with some paragraphs from the internet in his previous life. It made Canon laugh every now and then. By poking around in every way and chatting with each other, he also learned the identity of the Goodman, the first princess of the Chu Empire, Chu Lingyu. This time, we were invited to the dinner for the return of Song Changjing. A mauve-colored sari as an evening gown is a classy look. The bare shoulders, with crystal-clear skin, seem to be glowing, emitting a charming luster. The face has long and curved eyebrows, a straight and small nose, red and plump lips, and slightly upturned corners of the mouth with a charming smile that makes people feel like spring breeze. The figure was tall and slender, with a slim and soft waist, surplus to requirements. It was the brightest presence in this ballroom. As the eldest princess of the royal family, everyone was very respectful, and no one dared to come forward for a conversation other than to salute. And he is the exception. It's just a subsidiary country under the Holy Land of Hongmeng. He hadn't put the other person's status in his eyes yet, just to see that it was indeed very beautiful, compared to even Song Changjing. So, just couldn't resist coming up and chatting for a few minutes. I didn't realize that the conversation had revealed something to him. The two were having a good time talking, almost dropping their guard, like a couple of close friends. There are questions and answers. It was from this that he found something very peculiar. Chu Lingyu, as the eldest princess of the royal family, was supposed to come last as the finale, but she received a message from a former friend asking her to come early. That's why she came a little early. Qin Hao very subtly captured the strange color in Chu Lingyu's eyes when she spoke of that close friend. That kind of look was something that only appeared when Song Changjing was looking at him. To put it bluntly, it's adoration. Someone who could make the eldest princess heart grow fonder would not be simple. And again, this happened at the Song family's dinner today. Just very marvelous. He very much suspected that the friend Chu Lingyu spoke of was the Qilut person he was looking for. The reason I didn't realize it just now was because the other party hadn't arrived yet. Should be a good show tonight. Only, it seemed to have something to do with the beautiful person in front of him as well. And just now Chu Lingyu's inquiry. It was also after the two had gotten acquainted that he said some hilarious bits from his previous life on the internet. It drew a smile from her. Princess Lingyu, I learned these from a storyteller specifically to amuse the goddess. He smiled evilly, bringing a hint of teasing to his words. Chapter 48, he came softly. He left softly. As long as it had something to do with chiropractors, he was interested. Goddess? What does that mean? Chu Lingyu blinked her big eyes and asked with a confused expression. She had a good feeling about the man in front of her. Young, handsome, funny, and not a bit of that constriction that everyone else has. Of course, the key thing was the extraordinary strength. She herself had a cultivation level of the 3rd level of the Soul Palace realm. At the age of 25 years old, although he could not be compared to a demon like Song Changjing, but it was already the strongest heavenly pride in Dechu, and the man in front of her was almost the same age as her. But the aura on his body gave her an impenetrable and a very dangerous feeling. She had noticed Qin Hao just now after the Song family had greeted her in. It's not just his strength, also because he's so unique. He traveled among the young talents with such ease that he could often make those around him laugh. Even very face-conscious girls are no exception. Take her for example. She was the first princess of Dechu. She was usually very serious, and it wouldn't be too much to describe her as unsmiling. But the man managed to make her laugh out loud repeatedly. It made her feel, for the first time, that it would be nice to fulfill her official duties by attending a dinner party. At the same time, she was also very interested in these new vocabularies that Qin Hao said. Before that, they were talking about black silk and white silk, saying that they look very good on girls. Said she wanted it. Oh, goddess. Goddess means heart, love, the girl, child. Speaking later, Qin Hao was saying it word for word. There was still a hint of affection in the eyes that looked at Chu Lingyu, the unabashed kind. He had always believed in being direct about trying to take a woman. This is often the easiest and fastest. Ah, Mr. Hao. Chu Lingyu's face was immediately filled with blush when she heard this. When did this happen to her? It's kind of a confession to her face. And there's teasing involved. She wanted to get angry and take out the stance of being a princess, but found it impossible to get angry at all. The man in front of me was not one of those cynical second-generation guys who directly molested girls. Rather, he said this after earning her favor. It's more like the kind of love talk that only happens between male and female Taoists. It left her at a loss for words for a moment. Reprimand? I guess, not so much, and deep down she didn't want to do it. But saying nothing felt like accepting his confession. It seems that Princess Lingyu's heart belongs to someone else, and she doesn't have a good feeling towards me. Qin Hao revealed a look of great regret as he spoke out. At the same time a look of disappointment appeared on his face, but a glint flashed under his eyes. This was a test for him. It didn't matter if Chu Lingyu had a crush on him or not. He didn't lack women. The key thing was to determine if the relationship between her and the airbender was what he thought it was. The words fell out of his mouth, and he made a show of turning to leave. Mr. Hao, not I. Chu Lingyu subconsciously reached out and pulled Qin Hao, who wanted to leave. But after pulling back he didn't know what to say, his eyes all flustered. She didn't know what was wrong with her. It was clear that another man was hiding in his heart. The fact that she had come so early today was in response to his request. but also because she wanted to see the figure that she had missed as soon as possible, though she wasn't sure if the other woman had him in her heart. But now, she found, heart in turmoil. A man she just met less than an hour ago had broken her heart. Princess Lin Yu, there you are. Just when she was very torn, a voice came and interrupted her thoughts. Just now Elder Receiver told me that you're here, so I've come to look for you here. You won't blame me for being late, will you? The owner of the voice came to Chu Lingyu's side and slightly owed his body, then said with a bright smile on his face. She only slightly glanced at Qin Hao on the side before refocusing her gaze on Chu Lingyu. A prince's son was just a prince's son. Although he was very handsome, she didn't put it on her mind yet. Cousin had said that an accompanying disciple from the Holy Land would be coming in a while. In front of the disciples of the Holy Land, these so-called noble princes were all trash. It's Sister Yufeng. When Chu Lingyu saw the visitor, she immediately revealed a courteous smile. It's me who came early. For Song Yufeng, although her talent was also okay, her character wasn't very good within the circle of nobles. Relying on the fact that her cousin was a personal disciple of the Hongmeng Holy Land, she did not put anyone in her eyes. Even a few of the royal family's emperors had suffered defeat at its hands. Only she, the number one heavenly pride of the imperial dynasty, could suppress the other party. Ling Yu, then you guys chat first. I'll come back later. Qin Hao interjected at the right time, then turned around and left straight away. He served his purpose. With regards to Chu Lingyu's behavior just now, he could already be 100% certain that the Qiluk person who was going to be withdrawn from the marriage had an ambiguous relationship with her. It's supposed to be a real red herring in the main character's storyline. Song Yufeng's identity he had long known was Song Changjing's cousin and the initiator of the withdrawal. But now it seems that this initiative to withdraw from the marriage is afraid that it will not be completed, or perhaps to be hit in the face by the scene, but also to be withdrawn from the marriage. This plot was going a little differently than he had expected at first. Kind of like another genre. He'd have to verify it some more, though, and once he figured out where the protagonist was going, he'd be able to keep track of the big picture. As for that Song Yufeng, her looks were quite okay, but that character was indeed a very average, hateful character. It smacks of villainy, but this kind belongs to the lowest level of villains, and it's this kind of villain that the protagonist fights first in his appearance. Same villain, but he has no intention of finding a face for his appearance, because there is no benefit to him at all, but rather, there is a possibility of causing group anger. While he wasn't afraid, there was no need. Tonight's protagonists have plus the possibility of going down Song Changjing. That's 4. The one who had the greatest impact on the chiropractors was Chu Lingyu, and Chu Lingyu's state of mind had already been ruffled by him. The next step is to improvise. Now that he was the one who was darker, he didn't care to take more time if this Qiluk person's Qiluk value was enough to attract him. Although there were many spirit stones, there were also many places to use them, coupled with a very strong foundation, consuming resources that were more than 10,000 times that of others. It's scary. Therefore, he was also very hopeful that a Qi master with sufficiently heaven-defying Qi would come out. However, he was as if he were a cloud, coming and going gently, without realizing that it has taken more than half of a woman's heart as well. Chu Lingyu didn't expect Qin Hao to leave so dryly. Chapter 49, Changes in Chu Lingyu's heart. Would have liked to go after it, but he was stopped by Song Yufeng. She couldn't ignore people as the host of the party, but the good thing was that the banquet was still long tonight, so she didn't have to worry about Qin Hao leaving. Only a bit distracted during the conversation with Song Yufeng, always searching for that glimpse in the crowd from time to time, and at this moment, Qin Hao had several more well-presented princes and noble women by his side. This time it wasn't his initiative. It was going to be a corner to wait for the arrival of the main attraction of the night, but I didn't expect anyone to take the initiative to find it. Solely bored, he didn't refuse. Ding detected that the lucky man Lin Yufan's only red face in his life has feelings for the host, rewarded with plus 1.5 million cultivation points. Congratulations on triggering the mission. Mission content: conquer the chirographer Rouge Chu Lingyu and reward any chirographer with one script advance prediction. Holy, 1.5 million cultivation points. Really? Hearing the system's prompt, he was shocked. This could be equivalent to 300,000 top-grade spirit stones. This was still only causing Chu Lingyu to have a hint of affection for him, so how terrifying would it be to conquer? Looks like he really caught the big one this time. It made him look forward to it even more. However, he had already been separated from Chu Lingyu for more than half an hour already, so how was it that the system had only sent this reminder? He couldn't help but look in the direction where Chu Lingyu was. This look dawned on him instantly, because at that moment, Chu Lingyu happened to be the one who saw him here, with a hint of grudge in her beautiful eyes. Ha, that's okay? He took a look at the three women beside him and couldn't help but let out a light laugh in his heart. It should be that his conversation with these three people had touched that string in Chu Lingyu's heart. The unintentional move turned out to be a good one. He quickly misplaced the other man's gaze. Some people, once the seed is planted in her, will naturally germinate slowly, and the right stimulation will make it germinate a little faster. Oh, here we go. As he turned his eyes to the other corner, a man covered in dazzling golden light appeared in his sight. The man sat alone as if he were a man of the world. No one went up to talk to him, and he didn't actively seek out anyone to interact with. Lin Yuan, 13.5 million/15 million in chi. Yes, that's him. Finally, it's time to meet the main man. The 1.5 million chi luck values that his opponent had thrown away happened to be the number of cultivation points he had just received. But this chi luck value was really heavenly and terrifying. From the surface alone, it wasn't obvious that the other party was burdened with any kind of chance. But there was one thing he knew, and that was Chu Lingyu. The system has said that this is the only redhead in his life. You can imagine how important it is to him. Hey, I wonder what it would be like to witness the woman you like and another man having a good time. He smiled in his mind. He then slowly got up and after excusing himself, he walked towards Chu Lingyu once again. At this time, the sky was already darkening, and the banquet hall was getting more and more lively. Those really powerful princes and nobles also started to arrive one after another. Song Yufeng was also pulled away to receive guests, so it just so happened that only Chu Lingyu stayed here. Hao Qing, didn't you have a good chat over there? Why did you come over so quickly? When Chu Lingyu saw the visitor, she first had a happy face, but then she boarded up and put on an appearance of not being very familiar. Even the name calling has started to go straight to the first name. But Qin Hao wouldn't eat this. The system wouldn't lie. The woman hadn't completely poured her heart out to him, but she had had a fling. As long as there's love, that's not much of a challenge for him. Only to see that he directly grabbed Chu Lingyu's jade hand and pressed his body close to its side, attaching it to his ear and said tenderly, "How can other women compare to Lingyu babies in the slightest? Isn't it because I saw that baby was free, so I came over to accompany her?" After saying that, he also left no trace of touching lightly on that pink earlobe. Then he slowly got up and looked at Chu Lingyu with a smile or not. Buzz. Chu Lingyu only felt her brain go blank for an instant. Her ear was a sensitive part of her body, and Qin Hao's touch sent a jolt through her body. A pink color instantly tinted his face. Although Qin Hao's words were whispered to her, that was also too meaty, especially the word baby, which even true Taoist couples couldn't necessarily call out. However, she didn't feel the slightest bit of resentment, but rather a sense of happiness at being loved. That gentle voice, and that tender gaze, plus the small gesture just now, it made her fall almost instantly. When had she ever heard such words of love? As the first princess of Great Chu, she had to wear a hard exterior at all times. Let her be respected by others while indirectly disqualifying her from being loved. Because no one dared to think anything of her. The only time a stirring appeared in her heart was 4 years ago in a small town when a teenager treated her completely like an ordinary person. Dining with her, shopping with her, and exploring with her. It was also the time that put that teenager in her mind. But at that time it was only as friends, and there was no direct sexual development, much less the words of love that so moved her heart. 4 years have passed since then, and that former teenager has reached out to her again. However, before she even meets anyone, she meets the man who makes her fall physically and mentally. It was really hard for her to think that she would fall for a man she had known for less than half a day. Perhaps the previous thoughts were just thoughts between friends. There was suddenly some relief in her mind. Originally, she thought that the kind of thoughts she had before were those of love between a man and a woman, remembering each other in their hearts and minds, plain and simple. But now she realized she was wrong. She felt Qin Hao's fire, a feeling that made her realize what true love was. When he left, she felt sadness and unhappiness, and when he turned back, her mood brightened again. She was happy to hear him speak lovingly to her, and at the same time she was a little excited and shy. That's what love should look like. How? Sir, don't. There are many people here. She lowered her head and whispered softly, not daring to raise her eyes to meet Qin Hao's. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to withstand those fiery eyes. Ding detected Chu Lingyu's dependence and love for the host, rewarded with plus 3 million cultivation points. Only one last step away from conquest. The host will keep up the good work. Yell. That won't work. Seems like picking up girls is still a good idea with those raiders from the previous life. That's a lot of lessons learned by some fierce men among all kinds of women. It's a downgrade to use it here. He glanced at a corner behind him out of the corner of his eye, the corner of his mouth lifting in a slight curve. I've done this to your redhead. What are you going to do about it? Chapter 50, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Asshole, who is this guy and why haven't I seen him in my previous life? Lin Yuan in the corner clenched his fists, but his heart was unusually furious. As a person who had been reborn, and also a powerful cultivator who had almost stepped into the realm of transcendence. His mind was already very powerful by definition, but what Qin Hao touched was the only soft spot in his heart. It is also the demon of a failed attempt at transcendence in a previous life. The bottom line was that in his previous life, he had never seen this man appear. Everything about everyone in the arena was exactly the same as in their previous life, except for the appearance of Qin Hao as a variable. And this variant is unbiased enough to just happen to hook up with his woman. There's no rush. Be calm. The first order of business today is to get out of the marriage. He pressed down his grumpy mood and reassured himself one by one. You must believe Lin Yu. She loves me so much that she could never change her heart because of a man she has known for less than a day. He gave a vicious glance in the direction of the two Qin Hao men, then directly closed his eyes and began to calm his mind. Being disturbed by a 20-something-year-old brat who had been in his mind for thousands of years was really undeserved. He needed to meditate on it. Qin Hao's appearance was also considered by him to be a butterfly effect after his rebirth. Something as bizarre and strange as rebirth can happen, and it's not a big deal to have some cascading effects. He firmly believed in Chu Lingyu's loyalty to him. In his previous life, Chu Lingyu had never married in his entire life, and after inheriting the throne of the Great Chu Empire, he died 500 years later in the midst of the outbreak of the Holy Land War. At that time, he was painstakingly pursuing the way of transcendence and didn't pay much attention to this matter. It wasn't until later, when there was no way to transcend and returned home to seek a breakthrough in the red dust, that he realized the fact that Chu Lingyu had died. He spent the first half of his life dealing with the Song family and getting rid of the Hongmeng Holy Land's pursuit, and the second half of his life pursuing the path of transcendence. Originally, he only treated Chu Lingyu as a close friend, until he found his relics and realized what he had really missed. This woman turns out to have been watching him silently all her life, and has been in love with him since the first time they met. It's just that Rapunzel is used to doing it and is not good at expressing her emotions, and has been buried in her heart. This hiding is for life. Moreover, many of his cultivation resources in the first half of his life were secretly given to him by this woman. Even he secretly helped him many times during the process of getting rid of the Hongmeng Holy Land's pursuit, for which he was seriously injured twice, and although he did not lose his life, his body was completely wasted, eliminating her future path of cultivation. Even so, the woman was still watching his cuts where he couldn't see them. This love has surpassed all. Therefore, at this time, he had absolute confidence in Chu Lingyu. Even if there are some minor changes, there is no change of heart. However, he who has never given in his life does not know that there is a kind of love called precipitation. The longer the time, the deeper into the bone marrow. But now this timeline is only just 4 years after they met. There's not much else to recall other than first impressions. The kind of love he imagines simply didn't hold up in this timeline. I'll rub it in. This, is the hero a ninja? How can he endure this? Qin Hao neither saw Lin Yufan make a move nor heard the system's prompt, and was directly dumbfounded. The distance between the two was not close, but they were both cultivators, and there was absolutely no problem seeing his movements clearly at this distance. He even touched Chu Lingyu's earlobe with his mouth. But any man with a bit of blood can endure it, right? He would never have been able to tolerate a bit of it if he had been in his place anyway. Holy, is this the difference between a protagonist and a villain? He muttered inwardly. But that's a disgusting distinction. What kind of protagonist wants to be a cuckold guy? Are all the protagonist plots so heavy-handed nowadays? He was now a bit skeptical that this Lin Yufan was not the protagonist of a normal genre. Can it be that this guy is a masochist? The more he is abused, the more excited he gets and the faster he grows? He couldn't help but come to such a mischievous conclusion in his mind. Forget it, whatever. Anyway, as long as they took Chu Lingyu, it would definitely be beneficial in lowering this Lin Yufan's chi. A total of over 10 million chi values had dropped 4.5 million. He wanted to see how many % of the other party's chi value Chu Lingyu could account for. Mr. Hao, what's wrong with you? Just as he was lost in thought, Chu Lingyu's jade hand suddenly shook in front of his eyes, and there was also a voice of worry about him. Qin Hao instantly returned to his senses. Very naturally, he grasped those small white jade-like hands in his hands and kissed them lightly, then pulled her toward the back hall. He had gained enough from this so-called banquet, and as for the plot behind it, he could think of it with his ass. The idea of staying on was gone. Might as well drag the beauty to a place where no one is around to have a good chat. Yikes, as if she was electrocuted. Chu Lingyu shivered, and her pink cheeks instantly became a little hot. The warmth coming from her hand almost made her lose her ability to think again. She didn't know what was wrong with her today, suddenly becoming very sensitive. Mr. Hao, where are we going? Her speech was broken and she was very nervous. There was some fear, and some excitement. She had more or less guessed Qin Hao's thoughts in her mind, wanting to stop, but his feet just didn't listen to his brain. He followed Qin Hao's footsteps towards the back of the hall, and Lin Yufan had completely lost track of the two because he had closed his eyes. Ling Yu baby, still calling Hao Gonzi? It was mentioned in the paragraph I just said. Qin Hao smiled faintly at the words and looked at the back hall, which was already deserted in all directions, and directly wrapped it into his arms. Then, without waiting for its reaction, badass, Chu Lingyu instantly fell, completely losing her ability to resist, and could only let out bursts of whimpers to express her dissatisfaction and protest. However, this voice was more like a temptation, making Qin Hao more and more motivated. After a long time, the two finally separated, but their bodies were still pressed tightly together. Chu Lingyu's soft body had leaned helplessly against Qin Hao's chest, as if she had completely immersed herself in his embrace. It took a while before her eyes gradually regained their clarity, and at this moment, Qin Hao had long since brought the beautiful woman in his arms to a guest room in the back garden. The room was filled with a light aroma that was refreshing. A blush rose on Chu Lingyu's face as she somewhat shyly lowered her head, not daring to look at Qin Hao again. It had come to the point where she had let go of her restraints, giving her innocence, which she had guarded for more than 20 years, to a man she had known for less than a day. Felt a bit absurd, but it was a reflection of her true feelings. She recognized it, and the Rapunzel status has been done for a long time. Every day is bored. It is possible to release a little bit of inner repression. Besides, this man was the choice of her heart. Chapter 51, Lin Fan was targeted. From now on, she identified with this man. Ling Yu, you haven't changed your mind just now. Qin Hao came to the side of the bed and sat it tenderly on his lap, his head coming to his ear and blowing in a low voice. Husband, June. Her head bowed deeper, though she had no idea what husband meant, but that's what the girl calls her beloved man in the passage just told. Aha, nice. Qin Hao couldn't hold back any longer, and as soon as these two words came out, he placed him on the bed and directly pounced on him. That stunningly beautiful body and seductive voice was something a man couldn't resist. Only a transparent mask also slowly detached from its face. His form also returned to its original shape. It's better to recover from doing this kind of thing, even though it's all the same body. It's awkward. The next moment, spring is in the air. Outside the house, the moon and stars are thin. Inside, a very beautiful picture. Hongmeng Holy Land Holy Lord's personal disciple Song Changjing has arrived. Everyone greet. Inside the banquet hall, the butler's voice suddenly came. The entire hall was instantly quiet at that moment. Everyone tensed up in a flash. No matter how high the status in the Dechu Empire was, all of them were in the same mood. In the eyes of these superpowers, there was little difference between them and ordinary people. A single word can determine life and death. Even a single look can bring your entire family to ruin. This is the energy of a person of great power. The butler's words fell. Song family head Song Zhe led all the top brass out the door to greet them. All of them, the princes and nobles, followed close behind. No one dares to slack off. Only an old man and a young man in the corner were steady as a rock, still sitting there. But at this point, they were all minding their own business, so how could they care about anyone else? Humph. A bunch of people who tend to favor one another. Lin Yufan snorted coldly. So what if it's a superpower? It's still in ruins after 500 years. His voice was low, and he did not place the Hongmeng Holy Land in his eyes in the slightest. In his previous life, he was able to repeatedly escape the pursuit of the Hongmeng sacred ground, and naturally, he was not afraid in this life either, and that experience has managed to keep him very much alive. All the cultivation resources will also come from the Hongmeng Holy Land. In his last life, he had seemingly repeatedly managed to find a very large amount of resources in the middle of barren mountains and hills, but that was placed in advance by Chu Lingyu. Living again, he wouldn't let that happen again. Chu Lingyu would be guarded by him, and would not let her suffer even an ounce of hardship again, and the cost of this would be paid by the Hongmeng Holy Land. Left and right are going to be overthrown in the future, so it's better to do something for him now. Young master, that's the Hongmeng Holy Land. Should we go out to greet it as well? Uncle Yun behind him spoke out a word of caution with some concern. In his opinion, the young master was a bit too big for his britches. In the Song clan, they had a warrant from the Song clan's ancestor, and there was nothing wrong with acting strong. But that was the Hongmeng Holy Land, a great power that could cause the entire Song family and even the Great Chu Empire to directly perish with the blow of a breath. The young master can be a bit of a maverick with this approach now. If they were blamed, they'd be screwed. Uncle Yun, you see you are still too hasty. Wei, asshole, what kind of a thing are you? Fairy Song is here in person. How dare you sit here alone and not greet her? Are you looking for death? Lin Yufan was just about to explain something to Uncle Yun when suddenly a sharp voice came from behind him. He frowned slightly and got up to look behind him. Don't recognize, no impression at all. Just two young ladies from the homes of ordinary princes and nobles. Everyone else is sweeping the snow in front of their doors. How come these two women are in charge of him? What are you looking at? Ugly, look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. Don't go greet Fairy Song yet. When the other woman saw Lin Yuan staring at them but ignoring them, her temper came up and she opened her mouth to curse. This pariah was just as Hao Gongzi said, completely ignorant of etiquette and liked to stare at girls. When Immortal Song arrived in a while, all they had to do was to talk about this matter, and they might really be able to get the fairy's appreciation. When they thought of this, a surge of excitement ran through the two men's hearts. These two women were clearly the two who had taken the initiative to Qin Hao just now, and what they did was entirely the advice that Qin Hao had given them. As long as one did so, there was a high possibility that one could gain Fairy Song's appreciation, thus benefiting the family. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that the two naturally wouldn't miss, and in Qin Hao's mouth, Lin Yuan is just a coarse man from a small town, the son-in-law of the Song family, very low status, always like to look at others indiscriminately, can be humiliated at will, only a little pride, may speak out of turn, but as long as a beating will be honest. And some of Lin Yuan's behavior just now also happened to fit what Qin Hao had said. Ugly, 8, odd. The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth twitched as he looked at these two women he didn't recognize at all with a look of disbelief. He almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood. What's wrong with you today? How can they come up with all these strange things and repeatedly make his mind ripple? He was a hallowed half-step transcendence realm. How could he let these little things gaspath? Ladies, we have no enmity. You're the one who's a lady. Your whole family is a lady. Mr. Hao has said that a lady is a scold. How dare you? You ugly, scold us. You're finished, you know? Lin Yuan had wanted to return the favor with virtue, suppressing his anger and reasoning with the two, but he didn't expect to be directly scolded back before he finished his words, and the spittle splattered all over his face. You, ugly, shut up. Fairy Song is here. One of the women, seeing that there were already people outside the hall heading inside, immediately whispered a curse and then stood aside very respectfully. Pust. Lin Yuan had a mouthful of reverse blood that he didn't control and gushed directly into his mouth, but his dignity wouldn't allow him to spit it out, and he swallowed it right back down. Only a chilling killing intent flashed in those eyes. These two women had already angered him, and in the future, he was bound to kill them and also exterminate their entire family. For the first time, he knew that words could still anger a person to this extent. In his last life, he didn't come to this dinner party, because he also didn't know about it, and even if he did know about it, it was unlikely that he would have come in his last life. So, for the first time he experienced everything that happened today. What you have not experienced is normal. Even if something out of the ordinary happens, that's what he thinks. As long as he did the main thing today. What just happened here? And why is there an argument? As soon as Song Changjing entered the hall, her eyes glanced at Lin Yuan, if at all, before looking at the other two women. Chapter 52, This breaks the defense? At the same time a faint huff surfaced under his eyes. Seemed a little upset that the three were bickering at her welcoming dinner. Fairy Song, it's not what you think. It's this ugly monster who disrespected the fairy. We're teaching him a lesson. Yes. He was the only one who didn't go to greet you just now, which is a great disrespect, and we were persuading him to come. The two women instantly became excited when they saw Song Changjing's gaze, started suing straight away. Hao Gongzi had said that someone of Fairy Song's status cared most about face, and that kid would definitely be taught a lesson if he dared not to greet him, and both of them will be rewarded. Lin Yuan, why are you here? Without waiting for Song Changjing to express herself, Song Yufeng, who was following behind her, directly spoke out in surprise. The Song family members also frowned slightly. A bad feeling rose in his heart. They had settled Lin Yuan into the guest room in the back garden, so how come this guy came uninvited? Even if he came, he even made a demon to attract Song Changjing's attention. Oh, cousin, he's the toad you're talking about. The Lin Yuan who wants to join my Song family? Song Changjing immediately became interested at the words. He also shifted his gaze to look up and down at Lin Yuan. The looks were okay, and the cultivation level was a bit vague, but judging from its aura, it was probably between the Dao Yuan realm and the Soul Palace realm. Barely a genius. In theory, it's more than enough to match Song Yufeng. Even if Song Yufeng wanted to withdraw from the marriage, she wouldn't do it too badly. After all, it was the Song family that was in the wrong, and people are not unreasonable. There is a marriage contract in their hands. But, who let this guy still offend his stinky brother without a second thought? When she was on her way, Qin Hao had already sent her a message. This person was mentioned in the letter, and even the scene that had just occurred had been mentioned. She had to say, the stinky brother was not here in person, yet he was able to anticipate things. Not bad for her man, and what she just said and the look on her face was deliberate. Cousin, he came uninvited today. I didn't ask him to come, don't get me wrong. Seeing Song Changjing's slightly unhappy expression, Song Yufeng hurriedly explained. She hated Lin Yuan even more in her heart now. If her cousin misunderstood anything, she wanted to kill this guy. Moreover, cousin is the personal disciple of the Holy Lord of the Hongmeng Holy Land, a decent image. If this guy brings up the marriage contract now, she won't be able to get out of this marriage, not to mention that she'll be pushing her cousin into the limelight. It wasn't something she wanted to see, and it wasn't something the Song family wanted to see. Lin Yuan was on the side but his brows furrowed. In his previous life, he had met Song Changjing, and the two of them, Song Yufeng, had come to their Lin family to withdraw from the marriage. Only, at that time, although Song Changjing had a strong attitude, she didn't speak so meanly. Come up here and call him a toad. It always made him feel like something was wrong. Fairy Song, I'm Lin Yuan. I came here uninvited today about the issue of the marriage contract with Song Yufeng. I almost forgot something if you didn't tell me. Lin Yuan forced down that feeling of discomfort in his heart and spoke the pre-prepared lines. It was a bit short of the scene he expected, but it didn't matter. At the very least everyone in the room had noticed him. However, before he could finish, he was directly interrupted by Song Changjing, only to see her turn her head to look at Song Yufeng and say indifferently, "Cousin, don't you want to withdraw from this guy? I think now is the right time. Such an unreasonable person. I'm sure he's no good, and indeed somewhat unworthy of you." After saying that, she looked at the two women who had just spoken and continued, "You two have done a good job. Turn around and become an inner disciple in the Hongmeng Holy Land." Inner disciple. It's still the Holy Land of Hong Kong. Everyone in the room was stunned by this statement. What are those two women doing? What's the point of rewarding someone for catching an unimportant person out of line? That was a disciple of the Hongmeng Holy Land. Not to mention them, the princes and nobles. Even the people of the royal family were also chipping away at their heads to get in. However, this kind of super holy land, it was almost impossible to get in except with superb talent. In the Holy Land, even being an outer disciple was a great matter of honoring one's ancestors and displaying one's family name. And these two women, just because they did such a small thing, they could directly become inner disciples. It literally soured them to the core of their teeth. No one doubted the authenticity of Song Changjing's words. A personal heir to the Holy Lord. This power is still there. Those two women heard the words, but they were even more excited beyond words. What Hao Gongzi said came true. A divine figure like Immortal Song really did care about Face the most. Many thanks to Fairy Song for the reward. The two of them owed a curtsy, and this greatly mobilized the girls, again chiming in. Fairy Song is right. This fellow has no manners, and he even blasphemed against the fairy just now. It's simply a heinous crime. That's right. Duke Hao has long since concluded that this guy is no good. A door-to-door son-in-law also dares to believe in what he says. He simply doesn't put the Hongmeng sacred ground in his eyes. The two of them were now considered half of the Hongmeng Holy Land, so they naturally tried their best to please Song Changjing. It's not unlikely that you'll be sheltered in the future. As for lying and exaggerating, they don't care. It's an ugly bastard anyway, so let him die. It would be a good death to fulfill both of them. Mr. Hao Qing. The other young people in the hall were in an uproar in their hearts when they heard the words. They could have all interacted with Hao Qing just now. That was definitely a wizard. Got along very well with everyone in the room, and the only one who was prejudiced against this guy. So it was evident that this one called Lin Yuan really wasn't a good thing. I saw this guy just now, just sitting there alone, ignoring anyone who went to talk to him. Indeed a rude person. I can testify that the Song family really shouldn't have recruited such a door-to-door son-in-law. Someone in the crowd reacted. The person who was characterized by Duke Hao was by no means a good person. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that saying such words could obviously gain Fairy Song's favor. In case the Holy Land disciple's spot could also be his turn. Yes, I can testify to that too. This guy tried to molest me just now. Not a nice guy. Yes, he even uttered insults against the Hongmeng Holy Land. Yes, he was just peeing in the hall. Some people look at the beginning, and instantly others follow suit. And one by one, they fight for that head-to-head. All of them wanted to take a Holy Land disciple spot here in Song Changjing. Even if he couldn't get it, making friends with Song Changjing was a very good thing. As for the things that came out of their mouths, it didn't matter at this point. Everyone said he did it. And he did it. Song Changjing smiled. The stinky brother had finished what he had explained to her to do, and the results were not generally good. Chapter 53, Lin Yuan goes crazy. The task she had received was to use the topic as a pretext to irritate this Lin Yuan as much as possible and affect his state of mind. Although she didn't know what her stinky brother was up to, she believed it unconditionally. Now not only was the mission accomplished, but cousin Song Yufeng's engagement could be returned without any pressure. On the other hand, a group of people from the Song family were shocked and unable to speak at this moment, and each of them looked at each other. Things can still go like this? Their Song family seems to be the one being unreasonable. right? How did it all of a sudden become bitter? That's a little too dramatic. What's even more ironic is that they did nothing to benefit from lying down. All the things I was worried about before don't have to be worried about anymore. Now even if Lin Yuan took out the Song family warrant, it wouldn't help. In front of the hard evidence of so many people, it was absolutely impossible for those old antiques of the Song family to favor Lin Yuan anymore. Moreover, Song Changjing was here, so even if they came out, they could only stop. Many thanks to cousin sister for making the decision. I originally saw him pitiful, and thought of letting him join the family, but I didn't expect him. He actually did so many things that are unconscionable. Song Yufeng stood out very cooperatively, with a little sob in her voice, a look of having been tricked by the bad guys. Its heart was exceptionally happy, thanks to that Hao Gongzi. If it wasn't for his role, the sons of these princes and nobles wouldn't have come forward to speak. It was worthy of being a man who was looked upon by the Rapunzel. That Hao Gongzi, who was addressed by the crowd, she naturally recognized. It was just that the two of them didn't speak, and she also knew where that Duke Hao and Princess Chu Lingyu were right now. It's just that she doesn't gossip about such things in people's lives. It's indirectly helpful anyhow. Pust. Lin Yufan's rebellious blood surged to his heart, and this time he didn't suppress it and directly sprayed it out. The breath shriveled at once. His forehead veins rippled. His fists were clenched. His eyes were red, and his heart was filled with boundless anger and suffocation. Nope. No way. Why did this deviation happen? Was it because he moved the plot forward? He roared madly in his mind. This was not the scenario he had imagined. It's off by more than 100,000 miles. The scene he had in mind was to speak of his bitterness, create a sad persona that would resonate with the crowd, and then summon the Song family ancestor to subdue the scene for him. In the end, he tore up the marriage certificate in front of Song Yufeng and backed out of the marriage in reverse, hitting the Song family in the face. What a blast that was. What's more, he had to ask Chu Lingyu in front of everyone, propose marriage and get shelter from the royal family of Chu. With Chu Lingyu's position in the royal family, it was still more than enough to bail him out. Wait, no, where's the spirit jade? Where did Chu Lingyu go? He suddenly realized that he had lost Chu Lingyu's figure in the crowd, the woman who made his heart sing. Not anymore. And, along with it, the man disappeared. At this moment, even if he trusted Chu Lingyu again, a boundless panic rose in his heart. Yes, that's right. Panic. The only one who could make him a reborn person. Panic was Chu Lingyu. Even if the immediate withdrawal of the marriage went terribly awry, it would only make him angry, but it would be far from doing anything that would cause his mind to go into turmoil. However, Chu Lingyu disappeared with that man, and he panicked, his heart completely flustered. Get out of here, all of you, he shouted and rushed out of the banquet hall as if he were a madman, running towards the outside of the Song mansion. He had to go to the palace immediately. It must be that Chu Lingyu didn't see him and went back under discouragement. It must be so. She loves him so much. It must be so right. He whispered to himself as he ran as if he were a walking corpse. He didn't want to face that suspicion in his mind. Living a new life, he wasn't afraid of not having the chance to grow up. The memories of his previous life were all in his mind. Even if he was exiled to any corner of the continent, he could find a way to rise. But, the only thing he was afraid of was losing that woman. It was the pain of his previous life. It was also the biggest demon of his failed transcendence. How could he lose her again in this life? Song family's back garden. Inside the guest room, after 3 or 4 hours of fierce battle, it ended with Qin Hao winning a great victory. Looking at the beautiful woman on the bed who was dripping with fragrant sweat and had already entered dreamland, Qin Hao revealed a smile. Ding, conquest of Chu Lingyu mission completed. Rewarding the Qi Luncher with a simulation script once, can be used by silently reciting the Qi Luncher's name. Ding, the host takes down the only red face of the Qi Lucky Lin Yuan, rewarding him with plus 3.5 million cultivation points. Ding, detected that the Qi Lucky person Lin Yufan's Tao heart is in chaos, rewarded with plus 500,000 cultivation points. Ding, Qi Lucky person Lin Yuan has created a heart demon, rewarded with plus 2 million cultivation points. What's happening here? Looking at the series of prompt messages from the system, Qin Hao didn't react for a moment. He had only been playing with Chu Lingyu for a few hours. So how did this Qi Lucky person have such a big change of heart? The first 2 pieces of information were fine. They were expected of him. But what's the deal with mindfulness and demons? Could it be that Song Changjing had really disturbed the mind of this Qigong master? Even so, it's not so bad that it creates a demon in the mind. It's not like he explicitly cuckolded the guy. Besides, he was on the verge of kissing him in front of him before, and he didn't see the guy freak out. Not now? He was full of doubts. You know, in the day before and after this, about 10 million cultivation points had been dumped from Lin Yuan. That's almost 2/3 of this guy's chi value. A Chu Lingyu had that much influence on him? Isn't it usually chance that takes the lion's share of a heaven's mandate protagonist's chi value? Just like Lin Bei's split soul, Song Changjing and Mu Yao only accounted for less than half of its chi value. And the difference between the two was that Song Changjing and Mu Yao could also provide Lin Bei with very great help. Chu Lingyu, on the other hand, was just a princess of an empire? So how much could she be of use to a chi warrior? Forget it, don't think about it, I'll be the one who gets the benefits left and right. Qin Hao shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He had planned to spend some more time here, but now it seems that it won't take long for this Lin Yu fan to be ruined. This was good. It would give him quite a bit of time to focus on cultivation and breaking in. I've come to this world and haven't gotten to feel it seriously yet. As the big bad, one must not go out and abduct more holy women and goddesses or whatever. Anyway, with the mask as cover, you can always change your identity. Well, that's a good idea. And I can't wait to patronize the hidden treasures of the great holy places. He. The thought made him beautiful inside. An involuntary smile lifted the corners of his mouth. Husband, June, what are you thinking about? Just as he was mesmerized, a lazy voice came from his side. Chapter 54, Touched by a Good Man. At the same time a smooth white arm climbed up his chest, fingers drawing circles. Chu Lingyu had already woken up for a little while. However, seeing Qin Hao in a daze, he couldn't help but speak out to inquire. Her heart was at ease now, and it was still a very satisfying thing to give herself to someone she liked. And the reason that made her psychologically unburdened was still because she already knew Qin Hao's true identity. Last night, after Qin Hao had restored his true body, he had almost made a mess. It was only because Qin Hao was quick to explain that the misunderstanding was cleared up. The information of the Hongmeng Holy Land's newly promoted divine son had long since spread throughout the entire continent. As a subsidiary power of the Holy Land, they, the Dichu Empire, naturally knew about it. But she didn't realize her man was the son of God. It's just a disguise to come out and practice. Originally she was a little ashamed of what she had fallen into on her first day. But if this man was the divine son of the Hongmeng Holy Land, then there was nothing to be ashamed of. And in front of such an excellent man, it should be very positive that he didn't hold it. And with this relationship in place, she didn't have to worry about the royal group pressuring her. Who dares to put pressure on the son of God's woman? It allowed her to relax a lot, and she didn't have to deliberately disguise her nature anymore. She could do whatever she wanted. Waking up so soon, it seems like I still have to work hard for it. Qin Hao looked down at the beautiful person in his arms, and a doting smile appeared in his eyes. Meanwhile those hands, smooth and creamy with a very nice feel. For Chu Lingyu to know his identity, he wasn't worried at all about leaking it out. She was the only redhead in the life of the main character of Heaven's Destiny in the original plot, so you can imagine that her persona is absolutely nothing to write home about. Now that she had become his woman, there was naturally no need to hide it. Moreover, as a princess of Dichu, she gave her body to him in a confused manner, so at least the safety and security of her heart should still be given. Unlike those divine order protagonists, one and all of them like to put pressure on the people around them who care about them. Husband, don't. It's almost dawn. I didn't go back all night. They should be worried. Although there was some reluctance in Chu Lingyu's heart, she still voiced her worries. She was here on behalf of the royal family to attend Song Changjing's return dinner. Now instead of a dinner party, it's a private meeting with a man. It's a little hard to hear, but it's true. If she didn't go back, the royal family should send someone out to look for her. Don't worry. You don't see what your man I am. When Qin Hao heard this, he lowered his head and pecked on those delicate red lips as he continued. Last night, I had already asked Song Changjing to secretly send someone to notify the royal family. You are now my Qin Hao's woman. How can you be at the mercy of others? No one will interfere with anything you do in the future. Do whatever you want. His tone was low and strong, and he wore a gentle smile on his face. It was his first gift to her. The most important thing for a woman in the royal family is freedom. In the meantime, he took another ring out and put it on the slender finger. In here are some cultivation resources. Don't worry about using them. This is the second gift. His women, naturally, could not fall behind in their cultivation. Although there were also in the royal family, there were some high-level resources that the royal family didn't have much of. Chu Lingyu immediately reddened her eyes upon hearing this, and mist appeared in her beautiful eyes. Growing up, she was given a very strict education as her talent was the highest and the royal family had high hopes for her. It made her feel loved in a way she rarely did. Today, the man in front of her gave her the loving care she had only dreamed of. The words "do whatever you want" hit her very hard. Isn't that what she's after? Husband, June, you're so nice. 1,000 words came together in those last 5. She then revealed a bright smile and took the initiative to wrap her arms around Qin Hao's neck. She was going to return this man's love with the most passionate love. The next moment, the room once again resounded with beautiful music, and at this moment, Lin Yuan was on the verge of running out of steam. He didn't even go inside the palace. It was blocked directly outside the palace gates. Even if he repeatedly emphasized that he was Princess Chu Lingyu's friend, it wouldn't help. Although the Dechu Empire was a subordinate power of the Hongmeng Holy Land, it was not without any strength. With this amount of strength Lin Yuan had now, he wasn't qualified to directly break in. And the people guarding the palace gate clearly told him that the eldest Princess Chu Lingyu had not returned. If you're really a friend of the princess, go to the Song family. Didn't come back? How could she not have come back? Why didn't she come back? At the end of the sentence, he almost yelled. He couldn't accept the result. Chu Lingyu didn't come back, where could she go? And still disappeared into thin air with a man. He didn't dare to keep thinking about it. At this moment, a black mist welled up under his eyes. It's not just a simple matter of having a heart attack anymore. Rather, it's a sign of being possessed. Young master, wake up! Uncle Yun beside him saw that something was wrong and immediately shouted out, trying to shout Lin Yuan awake. Although he didn't know what was wrong with the young master today, making many moves that he couldn't understand. But as the only family member by Lin Yuan's side, he couldn't let his demonization continue. Get out, all of you. Lin Yuan's mind had gradually been controlled by his heart demon, and the words he said were completely unconscious. No good. Yun Bo's face changed dramatically as he watched the black mist begin to gradually erode his body. Young master, I'm sorry. He came to its side with a healthy step, and a hand knife went down to directly cut its fainted. And the black fog on his body also seemed to have no thought to guide him as it gradually faded until it dissipated into thin air. Oi! Looks like we're going to have to find that guy after all. Looking at Lin Yuan, who had collapsed limply to the ground, Yun Bo let out a long sigh of helplessness. He really didn't want to go to that person if he didn't have no way out. That's someone the Lord never wanted to see in his life. How cruel to abandon mother and child in a small town without a care in the world. But now the young master is haunted by demonic energy, and there's something wrong with his mind. If we don't save it in time, it's really gone. He had to go against the Lord's dying wish. Young master is still young. Nothing can happen to him. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and carried Lin Yuan on his back and disappeared into the darkness of the night. Half a month later, the Song family council hall. Song Chang sat quietly at the top seat. Qin Hao, on the other hand, was sitting on the sidelines, listening to the information provided up by the Song family. Chapter 55, South Domain. Sea of Desire Demon Sect. Southern Region. Lustful Sea Demon Sect? He frowned slightly. What was that old man doing sending Lin Yuan to a bunch of monk temples? Regarding Lin Yuan's movements, he had the people of the Song family secretly follow him all the time. He couldn't relax a bit about these Divine Order protagonists. Although the other party had already dropped most of their chi value, there was still about 5 million left if they were any worse. There must still be other chances in store. He wouldn't take the liberty of killing without a prompt from the system. These people were often strange and seemingly mountainous, but as long as there was a life-threatening situation involved, they would surely explode. He wouldn't joke with his life. It was better to play it safe and consume their chi until the time when the color of their chi became light green or grayish-white was the time for him to strike. And the family expert who had just tracked Lin Yuan had just sent back information that Lin Yuan had been taken to the Lustful Sea Demon Sect's territory in the southern region by the old man beside him, and had then lost track of him. To be more precise, it's losing people to them. Sir Hao, do you think we should continue to send people over there to keep an eye on them? Seeing Qin Hao frowning in silence, Song Zhe couldn't help but speak out. The attitude was very respectful. He had long known about Qin Hao's identity. A core disciple of the hidden sword peak of the Hongmeng Holy Land, he had a very good relationship with the Divine Sun, and at the same time, he was also very close friends with Song Changjing. Regardless of whether it was a disciple of the Holy Land or linked to the Son of God, he had to take it seriously, although he didn't know why he was following Lin Yuan. In his opinion, Lin Yuan was a lost dog at this point, nothing to be concerned about, but since Duke Hao had asked them to follow, he naturally had to do as he was told. Senior Hao, according to the information from the sect, the Sea of Desire Demon Sect is the only surviving demonic sect in the continent, and it's very bizarre. Song Changjing's heart thumped when she heard this name, and she couldn't help but speak out as a reminder. She didn't know what use that Lin Yuan had for Qin Hao, and she didn't want to know, but she definitely didn't want to let Qin Hao take the risk. There was some reason why a devilish cultivation sect could survive for so many years without being destroyed. That's right, Mr. Hao. Our Yunli city is in the southern part of the central region, close to the southern region's forbidden land, the gates of hell, and we've heard a lot of legends about the Sea of Desire demon sects and the gates of hell. After Song Changjing's words fell, Song Zhe also spoke out and told the information he knew. The word devil has been a feared presence since the beginning of time. Whenever a demon appears, it means death and blood. There is no normal city around the Sea of Desire demon sect, and the people inside are all wanted in other domains, as well as those who have offended various big forces, and those who are killing and evil. All in all, there aren't many normal ones, and the reason why their Song clan experts had lost Lin Yuan was because they were too careful and cautious, which led to them being exploited. Qin Hao nodded at his words. This devil sect he naturally knew. It wasn't for nothing that I had read so many canonical books before, and he knows more comprehensively. The Sea of Desire demon sect is not simple. There was once a transcendent realm powerhouse in their ancestry, and that so-called Forbidden Land, the gates of hell, is said to be what was left after that transcendent realm sat down. The forbidden area of the Hell's Gate was open to everyone, but only the core personnel of the Lustful Sea Demon sect were able to come out after going in, and everyone else died. There had been quite a few Nirvana realm powerhouses with great limits who had entered to find out what was going on, but none of them had come out. That's one of the weird points of this clan, and here's the kicker. The Sea of Desire demon sect has 4 subsectors, each of which normally manages its own, and will only merge when it comes to life and death. They were the murderous demon sect that controlled tyrannical desires, the lustful demon sect that only knew pleasure, the appetite demon sect that tasted the world's delicacies, and the greedy demon sect that was extremely greedy for resources. Among them, the lust demon sect and the appetite demon sect seemed normal, but their desires were extremely perverted. Lust has gone beyond the realm of human beings, and has even involved cross-species lust, in addition to men and women of all ages. And the recipes of the appetite demon sect are more often than not made of human flesh. That's part of their weirdness. And what's even weirder is that the number of people they kill each year is a fixed value, and as long as they kill that value, they will not kill anymore. Therefore it didn't pose much of a threat to the endless continent either. It's one of the reasons they've been around forever. There's no need to stare any longer. This matter ends here. Qin Hao knocked on the table and said indifferently, then slightly raised his hand to signal them all to stand down. The Heaven's Destiny protagonist definitely had a great chance when he went to such a weird place. Relying on those people in the Song family to find it was a pipe dream. Certainly not in his current capacity. That's going to get you killed. He's going to change his identity again. And for this one, he already has someone in mind. This time, he didn't even bring Song Changjing with him on this trip. He had researched the Lustful Sea Demon sect, and it wasn't difficult to blend into the sect, and confident in his own strength. It's hard to die as long as you don't kill yourself. Besides, he was aware that someone was following him in the dark. Some resources are not used for nothing. In the past half a month, other than studying life with Chu Lingyu and Song Changjing, the rest of his time was spent raising his cultivation to the 9th level limit of the Dao Yuan realm. Self-strength rises to another level. For this reason, he had consumed all the cultivation points he had earned on Lin Yufan, nearly 10 million cultivation points, corresponding to 2 million top-grade Yuan stones, only managed to fill up the Sea of True Essence within the Dantian, and the next Soul Palace realm was the most crucial one for him. Because of the existence of the Soul Devouring Tower, he was going to raise the quality of the Soul Palace to the limit of what he could raise, but that required stock in the Soul Devouring Tower. This was the reason why he had to go to the Sea of Desire Demon Sect. The land of the Demon Sect was the place with the most dead people, and could maximize the filling of the Soul Devouring Tower. Although this thing he had gotten from Lin Bei was powerful in its effects, it was empty inside and was needed for him to collect the souls of the dead on his own. Elder sister, I have some matters to settle alone, so Lingyu will trouble you to bring her back to the Holy Land. After the Song family members had all left, Qin Hao turned his eyes to look at Song Changjing. Chu Lingyu had little future in staying in the Dichu Empire. It's better to receive it in the Holy Land. He didn't want to see his woman stranded and unable to take care of her if anything happened. The Holy Land was so big, she could cultivate in whichever peak she wanted to, and he, the face of the Holy Lord, still had to give it. Brother, you. Song Changjing flattened her mouth a bit unhappily, and her beautiful eyes were all worried. Although Qin Hao didn't say where he was going, she could guess. No one wants to go to a place like that. It was a place where there was no reasoning and basically what everyone did was based on preference and mood. Very dangerous for a normal person. Chapter 56, Lin Yufan's Identity. She had the intention to persuade Qin Hao not to go, but after spending so much time together, she knew her smelly brother's character. But anything that is hesitant is not said, and when it is said, it is definitely done. Nah, this is for you. No refusing. You have to come back safe and sound. Stinky brother. Knowing that it was hopeless to stay, she brought out a flying shuttle and handed it to Qin Hao, and exuded a look of pity. Looking at Song Changjing's appearance, Qin Hao suddenly laughed bitterly. He was merely going out on a trip, which for him was pretty much just a trip with little risk. It's like a death sentence. Moreover, that flying shuttle, if he was not mistaken, was a heavenly grade extreme flying magic weapon, and its quality was no less than that spirit boat of Masters. This was her most treasured escape spell. This silly girl even took her escape and gave it to him. How worried she was. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a figure like the wind came from outside the lobby at great speed. Husband, June, you're going to the Sea of Desire demon sect in the southern region? Chu Lingyu's small face was slightly flushed, and due to her speed, she was still panting a bit, and that pair of huge peaks was still undulating and bobbing up and down. Only she was not at all concerned about how she looked, but instead looked at Qin Hao and asked offhandedly. That worried look was on the verge of overflowing. Qin Hao had a black line on his face. How did this niece know again? And running from the palace so quickly, it's coming at full speed. He couldn't help but turn his eyes to the side and look at Song Changjing. It happened to run into Song Changjing's somewhat anxious gaze. Those little hands were still rubbing the lapels of her coat unnaturally. Sure enough, it was Song Changjing who informed him. He just said it. Just made a decision. How come Chu Lingyu knew about it so quickly? It's a lot of work to comfort one person, and now another. He was really a bit of a head case. It wasn't like he could say anything about the protector of the Tao that the Holy Land had secretly sent. The ancients were indeed right when they said that women would affect the progress of cultivation. Humph. You brought this on yourself, daring to delay my cultivation, then prepare to be punished. He let out a cold snort in his mind before pulling straight towards the guest room. There was a saying in a previous life that anything between a man and a woman can be resolved in bed. That time is when communication is at its most fluid. He was going to verify it today. Some of the Song family's subordinates avoided each other, then lowered their heads and pretended not to see. The matter of the Holy Land. They cannot dare to gossip a little. Needless to say nonsense, is not even dare to think. During this period of time, many of the core personnel of the Song family had tried to avoid coming over here, and they were the only ones who couldn't help it. Husband, don't come over. I still have something to say. In the guest room, Chu Lingyu looked at Qin Hao nervously. In the past half a month, although she and Song Changjing had gotten to know each other, where had they gone through this kind of scene? Hey, today I'm going to vibe. Man, program. As the words fell, he directly pounced on them. Another day of delayed practice, but Qin Hao reveled in it. That sounded crisp to the inside of his bones. Stalling is stalling. Being the big bad. There's plenty of time for that. Enjoy and be done with it. The southern region, also known as the southern border. This was a relatively barren major domain among the 5 major domains of the endless continent. This was the place where those small and medium-sized sects, forces, and even the devil sect took root and developed. Dragons and fish were mixed, and there were all kinds of people. Disciples from different sects could even be seen in a small city. And the southwest land has hundreds of thousands of kilometers in a circle of an area, but by all the sects deterred, as if a piece of forbidden land in general. This area is the territory of the Sea of Desire demon sect, which is feared by all. It is vast and boundless, and at a glance, you can barely see the end of it. The landscape is peculiar and treacherous, with rolling, towering mountain ranges and steep, sword-like peaks that plunge into the sky. The mountains are surrounded by clouds, giving them a mysterious and eerie feel. Within these hundreds of thousands of kilometers, there were 4 large mountain ranges that extended outward in a square shape, and the place where they converged in the middle was the headquarters of the Sea of Desire demon sect. The 4 mountain ranges were where each subclan had developed individually, and there were countless large and small spirit veins underneath the mountain ranges. In the neighborhood of the 4 clans, cities were scarce and there were almost no mortal kingdoms in existence. However, the architecture of each city was unique, tall and sturdy, with walls made of black boulders inscribed with formation runes that could withstand powerful force attacks. Moreover, almost every city more or less exuded an aura of blood, and a faint blood-red mist was filling the sky above. It's a special sight that develops over a long period of time. From afar, they echoed each other like a blood-colored crouching dragon. A cultivator with a weak mind could be scared to death by these sights if they came here. Lust for the Sea Demon Sect, the headquarters place where the 4 veins meet. Inside the core hall, an illusory demonic shadow stood in the air on the hall, looming, and His Highness is an old man as well as a young man who has been in a coma for a long time. Yun Jing, I really didn't expect you to bring this kid to find me here. What makes you think I can save him? The illusory demonic shadow looked down at the person at His Highness, his eyes filled with mockery. And, why should I save him? Do you know that outsiders who come to the sacred peak are the ones who hardly walk out alive? To the old man at His Highness, the demonic shadow seemed familiar, only not friendly. Outsiders? Ha ha ha. The old man sniffed and then laughed out loud in front of the demonic shadow. The devil shadow's eyes were slightly condensed, but he didn't make any movements and just looked at the old man. Lin Yuon, I'm already an old bone. It doesn't matter if I die or not. But are you sure that you also want to kill this teenager who has the same surname as you? If you really kill it, then that's good. We can go down and reunite with the Lord. The old man spoke calmly, as if he had already looked down on life and death. My lord, Lin Yuon heard the words Lord as if he had fallen into a memory. Back then, he had just come out from within the gates of hell and was almost on the verge of death. It was the woman who brought him back, and cared for him without fail for 10 years before he was able to get out of bed. That period of time was indeed the happiest he had ever been after he briefly lost his cultivation. But he was a member of the demon sect, or a demon lord, and the moment his cultivation was restored, he decided to reward that woman with his actions for once. That's a night of wind and flowers, and then they went away. In his opinion, a night of spring with his demon lord was indeed a boon, but he didn't expect that by the time he returned after dealing with the demon sect, the woman had already passed away. Chapter 57, The Sea of Desired Demon Sect. Being criticized by the people of the family by thousands of people, the mental strain of public opinion and the fact that he left without saying a word after leaving only his identifying information. Under the double blow, he chose to cut himself, leaving behind only one son. However, at that time, he could not understand the feelings between these mortals and just left some cultivation resources and left. Now more than 20 years have passed. He didn't realize that the thing he'd almost forgotten resurfaced again. Affectionate relatives were rare, if not non-existent. For the people of the demon sect, they are more focused on self-interest. Lin Yuon had always considered himself to be such a person, but seeing that teenager lying on the ground, the heart just couldn't be cruel enough. That face from 20 years ago will always come back to me. Take him down. I'll save him later. With a bland face, he glanced at the youngster on the ground once more, and the illusory figure simply dissipated. He had seen through Lin Yufan's situation at a glance, lost his mind and was already possessed. That demon wasn't the same as the demonic nature of their demon clan. The two are totally different things. The demonic nature of the devil sect is just that the Tao cultivated is somewhat special, resulting in bizarre behavior. And Lin Yufan's demonization was the result of a major problem with the Taoist heart. Yun Jing brought him here, still a bit high on what he could do. Taoist heart problems are not something that can simply be fixed. In addition to the necessary mending treasures, it also needs its own gradual enlightenment in the process of mending to work. And now Lin Yufan had obviously entered the devil more deeply, and no longer had the ability to realize the truth on his own. He needed to prepare himself to enter the gates of hell again. If there is any salvation, perhaps it is only possible there. After entering the gates of hell twice in 100 years, he didn't know how much lifespan he had left, but if he didn't go, the face in his mind would unsettle him. Thousand Illusion City, the largest city around the Lust Demon sect. Worthy of being a Lust Demon sect, this Nima is really perverted. Qin Hao had departed from the Song clan 7 days ago and had just arrived at the boundaries of the Sea of Desired Demon sect today. He had intended to go over to the Thirsty Demon sect first. After all, there was killing in order to collect more souls of the dead. However, the Lust Demon sect was a must pass through, so he was not in that much of a hurry to come and familiarize himself with the surroundings first. Still, the sight of the city spiced him up a bit. There are men and women hooking up all over the streets and alleys. It really just doesn't matter where or when. If you need it, you can just start the whole thing on the spot. That's not even what made him say the word pervert. He was surprised to see a non-human being on the street. Or you could say a half-human, half-animal kind of creature. What with the catgirls, centaurs, minotaurs, and so on, it's very much an orc. And these orcs are also lusting around and perverting to new heights. Qin Hao simply couldn't bear to look at it. The fact that there are orcs says a lot. The purpose of the Lust Demon sect was to find the strongest cultivation talent among the offspring produced by various crossings as much as possible. They believe that by messing around with all sorts of nonsense, can greatly expand the odds of a genius emerging. And according to the recorded statistics, the current patriarch of the Lust Demon sect is a half-human, half-demon fox spirit, the offspring produced by humans and demons. Yell, this is the new one, isn't it? Quite handsome. How about playing with your brother? Just as he was looking left and right on the street, a white-faced scholar-like man walked towards Qin Hao. There were some filthy words coming out of his mouth. Little white boy, you don't look at how skinny you've gotten, and you're still looking for a new love. Let this little brother give it to your slave. As soon as the white-faced scholar's words fell, another cat-faced woman walked out of another alleyway. You're farting. Who could get off on your cat face? Little brother is mine. Little white boy, you are really forgetful. Forget how you begged my mother to reward you once the day before yesterday. Today this little brother must be me. Pust, pust, pust. The two were still in the middle of arguing, but suddenly they felt a sword-like crossing in front of their eyes. Then they went black and directly lost consciousness. Plop. Two headless bodies answered to the bottom. Blood splattered everywhere. Yet the people on the streets remained as if they were used to it, not the least bit concerned about the deaths of the two men. Only a trace of awe was added to the eyes that looked at Qin Hao. Originally, there were many people who wanted to come up and talk to each other, but they all retreated. Qin Hao withdrew his finger and continued to walk forward. To be honest, the words of those two just now kind of sickened him. He was just a little bit sick of hearing about it, so he just stepped in to fix it. His current appearance was Lin Yuon's, and the best way to find this guy was to let the other side find him. It's such a big land. He has to find it by himself. It's going to take him years to find it. And his reckless killing just now was also a way to get used to the environment here as soon as possible. Within the demon sect, there is no need to be reasonable. Kill when you are upset. This is the way to survive. The blood-colored aura above that heavenly dome had proved that this was a place of cannibalism. If you didn't kill, you would be killed and missed. As the saying goes, evil has its own way of rubbing off on people. As long as he becomes more ruthless than anyone else, he will still be comfortable here. As it was, his killing tactics had made some of them flinch. Moreover, his soul-devouring tower was able to collect some more dead souls. From the moment he entered within the confines of the Sea of Desired demon sect, he had been able to have souls come in almost every day. It's something you don't encounter in the outside world. Shadow Killer Ancestor, how's the scouting going? After continuing to loiter for a quarter of an hour, a dark shadow appeared beside him. Qin Hao slowed his pace to speak out. He knew exactly who was coming. The matter of having a protector of the Tao was something he had already known when he was at the Hidden Sword Peak. He just hadn't said anything about it. But after entering the Lustful Sea Demon sect he shouted it out with his 3-inch tongue. This kind of free resource, he naturally wanted to utilize it wisely. The neighboring cities have occasional killings, but they are not heavy. Shadowkill nodded and said, the place with the heaviest killing aura is within the Lust Demon sect. The study of hybridization techniques is very frequent there. And there are so many deaths and injuries every day that even the aura of blood there is no less than that of the killing demon sect. As the words fell, he looked at Qin Hao somewhat breathlessly. A Nirvana Realm powerhouse was actually pulled in to scout for information. It was really a big deal. It was fine to pull him down. After all, he was the protector of the way, and what he did wasn't done. But the thing is, this guy is still running one way or another into danger. Lust Sea Demon sect this kind of place. The general Holy Land Elders are not willing to come. Affect the mood not to mention. There is the possibility of life will be taken into it. If he hadn't witnessed Qin Hao's cunningness all the way down, he would have wanted to just capture him back to the Holy Land and forget about it. Chapter 58, another one who doesn't know how to die. Less than 2 months out, 2 identity changes. Not to mention, if it wasn't for the fact that he had been staying right next to Qin Hao and knew his disguised identity, he wouldn't have been able to recognize anyone otherwise. This mask isn't really that good. At the first sign of danger, a random change of identity can be avoided. Being able to avoid Nirvana Realm powerhouses from probing things was still very rare on the continent. This kid's chances are nothing to sneeze at either. Oh, can a Lust Demon sect, a sect that researches hybrids, have such strong kills anymore? Qin Hao was inwardly delighted when he heard the Shadow Killer old ancestors probing information. He was originally passing by to familiarize himself with the atmosphere of the demon sect, but now change your mind. It's all about collecting the souls of the dead anyway, and it's the same everywhere. As for searching for Lin Yuon, it wasn't his first priority. Anyway, the smokescreen was out, waiting for the guy to take the bait himself. The most important thing for him is still to improve himself. It had been a while since he was at the limit of the Dao Yuan realm, and the Soul Palace realm had to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. He still understands the truth that iron is hard. Shadow Slayer Ancestor, let's reroute and go to the Lust Demon sect's headquarters first. With that thought, he immediately spoke. With that, he accelerated his pace. He had already turned around for half a day in Thousand Illusion City and was almost familiar with it. Stop! Just as he was about to leave, a rough voice came from behind. Kid, killing people just after coming to Thousand Illusion City. You don't even inquire about the rules here. The visitor was an orc, bull-headed man, holding a battle axe in his hand, more than 2 meters tall, looked oppressive. Qin Hao turned around at his words, his eyes narrowing slightly. He hadn't expected that there would be someone else to find fault with those 2 who had died just now. It's over. This kid knows the rules of the demon sect, but didn't inquire about the rulemaker. Seeing the visitor, the people on the street stopped to watch and talked in groups. None of them are too big for their own good, and the bigger things get, the more excited they get. He, a newcomer only, dares to kill without visiting Boss Ox first, deserves to die. Don't you guys realize that there is an old man behind that kid? I can't feel the breath. Could it be a strong man? Bull asterisk. So what if he's strong? Boss Neo is the elected representative of the Lustful Demon sect. If he's even stronger, he still dares to call the shots with the demon sect? That's right. Moreover, Boss Ox also has a half-step minor calamity realm cultivation. Is he that easy to deal with? As the Minotaur arrived, more and more people gathered around. The conversation was also very loud and did not shy away from both sides of the field. Kid, do you hear me? I'm the maker of the rules here. It's okay for you to kill people, but you have to honor me before you can do it. Get it? Weakling. The Minotaur patted his chest with a look of pride. He really enjoys the compliments from these people around him. As an authorized person of the demon sect, although his cultivation was not the strongest in this city, his status was very high. No one dares to disobey him except the super outlaws. In the case of a young man with delicate skin like Qin Hao, that was easily taken. Shall I? No. I'll take care of this guy. Just keep an eye on the big guys on the perimeter for me. Shadowkill had wanted to help Qin Hao with this trouble, but was directly stopped. This made Shadowkill freeze. You work it out yourself? The other party is a half-step small robbery realm. Don't you know what your own cultivation level is? He felt that Qin Hao was a bit too big for his britches. The cultivation strength of the people inside the Devil's Sect is real, not half water. Qin Hao was only at the limit of the 9th level of the Dao Yuan realm, and the difference between him and the other party was nearly 2 large realms, so this wasn't a joke. The Hongmeng Emperor back then didn't do that either. Ha ha ha, little kid. You really all laugh at the bold big master. How dare you? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Swish. Qin Hao didn't wait for the other party to finish speaking before a long sword appeared in his hand, directly running the sword shadow without trace and rushed up, chopping out hundreds of swords in an instant. All of them are aimed at the vitals. There was also a faint Hongmeng Qi mixed in with the huge true essence. The huge aura instantly caused everyone present to be unable to resist moving backwards. The strength of his true essence was already hundreds of times stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator. And with the enhancement of the attack power by the Hongmeng Purple Qi, it was simply not something that these melon eaters could resist. Since he had made the decision, of course he had to make the first move. A half-step minor calamity realm powerhouse. He would like to try how strong it was. His cultivation wasn't at the same place, and with 9 small levels of enhancement, the increase in battle power was naturally not small. The Minotaur was at this time, but his pupils contracted sharply and his face changed dramatically. When he heard Qin Hao's words just now, he wanted to laugh at his lack of self-importance, but suddenly his heart skipped a beat, and a strong sense of crisis surged through his mind. He subconsciously raised his axe in front of him. Dang 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 poof. His instinctive blocking allowed him to hastily intercept dozens of sword lights, but the increasingly dense sword shadows behind him made it impossible for him to block them at all, and he could only guard his vitals, allowing other sword shadows to stab his body, and its entire body was shaken back hundreds of steps. Even the houses and buildings behind it were shaken apart by the tremendous force. Some of the onlookers who couldn't retreat in time were also affected by the disaster, and were directly torn into minced meat and spilled all over the ground. The aura of blood instantly filled the entire street. Cough, cough. The Minotaur was half kneeling on the ground, spitting blood from his mouth, and his entire body, except for his dantian and skull, was drenched in blood from sword wounds that went deep into his bones. He raised his eyes in horror and looked at the figure in the distance. A million reasons rose in his mind, full of incredulity. How could he lose? And in an instant, he hasn't even made a move. But immediately afterward he was filled with anger. That's right, anger. This villain. He even sneaked up on him, causing him to be injured without even having the chance to make a move. Now it seemed to be seriously injured, but it hadn't moved its fundamentals, and it could still exert more than half of its battle power. He believed that if he played at full strength, this damned little thing would never be his match. He was a half-step at the Little Havoc realm. How could he not even be able to defeat a piece of trash at the Dao Yuan realm? Hiss. The surrounding onlookers, on the other hand, thought differently from him, and one by one, they looked at the scene in the field and sucked in a mouthful of cool air, eyes full of wonder. Where was the gloating expression on his face just now? This is ing fake, right? When did the Dao Yuan realm become so powerful? There's also this sword Dao battle skill that's a little too terrifying. To be able to slash out hundreds of swords in an instant. How deep should this understanding of the Dao of the sword be? At this moment, the way they looked at Qin Hao completely changed. This is definitely not an ordinary character. Boss Bull has kicked the bucket. Chapter 59, The Weirdness of the City of Thousand Illusions. The so-called bystanders. What they saw was Qin Hao's identity. How could such a demonic person not have a background? And at that moment, Shadowkill was even more shocked than they were. He had been following Qin Hao all along. It can be said to be the person who knows best. The Qin Hao just now had used none other than the Transcendence Great Battle Technique. Sword Shadow without trace, and it was already on the verge of a great accomplishment. That instant was not hundreds of swords, but thousands of swords, layers upon layers of sword light. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to beat the Minotaur's body, which had been tempered by lightning, into that state. Cultivation speed not to mention. This kind of enlightenment was simply powerful to the point of fear. It's still secondary. What he couldn't understand the most was Qin Hao's overall battle power. He could clearly feel that kind of aura, and had definitely touched the minor tribulation realm. But that was the minor tribulation realm, separated by 2 major realms and 18 minor realms. It was the teenage Hongmeng Emperor who had never had this kind of battle record. This shocked him, and at the same time, he also swore in his heart that he had to guard this kid, even if he had to give up this life. At the same time, he directly transmitted the image back to the sect and brought back a sentence. Qin Hao was currently in no danger though, but its overwhelming natural talent could not be concealed, and it would surely be spread by those who wished to do so. Fear not. He needed to call in a strong helper to act as a backstop. However, it was good that this brat still knew how to be restrained and did not show the relevant things from the Hongmeng Holy Land. It's not a big deal if it's just kendo. There were many people on the continent who practiced the way of the sword. Every major power would have someone who majored in the sword Dao, and this would not arouse the suspicion of others. As for himself, he was even less recognizable. He had already majored in the Shadow and Assassination Avenue, and almost everyone on the continent who had seen him was dead, not to mention that he wouldn't be able to contact the Hongmeng sacred ground. This was also the reason why he dared to appear beside Qin Hao. Kid, you are finished. Today I will not only let you die, my lust demon sect will also let the forces behind you. The Minotaur got up, his eyes filled with boundless rage, and he opened his mouth to retrieve the scene. However, the next instant, that familiar feeling came back. However, this time the attack was not spread out, but only one sword, which was too fast for him to parry, and he only had time to run his True Essence to add a layer of True Essence shield to his body. Kaching. True Essence shield is like porcelain, a touch of broken. The sword light after the power does not reduce, directly cut through its neck. How did you kill? The Minotaur's pupils were huge, and before he could finish a sentence, he completely lost his life, and his body fell to the ground with a bang. It's still a. Qin Hao spat darkly as he looked at the Minotaur who was already lifeless. He hadn't learned his lesson from being sneak attacked once, but he even let him succeed in sneak attacking him a second time. This guy isn't really as weak as he thinks. At the very least this body is very strong, being able to stand hard against so many of his sword-light stacked attacks. If the guy had been smarter, he could have tangled with him for a while. Pity, growing such a big head for nothing. However, at this moment, he had a sense of heavenly destiny. Protagonist fait accompli. Isn't treatment like this usually reserved for the chirographers? Now the whole thing is as much about him, the villain, as it is about the protagonist. Host, you're overthinking it. Look around again. Aha. Around? What do you mean? Are there any more variables? After Qin Hao got the ring off the Minotaur, he couldn't help but look at the surrounding people who were watching. What's the situation? Looking at the people around him, Qin Hao was somewhat stunned. Normally, when he killed the Minotaur, shouldn't these people be scared, hiding away, and treating him with respect? Isn't that how it's written in other novels? But the reality was that each of these people actually had burning eyes, and not only did they not back away and leave, they instead surrounded them once again. Even those strong men of the city who were secretly observing walked out, came to Shadowkill and climbed in. It's like we're all good friends. Nima, people on the demon sect's territory really can't be viewed with normal eyes. Chu Xian shook his head and said in his heart, and he said he could experience a divine order protagonist. Now it seems overthinking. Qin boy, the lust demon sect is not as simple as it seems. Just then, Shadowkill walked over and frowned. Having heard those people just now, he was glad that he had secretly called for help. This lust demon sect seems to be very unusual. What's going on? Qin Hao also noticed Shadowkiller's gravity and inquired curiously in his heart. To be able to make a Nirvana realm ancestor feel tricky, it didn't seem to be something simple. Any idea why they're so excited? Shadowkill said as he looked around at the crowd that hadn't left yet. Qin Hao shook his head and waited quietly for the following. Because you were the first to kill someone designated by the lust demon sect without being stopped. Oh, what does it mean? Qin Hao heard seemingly understand. What do you mean it wasn't stopped? Shadowkill seemed to have seen Qin Hao's doubts and continued. The Thousand Illusion City has existed for nearly 1,000 years, and agents of the lust demon sect like the Minotaur have changed several times, and there are also very powerful experts who are dissatisfied with their exploitation and want to kill them. But at the last moment there's always a big hand that appears to save someone and kill that person. Never an exception. There's no precedent for an agent being killed. You're the first. After he finished speaking, he also released his divine thoughts once again to probe the void in a circle of several hundred kilometers, and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. There's such a thing? Qin Hao froze, which also reminded him of the words the Minotaur had just said before his death. He also seemed very surprised at how he died. It's not right. Shadow kills the old ancestor. The Minotaur is killed. They are excited it is so strong. What has it got to do with them? Also, The man in the shadows didn't strike, perhaps out of fear of you. After being stunned, Qin Hao suddenly sensed the problem. Look at how happy the people around us are, as if they've won some kind of jackpot. It's very wrong and reveals weirdness everywhere. There was no mention of a similar situation in those books he had read before. Qin boy. There was once a strong person at the 9th level of the Nirvana realm in Thousand Illusion City, from another great domain, who wanted to explore the gates of hell when his great limit was about to expire, but haven't gone to accomplish dying here. Shadowkill let out a deep breath and continued. The real reason why they are excited and happy is because the curse is broken and they can leave this hellish place. These people have been the test subjects of the Lust Demon sect for generations. They are cursed. They can't get out of the city except for outsiders who can enter and exit the city freely. And by killing the Minotaur, you have the curse broken. He was also inwardly shocked when he just heard those people speak about this. P.S. Brothers, this second book is also close to the small black house. Was interested in people to report? Through the text of the whole change. There is no way. Tomorrow take a day off to change the text. Sorry. Chapter 60, isn't the new mandate of heaven? These were secrets he had never heard of. It was said that the Sea of Desire Demon sect was weird, but he didn't expect it to be this tricky. Even experts at the 9th level of the Nirvana realm had died, so naturally he wasn't safe either. But it's a good thing that the information about this place was transmitted earlier. Unsurprisingly, someone from the Holy Land would come to assist shortly. At this point, he also became cautious. I didn't feel anything before, but now I suddenly felt a little chill down my back. Qin Hao sniffed and looked at the people around him. There were already individuals who were trying to walk towards the outside of the city. If what the Shadow Killer ancestor said was true, these people really should be excited. Ha ha ha, it's ready. It's really ready to come out. At that moment, an aboriginal of Thousand Illusion City had already stood outside the city, and was shouting loudly with glee, and the others became even more agitated at the sight. At the same time, they didn't even pack up their things at home, and directly sped towards the outskirts of the city one by one, afraid of missing out on going out. The several powerhouses who had just talked to the Shadow Killer ancestor also disappeared at the same time, apparently left the city as well. They've been isolated here for too long and are yearning for the outside. The few outsiders in the city, on the other hand, were all looking at each other with stunned faces, none of them knowing what was happening. How come all of a sudden everyone in the city is running away all of a sudden? But they didn't have time to think about it, and ran straight outward with the crowd. Although he didn't know what was happening, it was never wrong to run after the crowd. Qin boy, I'll protect you in the void. Just send me a direct message if anything happens. The Shadow Killer ancestor did not pay any attention to the behavior of these people. After giving an explanation with Qin Hao, he drilled into the void and disappeared. At his level, he would be cautious and careful about something, but not afraid. Aside from the transcendent realm, nothing could pose much of a threat to him anymore. Being cautious now is also about being in awe of the unknown. A chill surged through Qin Hao as he looked at the already empty city. The city was fine for the last 1,000 years, and he had just arrived here and had an accident. It's all about him any way you look at it. His brow furrowed. This was the first time since he came to the Endless Continent that there was something he couldn't see through. Everywhere is spooky. It was impossible for his identity as the divine son of the Hongmeng Holy Land to be exposed. He had absolute confidence in that mask that the system had upgraded. Unless the Lust Demon sect had a Transcendence Realm powerhouse. But if it did, it wouldn't be cowering in this territory going nowhere. But what else could it be if not an identity issue? That's what he couldn't figure out. Sure, unless it was Lin Yuon who had done something in those 7 days. And he topped this facade by giving the top pot. As for the curse that the Aborigines were talking about, he felt it was pure bull *********. If the powerful wanted to control them in and out, there were plenty of means to do so, and the curse remark was just a mysterious shackle placed on them. This little friend, there's no need to be alarmed. This matter has nothing to do with you. It's me they're looking for. Just as Qin Hao was wondering, a voice suddenly came out from a restaurant not far away. Immediately after that, a plainclothed old man walked out of the restaurant with a smile on his face. Buzz, Shadow Kill, who had just entered the void, reappeared with a very grave expression on his face, and Qin Hao also instantly stared back, a cold sweat instantly breaking out on his body. Hiding someone at such a close distance, neither he nor the Shadow Killer ancestor had even noticed. No, it's not a person. This old man's figure was erratic and completely devoid of entity, looking like a spirit body. But, human or not, it was enough to keep him on his toes. Being able to avoid the Shadow Killer ancestor's probing was not something that an ordinary person could do. Senior, are you? Qin Hao didn't dare to be careless and asked politely. The other party's words just now didn't seem hostile. He wouldn't target it mindlessly, but he'd better put out a word to test it before he did. Little friend, I'm not hostile. And you're just unlucky enough to catch me awakening from my slumber. The old man stopped when he arrived 5 meters away from Qin Hao. A safer distance is a sign of good faith. What's going on here has nothing to do with you. It's better to leave earlier. They're coming in a while, so as not to be affected. The old man smiled at Qin Hao and then looked in the direction of the distance, eyes filled with memories. The face sometimes showed a gentle smile, and sometimes a grimace. It seems to have a very complicated past. Qin Hao didn't hesitate and immediately sped towards the outside of the city without stopping for too long. The old man was right. Since this place had nothing to do with him, there was no need for him to get into this muddy water. He didn't get too far away, though. Instead, he had the Shadow Slayer ancestor add a layer of concealment shield to him and stayed not far outside the city to observe. This kind of thing, by his character, was simply ignored. There's an old saying that curiosity can not only kill the cat, it can also kill the man, unless he's the main character. The reason why he stayed was that he found this old man with no entity to be very special. Under the Qi lookout technique, the color of the old man's Qi was sometimes grayish-white, and at other times it was a very dazzling orange-yellow, almost close to gold. This kind of matter concerning the chirographers, of course he stayed to observe it. With the Shadow Slayer ancestor around, he could see that the situation was not right and escape in time. Security is not a problem. System, what is this person's condition? Can you probe? Once it was hidden. He checked it out while asking the system in his head. Host, I can't even tell if this is good luck or bad luck for you. The system also seemed to be surprised by this matter, pausing for a short while before continuing Chu Xian's prompt. Host, doesn't a white-bearded old grandpa with no real form look familiar? I've been hammered for days. Qin Hao's spirit trembled, suddenly awakening. Meow. Let's just say it's so weird. Isn't this thing the strongest bug of the Divine Order protagonist? Brother Unity, are you saying that there are chiropractors nearby? His eyes lit up. The reason for coming to the Sea of Desire Demon Sect was originally to collect the souls of the dead while searching for Lin Yuan in the meantime. But he didn't expect to meet another one. Yes, and no. Ah, what do you mean? Hearing the system's reply, Qin Hao was stunned. This, straight up dry-fired his CPU. Yes and no, is this human language? But he didn't say anything and waited for what was to come. The system guy is sometimes really specializing in whetting people's appetites. Host, this old man's strength is still a bit short, and this battle is probably going to be some lucky man's Qi. You can tell by looking at the color of his fluctuating aura. Yell, it can still be played that way. Qin Hao sniffed and was happy in his heart. Chapter 61, The Heartlessness of the Lust Demon Sect. He also instantly understood the words of the system just now. There should be another lucky person in the neighborhood besides him. Only maybe not a chiropractor yet, but as soon as this old man gives it away for nothing, he's going to run to this lucky guy to nurse his wounds. He never thought that he would be able to witness the birth of a chirographer. The feeling is just very marvelous. Brother Tuzi, can I just cut off this old white-bearded grandfather? His heart was on fire. This would not be necessary to deliberately target the airbenders if they could just cut them off. Save a lot of time while making a crazy amount of cultivation points. 3 birds with 1 stone is very beautiful. Host, don't forget your own identity. How could a great villain of the heavens way be seen by old grandpa? Even if you forcefully intervene, you'll just end up replacing a chiropractor. And that person definitely won't be yourself. Of course, you can try it if you don't believe me. Amount. This villain's identity is pretty. Very good. Very good indeed. If it wasn't for this identity, you wouldn't get the villain system yet. The Tinker Chi Luckers. Of course, he, the host, had to have a brain as well. Otherwise just having a system won't help. Without the possibility of intercepting him, Qin Hao could only wait here. As for that lucky guy, he couldn't find him now. If there were any special circumstances in the surrounding area, the Shadow Killer ancestor would remind him. Since there were no alerts, either they weren't nearby, or they couldn't be probed and were hidden deep. Or just wait for the old man to give it in vain and then he'll just follow the old man's trail. Coming! Right at this moment, the Shadow Killer old ancestor suddenly looked into the sky above the Thousand Illusion City while giving a low voice of reminder. Qin kid, be careful. Don't make any strange movements. 1 half-step transcendence. 1 Nirvana 9th level. After seeing the 2 silhouettes coming out of the void crack, he said again, while the art of converging breath operated to the extreme. Although he was only at the 8th level of the Nirvana realm, he cultivated the Shadow Dao. The art of restraining one's breath had naturally reached the peak of excellence. As long as they didn't make any noise, even half-step transcendentals wouldn't be able to discover it. This was also the reason why he reminded Qin Hao. He couldn't beat these 2 together. Qin Hao nodded his head in response. Those 2 people in the void and the old man seemed to have some kind of deep hatred, and once they met, they directly started to work without saying a word. A super protective array was also established outside the entire city. absorbing the aftermath of their battle to avoid being detected by the outside world. Qin Hao and the two of them were also aware of it because of themselves, or else they wouldn't have been able to detect the commotion that was going on inside. Now it was like watching a silent fight movie, where you could only see the images inside but not hear the slightest sound. Qin boy, you'd better consider thinking about going somewhere else. This lust demon sect's underbelly is very strong. I can't protect you. Looking inside, the shadow killer old ancestor couldn't help but say. In fact, he was a little appalled. It was even if there were Nirvana realm powerhouses in a subsector of the Sea of Desire demon sect, but there was even a half-step transcendent existence. It wasn't like the legends from the outside world, and the records of his own clan really weren't exhaustive enough. Qin Hao only nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Let's see what happens and not jump to conclusions for now. He was not surprised that the Lust Demon sect had such a strong expert. A clan that had specialized in researching the number of hybrid variants for tens of thousands of years would not have not researched something out. Of those two people in the city, the one with the highest cultivation level was a snake man. The human body with a snake's head looks very creepy, but is strong beyond words. Tens of thousands of miles away, a mountain range that could not be seen stretched across the earth. In the middle of the mountain range, palace complexes stretching for hundreds of kilometers lined the landscape. This is precisely the headquarters of the Lust Demon sect. There would be a few disciples mixed in each palace. There are men and women and hybrids. It's very confusing to each other. At the center of the palace complex was a towering hall, the Sovereign Hall. At this time, the Great Hall had already gathered almost all of the top echelons. Elder He, explain, how did the pill dignitary who should have died 10,000 years ago suddenly appear on the temple? A fox-headed orc asked out loud. There was questioning and anger in his words. That city of test subjects was just let go, and they didn't even have time to redeem themselves. Those can be piggybacks of their trials, and some of them are still experimental data from their long-term observations. Now it's all gone at once. Not a bad loss. The data from the hybridizers directly affects the progress of their research. Thousand Illusion City was the closest large city to the sect, and its importance could be imagined. Everyone else was also looking at Elder He, who was in charge of the aftermath. The Lust Demon sect looked to be one of the subsects of the Yuhao Demon sect, and it was also just a mongrel clan by name. What kind of fight can you have by indulging in lust all day? But it's just a front for the outside world. The Sea of Lust Demon sect's true concentration of battle power was in the Lust Demon sect. Tens of thousands of years of crossbreeding tests weren't done for nothing. It's impossible to keep doing this without some achievement. The human body is the best vessel for cultivation, but the gifted are few and far between. And amongst the demonic beasts, there were many existences that possessed a bloodline but couldn't activate it. Their aim is to give birth to a number of superbly gifted hybrids through various trials. A whole city, hundreds of thousands of people's data all ran out at once, so naturally they would all be angry. Elder He sniffed and wiped the cold sweat that emerged and bowed. Reporting back to the Patriarch, the Pillfather was an unrivaled Dan Dao demon in the continent at that time, and he was indeed dead back then. But no one would have thought that he would still have this kind of miracle medicine that could resurrect him 1,000 years after death. They would always have to use the aid of elixirs for their experiments. Thousands of years ago medicine dignity was captured by them to do hard labor. Who would have thought that pill dignity would be stubborn? That is, he wouldn't help them even if he died. They could only kill it, and even burned its flesh cleanly. However, it still underestimated the extent of this fellow's demonic nature. Being able to let his soul return and regroup his soul body even after dying for 1,000 years. Patriarch, Elder He is right. What we need to focus on now is how to figure out how to eliminate the influence of the outside world on us. Your Highness. Another rat-faced elder stepped forward and said in a shrill voice, that old man let a city of people go. Some of them know something. His face was stony, and worry showed in his ratty eyes. It wouldn't be good if things like this about them were known by those cultivation orthodoxies. Though they didn't kill many people each year, didn't cause any major harm to the continent. But this kind of behavior is dehumanizing and is bound to be swarmed and crushed together. They had to take it seriously. Chapter 62, Unexpectedly, Old Grandpa wants to blow himself up. When the fox-faced patriarch on the temple heard this, his already unattractive face became even more gloomy. Hundreds of thousands of people were put out there and it was unrealistic to intercept and kill them. There's always a leak that gets out. He glanced at that Elder He once again. Had the aftermath not been handled properly, the dilemma of being there again would not have arisen. Don't look at them as a subsection of the Sea Desire Demon sect. But if all the orthodox forces really came to their doorsteps, it was not unlikely that the Sea Desire Demon sect would abandon them. In the Devil's sect it's only about profit. When there are benefits, anyone wants to stick it over and get a piece of the action. But when a problem arises, one hides further away than anyone else. Elder Z Mouse, first report this matter to the headquarter demon lord and see what their attitude is. The fox-faced patriarch pondered for a moment and then said in a deep voice, "Also, the elders of all the halls go down and get ready. As long as the headquarters side doesn't care, have all the disciples disperse and abscond out, waiting for the order to return." He finished with a frown. Throwing away such a large family business is not something anyone wants to do, but there was always a decision to be made. There were quite a few super powerhouses in the Lust Demon sect, but they couldn't stop people from besieging them. More importantly, if people came with Emperor Divine armaments, they would be even more powerless to fight back. The only Emperor Divine soldiers of the Sea of Desire Demon sect were all in the hands of successive demon lords and had been passed down. They are not qualified to move. So, he had to move to the evacuation plan. Assuming, of course, that the headquarters side doesn't care about them, the kind that just gives up. Yes, Elder Z Mouse sniffed and arched his hand to receive the order. Then he slowly exited the Great Hall. He had just asked the question to get that answer. The family foundation that the sect had saved over 10,000 years could not be directly destroyed because of this matter. He needed to notify down there as soon as possible. Not a moment too soon. Maybe it's time to go to the west to find those vultures. After seeing that the crowd had dispersed, a sinister color appeared in the fox-faced patriarch's eyes. It's in the ancestral books, but it's written that the methods that are so perverted that they lose their humanity came from those bald asses. He can't put all his eggs in one basket. Some people need to take some of that on as well. Outside the city of 1,000 illusions, Qin Hao has been waiting here for 3 days. To be honest, he didn't expect an expert duel of this level to go on for days. That's a constant state of mental strain. Very impressive indeed. He was given sleepy looks by the one who was watching. If he wasn't waiting for the birth of the Qi Lucky One, he wouldn't be spending time here. However, it was at this point that it came to an end. The result was pretty much what the system expected. That formless old man was already at the end of his rope. The figure was so light that it was almost becoming a transparent color. However, the other party wasn't doing well either, especially since the Nirvana Realm 9th level powerhouse had retreated to the back to nurse his wounds. The body was beaten down to a miserable half. Qin Hao was also energized at this time. Unsurprisingly, this white-bearded old grandpa was going to zoom in and then take the opportunity to escape. For a moment, he was inexplicably a little agitated. It was still a very marvelous thing to witness the birth of a chirographer. And the truth was a little different than he suspected. The old man, who had originally thought that he was going to flee after amplifying his move, unexpectedly suddenly accelerated and directly rushed towards the severely injured powerhouse at the back. Moreover, that transparent figure was also expanding rapidly at this moment, and its face wore a hint of relief. This is going to blow itself up. Qin Hao exclaimed in shock. Well, this isn't exactly how he pictured it. If this old man blew himself up, how did the chiropractor get here? Unico, what's the situation? You get it wrong too? He immediately asked in his head. He had waited so many days. He couldn't have waited for loneliness. What's the hurry? Just keep reading. Qin Hao. Okay, you're good. I'd like to see what else is reversed. Qin Hao didn't say anything and looked at it carefully. The eyes were dead set on the old man's every move. Boom. The old man's speed was extremely fast, and he arrived in front of the strong man in almost an instant. At the same time, that formless body shone with a dazzling light, and a heaven-destroying power erupted from its body. This power was like extinction, instantly sweeping away everything around it. The Nirvana Realm 9th level powerhouse, however, did not have the slightest defense, and he, who was already severely injured, was defenseless in front of this force. His body instantly turned into flying ash and dissipated into the void. At the same time, the surrounding void was directly fragmented under the impact of this force, and a huge void crack appeared. And the 1,000 illusion city beneath them was not spared. All the houses and buildings, the streets, were annihilated in the blink of an eye, turning into grains of dust that disappeared into the cracks. Click, 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 click. The protective array couldn't withstand such a huge amount of energy, and after holding on for a few breaths of time, it directly shattered. Terrifying energy fluctuations swept out in all directions. Qin Hao instantly changed color. If such a horrible energy was rippled, he'd have to die in place. However, it was fortunate that there was still Shadow Kill around, and he simply unfurled a protective shield around the two of them, blocking the wave of energy that came their way. The half-step Transcendence Realm powerhouse was not far from the center of the explosion, and was also in a sorry state of disarray by the sudden self-explosion. Covered in wounds, he couldn't care less about the two Qin Haos who had manifested themselves outside, and directly dragged his heavily injured body out of here. He wasn't at the end of his strength, but he didn't have much battle power left. And if he was held back by an expert again, he wouldn't be able to leave. 2 people came out, one dead and one seriously injured. A heavy loss. The Lust Demon sect was half crippled by this old man this time. However, what he didn't know was that not long after he left, 2 clusters of souls emerged from that void and flew rapidly towards the outside of the city. He didn't see it though, but Qin Hao saw it, and harangued. This was because these 2 souls were hurtling in his exact direction, and the soul-devouring tower within his dantian appeared in his periphery. He had originally planned to blend into the Lust Demon Sect's headquarters to collect some dead souls, but there's absolutely no need for that now. These 2 souls could both be left behind after the death of a Nirvana realm powerhouse. The soul power it contained could definitely be described as terrifying. No amount of weak souls absorbed would be able to outweigh this mass, and it was all due to the soul-devouring tower. When the strong die, their souls return to heaven and earth. However, Qin Hao had something in his hands that specialized in collecting souls, so he was naturally attracted to it. With these 2 clusters of souls, he would be able to cultivate his soul palace realm to the extreme. At this moment, he didn't even care that much about that so-called lucky person. Whoosh! The 2 clusters of souls sped in, and under the traction of the soul-devouring tower, they directly rushed in. Chapter 63 Familiar Fate of Heaven. Wait, no! Qin Hao frowned. Immediately, he turned to look behind him. It was surprising that only one of the 2 souls rushed into the soul-devouring tower, and another mass actually grazed the tower and flew directly behind him, as if it had its own independent mind. Naya, there really was an accident. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. Just now, he was still overwhelmed by joy, forgetting that there were still chi runners in the vicinity, and hadn't done much defense. If he was able to take this soul away, there would be nothing left for the chiropractor to do. Not being able to think too much, Qin Hao allowed the Shadow Slayer ancestor to lead him directly after him. It was a good thing to be able to intercept the chances of the chiropractor in advance. However, just after less than 10 breaths, the mass of souls rushed into a mountain forest below. At this time this mountain forest was also already in a mess, destroyed beyond recognition by the aftermath of the self-explosion just now. A man was lying unconscious beside a stream, and the massive soul directly drilled into this person's mind and disappeared. Aha! Is she? Qin Hao followed closely behind, but when he saw the person by the stream, he couldn't help but frown. This person he recognized was the female disciple who had previously dealt with him with Lin Bei in the Hongmeng Holy Land, Luo Yen. The mask was still on his face, leaving only half of his face looking mysterious. Only, her single thin gauze skirt had long been soaked through by the stream, clinging tightly to the top of her petite body, outlining a charming curve. Skin like snow, hidden under the soaked gauze skirt, exuding a tantalizing luster. Long hair as silky as silk, scattered on the grass by the stream, seemingly out of place with the crumbling scenery around them. He immediately ran his chi-looking technique to observe. Beauty is beautiful, but it's not the time to appreciate it. One should know that Luo Yen was originally a chi-luck person, although her chi-luck value was not high, but now with this mass of souls, it should become different. Under the chi-looking technique, Luo Yan's body emitted a very bright reddish-yellow glow, almost close to a golden color. Loyan, 9 million. Sure is sick. The value of chi was instantly raised from the original 300,000 to 9 million. This chance is really against the odds. He, the prepared man, was hard-pressed not to snatch an unconscious man. System, she just got her chance now. Can I? No, host, just forget about it. If you hit that mass of souls now, believe it or not she'll give you a swindle in place and then just run away. Qin Hao had thought to directly get his hands on that mass of souls while it was still hot, but before he could finish, the system stopped him. It made him look helpless. These chiropractors are really rogue sometimes. It was clearly right in front of them, and not even remotely threatening, but there was just no way to take them. Ding, trigger hidden quest. Quest content, take the blood of Qi Yun Luo Yen on the spot. Rewarded with Origin Dharma Fruit +1. You're not a rogue system by any chance. Also took a blood on the spot. You can send out such a sick mission. Qin Hao directly opened his mouth to spit. With this crumbling environment in front of me, you tell me where the interest comes from. If you're going to come, you have to have a good environment too, don't you? With a wave of Qin Hao's big hand, a spirit boat appeared. Looking at the luxurious guest room on the spirit boat, he nodded with great satisfaction. This is what it's like. The system is just snap and whoosh. Next mission. Not even supporting measures. As soon as he picked up Luo Yen next to the stream, he walked directly towards the guest room. And the shadow killer old ancestor was also very sensible and turned away to let off steam in the distance. He had already seen Qin Hao's absurdity. It was all too normal to play in the wild with a ruthless man who could even take down his own master. Moreover, he could sense the aura of this woman, a disciple of his own holy land. It's not a big deal. At most, you can just pay more compensation after the fact. And at this time, Qin Hao was not even a little bit mentally burdened. Not to mention the fact that the woman herself was a chiropractor. a natural antagonist to him, the arch-villain. Let's just say that the last time he and Lin Bei teamed up against him, it was enough for him to be moved to kill. Now it's just a matter of making it pay off the debt it owes with its flesh. Inside the guest room, Qin Hao very thoughtfully changed all of Luo Yan's clothes that were soaked all over her body. The wet petite body lying on the bed exuded deadly seduction. Gulp! Qin Hao swallowed a mouthful of saliva hard. Not to mention, this woman is still very well capitalized. It's a match for senior sister Song Changjing. But do the whole thing? He didn't want to do that with a woman with half a face. Walking over to the bed, he reached down and grasped the mask in his hands and peeled it off a little. Like a dream. Qin Hao could only use these 4 words to describe it. The individual half of the face can only be seen as well presented, but the overall beauty cannot be appreciated. But that whole face did give him a small shock when it was revealed. The last time I felt this way was when I first came to this world and saw the master baby appear. It was a stunning face, like a fine work of art. The bouncy skin has a light reddish color, as if carved out of heaven. The eyes were tightly closed, but the thick eyelashes fluttered slightly like a fan. No wonder the woman wore a half mask everywhere she went. With that kind of posture, it does tend to cause a stir. Although his own master babe was equally as beautiful as a fairy, no one dared to harass her when her force value was pulled full. And since Luo Yen was still only a prototype, there were indeed quite a few people who dared to hit on her. The term redhead is not just a phrase. Boing! Just as he was marveling, Luo Yen made a faint sound. Immediately after that, those beautiful eyes also slowly opened. In her memories, she was heading to the western lands to pick a spirit flower that alleviated a strange poison for her master. Chu Mengli. This is the time of year when it is in bloom. However, when he walked to a place of mountains and forests he was directly slapped unconscious by a sudden force. The head is raw. She frowned and tried to knock herself on the head, but suddenly a familiar face in front of her pressed down towards her. Before she could react, her lips were directly blocked, and the chest was covered by a pair of large, warm hands. Oh, you, let go. She wanted to push away the man in front of her, but as it was, she wasn't strong enough to achieve her goal. All that could be done was to watch the man take on her. Luo Yan's sobriety was the first thing Qin Hao knew, but for him, sobriety made sense. This kind of thing is a matter for 2 people, and he can't be allowed to play it out alone. For that feeble shove, it simply irritated him. As soon as he pulled the screen down in front of the window, he began a more vigorous attack, and Luo Yen was like a flatboat under that impact, quickly losing her way and completely sinking. Chapter 64, Destiny Sinks. 2 hours later, the bed was a mess. Qin Hao was still glowing, with a satisfied smile on his face. Luo Yen, on the other hand, was flushed and panting. It was obviously tossed around. Ding hidden plot quest completed. Reward origin Dharma fruit +1. Ding detected that the host has forcibly had a relationship with the Chi-lucky Luo Yen, and will take on the karma of heaven's destiny. Karma, helping Luo Yen to complete her pre-mainline wish will double the corresponding cultivation points, and the system will randomly reward her once. Hearing the system's prompt, Qin Hao's face full of smiles instantly stiffened. The Go system was screwing him over. What do you mean by force? Isn't this the task you gave? This Nima did a mission and took on her karma. Isn't this something? The karma of the heavens mandate protagonist was made to be born by him. A villain. Is this something a human being can think of? Heaven's mandate and the villain are natural nemesis. Isn't using force on her very much in keeping with the villain's image? How come they're taking on karma? The most important thing is that Luo Yen is the first to take away his Nirvana realm soul. It is not too much to take her one blood. If the system has an entity, Qin Hao would really like to pull it out and directly whack it, where there is such a pit of their own hosts. GGG, host, this is a chance for you, a villain, to have a chance to take in a chirographer. But I'm being kind to you. There will be unexpected benefits if you take it in. The system seemed to know what he was thinking and spoke directly. The tone was even more villainous and sinister than he was a villain. Qin Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. Bull ****** to take in the chirographers. Do you take them in with your head? You said yourself that you just used force, and now Luo Yen probably hates to stomp on him. So what's the point of subduing him? But right now things have happened and it's better to face them. Unico, what is the main line mentioned in karma? Since he had this task, he still had to look at it and complete it if he could. There was also no mention in the rewards of the karma quest that it had to be taken in for it to work, as long as one helped it fulfill its wishes. Regardless of whether Luo Yen was willing or not, as long as it was accomplished, there would be rewards to be had. Check it out for yourself in the karma thread. Phew, it's okay. Qin Hao let out a long breath at his words. He was most afraid of letting him ask for it himself, and if that was the case, it was really screwing with him. How can you look like a cutie pie when you've just used your strength on someone and go and ask questions like that? He opened the panel and quickly found what the system called the Karma Mainline. Main wish, to help Luo Yen rescue her birth mother, who was trapped in the Holy Land of Reincarnation, and to allow her to live in safety and be completely free from the control of the Holy Land of Reincarnation over her. Nice guy. This woman was actually an undercover agent of the Holy Land of Reincarnation. Seeing this mainline wish, Qin Hao directly sat up in shock. A surprised expression appeared on his face. That's a big one for him to catch. A Qi-Luck person as high as 9 million was working as an undercover agent in the Hongmeng Sacred Ground, and if it wasn't dealt with, sooner or later, it would pose an irreversible and fatal threat to the Sacred Ground. He broke out in a cold sweat. Now he also instantly understood why this woman had joined forces with Lin Bei to deal with him. The sentiment is that it means the Holy Land of Reincarnation. He was now blacklisted with the 3 major superpowers. It does take some unconventional means to kill him. It was a good thing that his name was hard enough. If it were an ordinary saint's son, he would probably have been made to die long ago. Now he was more than a little guilty. This woman was forced to take a blood by him just as she should, and it would take a lot of torture later to get rid of his hate. Those who want to get him killed should be prepared to bear the price accordingly. And with this incident in hand as a handle, this woman won't be hard to deal with. Qin Hao, you bastard. How dare you do something so forceful to a fellow disciple? I'll go back and report to my master and the sect. At this time, Luo Yen was also completely awake. Seeing the situation he was in, his emotions went out of control and he burst out in a rage. She would like to do it, but Nai can't fight, so he can only make threats. She also didn't expect Qin Hao, a cultivation fellow of only the Dao Yuan realm, to be able to make her of the refined Yuan secret collection realm helpless. Now that she was awake, the images from earlier could still be in her mind. She really had no resistance at all and was played with the whole time. Though she didn't put up much resistance, but that wasn't an excuse for Qin Hao to do whatever he wanted. Qin Hao smiled slightly as if nothing had happened. This woman is quite the brainiac. It was clear that the enemy was now strong, and she had the audacity to threaten in such a manner, really not knowing how to write the word death. It is also because of the protagonist aura, otherwise it would have died 800 times. Not to mention the fact that he still has something on this woman, and even if he didn't, how much of a splash could he make by suing? One should know that there was also the Shadow Slayer ancestor with him. They are the senior management of the Holy Land, and they didn't even come out to stop it, so she's not going to be able to do anything about it, and she's going to get herself in trouble for it. This woman was truly the same as those protagonists in the novels he read in his previous life. Being held at the neck with a knife, he still has to shout, "If you don't kill me today, I'll kill your whole family later." I don't know who invented this kind of brain-dead talk. It's brain-dead. Woman, serve little master to get dressed, or else that old devil Tion won't let your mother go. The corner of Qin Hao's mouth curled up slightly in an evil smile. Then without looking at Luo Yan's reaction, he walked off the bed with his bare upper body. He believed that Luo Yan, this woman, could understand the meaning of what he was saying. As long as she's not stupid, she should know what to do. When Luo Yan heard this, her entire body was like a bolt from the blue. Her face instantly turned pale and bloodless, and her mind went blank. She was so well hidden that even the last major overhaul of the Holy Land didn't find anything unusual about her. How did Qin Hao find out? His mother could be considered his weakness. The only family in the world. Wasn't he restricted by the Holy Land of Reincarnation because his mother was in the hands of the other side? If Qin Hao went to expose her now, not only would she not be able to save her own life, Tion would not let her mother go either. Men. Again. The men of the world really are all assholes. Slightly snapping back to her senses, she cursed mercilessly in her mind. Mothers are where they are today because of men's irresponsibility. She's now being threatened by an asshole, not to mention having her innocence destroyed by him. All men of the world are black in general. None of them good. Looking at Qin Hao, who was standing on the ground waiting for her to dress him, she gritted her back teeth. Didn't the smelly man always treat his woman very gently? Last time she had seen it with her own eyes at the Hidden Sword Peak. How come it's her turn to be so miserable? She had a mind to speak up and question the guy, but she was afraid of pissing him off.